When I reversed time and returned to the day of awakening, the first thing I did was to rush into the zoo and crazily pamper the national treasure giant panda. Even in the face of the security guards' desperate obstruction and the armed threats of the military, I ignored them, just because the reincarnated me knew clearly that in another 5 minutes, the world would enter the era of awakened abilities, and at that time, all animals and plants would awaken their abilities and gain their innate talents. In my past life, although I awakened the supernatural talent of Deathlight, which can turn the undead into servants, I never expected that this talent would automatically designate the first creature I transformed as my own undead familiar. In the previous life, I accidentally formed a contract with a stray dog as my familiar undead at a critical moment, greatly reducing my potential. If it weren't for my ability to awaken and reverse time in a moment of crisis, I would probably have died a miserable death on the street long ago. However, now that I am reborn, I naturally want to use the advantage of being a prophet to find the most suitable undead for me. From what I knew in my previous life, the giant pandas in the zoo will awaken and become an extremely powerful race, with one panda even awakening to become an SSS natural disaster beast. Feeling the power of the rapid passing of my past life in my body, I no longer hesitate. I push through the crowd and run towards the panda venue. Finally, with 1 minute left before the awakening of my abilities, I found the panda venue. Ignoring the shocked looks of others, I directly stepped forward and punched, shattering the tempered glass into pieces. Fortunately, some of the strength from my past life still remains, otherwise it would have been difficult to handle. I was dumbfounded when I entered the panda pavilion, as there were too many pandas inside, a total of 7. Which one is the disaster I am looking for? Just when I was at a loss, someone saw me breaking the glass, walked straight in, and excitedly reached out to touch the panda's head. The giant panda didn't have a good impression of the stranger who approached rashly, and bit her hand off directly. This giant panda is one size larger than other pandas, with a fierceness in its eyes that other pandas do not have. When it appears, almost all other pandas instinctively lower their heads. This is it. As soon as I saw this giant panda, I felt that it is the SSS level natural disaster giant panda I have been looking for. Time was running out. I didn't have time to verify, so I reached out directly towards the giant panda. The giant panda didn't appreciate my sudden approach and swatted at me with a paw. Unfazed, I continued to approach the massive panda step by step. Just as the giant panda was about to touch me, a bright light suddenly burst in the sky, descending from above and shining on every living creature. The awakening has begun. The light reflected on the giant panda, instantly elevating its momentum, making the whole bear much more majestic, and the fierce light in its eyes seemed to pierce deeply into me like a sharp blade. Faced with the fierce slap, I calmly raised my hand and actually caught it steadily. The giant panda became anxious, and its other claw quickly came to grab. But this powerful blow was once again caught by me. The bare paw, almost the size of a head, seemed like a toy in front of me. A smile appeared on my face. The light just now not only shone on the giant panda, but also on me. I pushed with both hands, releasing all the awakened power and the residual power from my past life. Faced with such a powerful energy impact, the giant panda was directly pierced through. Shortly after, a dark gray light burst violently from my chest, enveloping the body of the giant panda. This was the supernatural power I had just awakened, the light of death. The light shone on the giant panda's body, instantly refining it, and the giant panda's body disappeared without a trace. And at the same time, a mutation occurred in my body, which suddenly swelled up, as if inflating like a balloon, and my clothes were squeezed to pieces, revealing my body, with a vivid tattoo of a giant panda on my back. This is the unique ability of the undead to possess, allowing the undead to possess oneself. Since you're a panda, let's call you Panda. Su Cheng bestowed a name on the benevolent undead, and then stopped where he was, without making a move. His natural aptitude had been awakened, the light of death from his previous life. After awakening the avatar, each person would awaken another talent after cultivating to a certain stage. There was also a talent awakening just after awakening the avatar. It was at this point that he was waiting for the awakening of the talent within him. Soon, a familiar power surged within him, exactly the same gift he had in his last life. Concentricity. Concentricity, you are concentric with your native undead, and the native undead will share a portion of their body's attributes to you. This talent was simply a chicken rib for Su Ching in his previous life. The original undead in his previous life was a wild dog that couldn't give him any semblance of a boost. This resulted in an extremely fragile and flawed body. Therefore, in his previous life, his talent could probably only be ranked in the second tier, and he simply couldn't compete with those top-tier heavenly prides. But not today. Through the information coming from within his body, he had already determined that his native undead was the Calamity Giant Panda from his previous life. A terrifying creature of the heavenly calamity level would definitely give him a great boost. He could feel that there should only be 20% of Panda's strength shared in him right now. However, he already felt filled with power, and a melee class awakened person of the same level would never be a match for him. Even he could kill an awakened of the same level in a single move. This talent went from being a cockamamie skill to a god skill in one fell swoop. Just as Su Qing was rejoicing, he suddenly felt another additional force within his body. He raised an eyebrow as he scrutinized his senses, and soon his eyes widened. Surprisingly, another stream of talent. How is that possible? Sparing Su Qing's extensive knowledge, he was somewhat in disbelief at this point. Never heard of anyone awakening 2 talents at once. Is it because of the clock reversal? Clock reversal was the last talent that Su Qing awakened in the later stages, and the effect was time regression. It was with this skill that he was reborn back. Su Qing had already felt that this was a divine skill, but now it seemed that he had still underestimated this talent. The energy in his body surged, and another stream of information about his talent was transmitted into Su Qing's mind. One man gets the way, the undead under your command also gain 20% of the cultivation you gain, and this effect doubles the effect on the native undead. This is another skill that can be considered horrible. Previously, the undead under his command were basically set at the same level of cultivation they had at the time of acquisition, or even weaker. Unless there are any special props or encounters, it's hard to get a boost. With this skill, the undead under his command would become stronger and stronger with growth. What was even more terrifying was that his cultivation was interconnected with the benevolent undead. With this gift, as his cultivation grows, he grows by 1 part and his native undead increase by 1 part. It was equivalent to increasing his cultivation growth rate by nearly half. This would give him a cultivation enhancement speed far beyond that of the next person. The successive joys made Su Qing somewhat wonder if this was a dream. Damn, what did you do? Just then, a shrill cry rang out from beside him. He Hui, the zoo curator, didn't know when he had arrived, and his hands were shaking as he pointed at Su Qing. Giant pandas are the signature of their zoo and his cash cow. Now he was actually killed by Su Qing. He was so enraged that he slapped the security guard aside. What the did you do? How did you let him run in there? The security guard had just arrived as well, and was in a daze at this point. He couldn't figure out how Su Qing broke the tempered glass to enter the panda arena. Su Qing glanced at He Hui and ignored it, directly striding towards the other 6 pandas. He was going to turn all of these pandas into undead under his command today. Get the hell out of my panda. When He Hui saw this, as if he knew what he was going to do, he was suddenly in a rage. The pandas were his lifeblood, and he would never allow Su Qing to harm them again. He shouted to the security guards beside him, "Quick, get on me and stop him." The security guard was a bit reluctant. Su Qing's appearance made him feel a bit scared in his heart. He said, "Director, the pandas attacked people. They can't stay." Said security guard pointed to the woman on the ground who had just had one of her hands bitten off. The woman had rashly followed Su Qing into the arena, and was now being gnawed on by a giant panda under her body, constantly emitting miserable screams. As she watched Su Qing approach, she couldn't help but show hope in her eyes. "Quick, help me." He glanced at it and threw out another slap, slapping the guard. "It's just a tourist, can it be as important as a panda? Stupid." Seeing that the security guard was hesitant to step forward, He clenched his teeth and remembered the information that had just appeared in his mind. Started trying to communicate the divine power he had just obtained on his own. He just awakened too. With a flip of his right hand, He pulled out a pistol from somewhere and aimed it at Su Qing. His face was filled with madness. "You forced me, boy. No one can touch my panda." This is exactly his avatar. The king of guns, combined with the first talent precision shot. Even if he had never touched a firearm before, he could accurately launch an attack on Su Qing at this moment. This is the power of the awakened. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the bullet cut through the air at a speed that exceeded the speed of sound, flying towards Su Qing. Su Qing's power from his previous life had been used up at this point, but his face didn't change in the slightest. The tattoo behind him suddenly rumbled, and Panda's body suddenly appeared. A hiss escaped at He Hui. Roar! The roar that shook the heavens and made heaven and earth change color. Everyone felt a huge pressure enveloping their entire body, and those few pandas even directly prostrated themselves, as if they were greeting their monarch. The bullet struck Panda's body with a clanging sound of steel on steel. Panda's body was unharmed, with only a faint white mark where the bullet had struck. He Hui, on the other hand, was facing Panda's mighty pressure directly, and by now, he had been stunned into silence. The feet were wet at some point. Chapter 3, Don't let a good corpse go to waste, don't waste a bad one. A gun-class talent? Su Qing looked at the frantic He Hui, the expression on his face not changing at all. It's not a bad talent in the early stages, but unfortunately, making a move against me can be the equivalent of declaring war. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Su Qing's mouth. After the awakening of his previous life, the world order collapsed. If you want to stand firm in a chaotic world, then you must never show any mercy. Striking out at each other was a big no-no, and even a tentative attack could invite a fight that would not end in death. Not to mention an attack like Huey's that wanted to put him to death. Panda, finish him off. Su Qing gave the order without hesitation. A flash of bloodlust flashed in the gray eyes of Panda, who heard the order. Even though it had become undead, it still retained some consciousness. As a calamity-level ferocious beast, the ferocious intent within its body could almost condense into an ocean. At this moment, under orders, Panda's figure rushed straight out, violently pouncing to set off a fierce wind. The fishy wind was pounding on his face, and Hui, who had already been scared to the point of pissing his pants by Panda's wyvern, felt even weaker. No, you can't kill me, you're breaking the law. Hui barely raised the gun in his hand, but he couldn't see Panda's movements at all and could only beg for mercy. But Su Qing was unmoved. From the moment Hui tried to make a move on him, he should have thought of the ending. Bang! 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 A few desperate shots failed to do the slightest harm to Panda. Not even a single bullet hit. Crunch! A toothsome ripping sound rang out, and Panda's sharp claws swung with a cold flash. Huey's body was actually torn in half alive. The blood soaked into Panda's massive body, making it look even more lurid. The fierce light in his eyes was also 1 point better. At the same time, Su Qing only felt an inexplicable extra strength within his body. It's not much, but you can clearly feel the lift. This is where Panda's skilled gourmet comes into play. As the legendary iron-eating beast of Chi Yu's mount, Panda possesses the effect of devouring an opponent's power after killing them. This is one of the major reasons why it has since been able to grow so fast and become a natural disaster. Ah! A scream came from the middle of the arena. Murder! It was then that the people came back from the intimidating pressure of Panda just now. At once, the crowd began to riot once again. At the same time, there was a rising clamor from outside the Panda arena. Various tigers and birds chirped in an endless stream, and the animals in the zoo completed their awakening one after another. They broke out of their cages and rampaged through the crowd. Light of death. Su Qing didn't waste any time, and directly a light of death shone on Hui on the ground. At that moment, Huey's corpse froze, and his broken body was outlined into a hole again after his bones were twisted. He slowly stood up from the ground, but this time, his eyes also turned dead gray as he bowed respectfully to Su Qing. Master. Su Qing nodded his head. Huey's talent was quite good. It couldn't be wasted. This was a habit he had accumulated in his previous life. Don't let good corpses go to waste, don't waste bad corpses, and seize every opportunity to improve his strength. A mosquito is still meat. After doing so, his gaze turned to several other pandas. The pandas were still immersed in Panda's intimidation at this point, honestly lying on the ground with their heads deeply buried. It couldn't be helped that Panda had been a panda in his lifetime, and was far more oppressive to his kind than anyone else. These pandas couldn't even muster the slightest thought of resistance under his pressure. Do it! Su Qing didn't do it himself this time, but let Panda be the executioner. After all, he had used up his power in his previous life, and with Panda around, there was no need to do it himself, and he decided to do it all less personally in the future, using his own strength as a base card. If someone wanted to attack his main body as a weakness like he did in his previous life, then he would let them know what cruelty was. Panda, on command, walks up to the pandas and kills one with a single claw. Su Qing, on the other hand, immediately used the light of death to turn the giant panda into an undead under his command. A head of giant pandas was trembling with fear as they watched the death of their companions, but they still didn't dare to put up any resistance. So on and so forth. In no time at all, the remaining 6 pandas had been transformed into undead. Together with Panda there were 7 pandas, and the 7 pairs of dead gray eyes were intimidating. From now on you'll be known as numbers 1 through 6, casually named a couple of pandas. Su Qing felt that his strength had improved again after Panda killed these 6 pandas. He actually broke through the bottleneck and stepped into the Primordial Awakener second stage. The strength of pre-awakened people is divided into 3 stages, middle and high, with 9 stages in each stage. You can awaken a talent every 3 segments. At the time of the awakening all of them were of the strength of a section of the primary awakened. Now that he was only 10 minutes away from awakening, he had actually reached the second stage of Primordial Awakened. At this time in his previous life, he was still trembling under the might of the animal awakening. It would be nearly half a month before he cultivated to the second stage of the beginner's stage. Of course, Su Qing also knew that the promotion afterward would never be so rapid as well. This time, he was able to raise his cultivation for a period of time at once because all 7 pandas were not low in rank. In the previous life ratings were almost always above S. In this way, he was able to quickly ascend to the second stage of the primary order. raising to the second stage of the primary order that quickly. I should be the number one person in the world right now. Su Qing felt the power rushing through his body, some fluctuations hidden in his cold eyes. Let this global number one, then, remain. Right in the middle of a zoo, there were newly awakened ferocious beasts everywhere, and most of them were not low in strength. The crisis-ridden zoo of his previous life now served him perfectly as the best place to brush up on his monsters. Su Qing raised his foot and was about to walk out of the panda arena. There was nothing left for him to stay here. Hey, that guy, you can't leave. Just then, a shivering voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Qing turned around and realized that it was the woman who had just rashly followed him into the panda arena and was almost eaten by the pandas as a snack. My leg is broken. You have to protect me. Seeing Su Qing looking over, Su Meng overcame the fear in her heart and justified herself. Why? Su Qing looked at Su Meng with interest. The woman was stupid, but she had a face with a few good looks. And even with the bruises on her body now you could tell she had an excellent figure. I was hurt because of you, and now that it's so dangerous out there, it's your responsibility to afford my safety. It was still inside the panda arena, but the commotion outside had gotten in. Anyone can tell it's absolute hell out there right now. Su Qing sniffed and laughed lightly, twisting his head to leave. He doesn't care about the stupidity of his own demise. You can't just leave me alone. When Su Meng saw this, she was a bit anxious. I'm a blogger with millions of followers on the Shake Shack platform. If you dare to leave, my fans won't let you go. Su Qing's footsteps stopped and he turned back to look at Su Meng. Did you just threaten me? Chapter 4, The Black Peregrine Falcon. A minute later, Su Chang walked out from the panda arena, followed by 6 pandas and 2 humans. One of the humans was naturally He Hui, who possessed the talent of the King of Guns. The other person was Su Meng, who had just been clamoring with Su Qing. Chaos is coming and some people haven't figured out the situation yet. It is always assumed that the order prior to the Day of Awakening will continue to be perpetuated and that one can still rely on morality to kidnap others. Su Meng is such a person. She should have burned high incense if Su Qing hadn't come after her, but she didn't expect her to actually dare to make threats. No matter what, if you have millions of fans. Panda turned into 2 halves as usual with a claw. Fans are coming to get revenge on Su Qing? Su Qing could only say, I can't wait. Just the thing to provide him with some more fodder. But today my spiritual power is still too weak. As Su Qing walked along, he felt the pressure faintly coming from his sea of consciousness and frowned. Just by enslaving these less than 10 units, he actually felt the pressure already. As he deduced it, today he'd enslave at most another dozen or so normal units. It was a fool's errand to try to enslave another S-ranked unit. At the most, he could not afford to enslave an A-ranked unit anymore, and he would not be able to afford it. His abilities can be tied to his mental powers. If he had the mental strength in his previous life, it wouldn't be a problem for him to enslave hundreds of thousands of undead casually. It seems like we need to raise our cultivation level as soon as possible to obtain stronger spiritual power. Other than that, it's time to find a spiritual cultivation technique to practice. The Su Qing of his previous life naturally had cultivation techniques, but those techniques could only be considered second-rate. With today's Su Qing's eyesight, it was already a bit hard to see. It was troublesome to want to switch cultivation after Gongfu cultivation. After crossing over, Su Qing's goal became the strongest in the blue star, and to cultivate he would have to cultivate top-level techniques. Cultivation techniques are hard to come by, but there seems to be a top-tier technique that came out in a previous life in the next-door city of C, so you can go and take a look afterward. Hisses. As he thought about it, a black-mottled black snake snapped out from the side of the road and took a bite at Su Qing. It was as swift as black lightning, and the fangs in its mouth had already begun to spray venom in mid-air. When the venom touched the air, it actually emitted a corrosive air-like ZZ sound. Su Qing's expression remained unchanged, seemingly unaware of the attack. But beside him, Number 1 lashed out. Number 1 opened his mouth and the flames spread. It directly enveloped the venom and the black snake, turning it into a pile of charcoal in an instant. Number 1's awakened flame-based ability was outstanding, and the air seemed to have gotten a little hotter. Number 1 hit too hard. Looking at the charcoal on the ground, Su Qing shook his head with a calm expression. Danger may be encountered everywhere after the Day of Awakening. This one should be a black mamba that had awakened its poison ability. If another person had come, this bite would have killed him. But now that Su Qing was surrounded by powerful undead, making a move against him would be suicidal. Too bad. This black mamba would be a good one to enslave too. But it's been made into coal by Number 1, and even his death ray can't resurrect it. Even if they come back to life, they'll just be skeletons with all their poison abilities gone. But it's good. Such monsters are estimated to be B-ranked, and I don't have a spare spot to enslave them anymore. The rest of the position he would leave to the monster. The surrounding crowd was chaotic, and not many people cared about Su Qing's movements. The main reason was that the scene was just too chaotic right now. Su Qing could be sneak attacked even when he was walking on the road. So one could imagine what happened to the others. All the animals ran out. The newly awakened animals were far above humans in strength. People who are targeted by animals are almost defenseless. You all go and bring the animals back wounded. With a wave of Su Qing's raised hand, the few undead pandas under his command scattered out. The strength of these pandas were all at the level of a party hegemon, and it would be a bit of a waste for them all to follow him. Might as well be sent out to capture animals. The activity range of these undead enslaved by Su Qing was now roughly around 1 kilometer around Su Qing. With the density of monsters in the zoo right now, it's perfectly adequate. By letting them capture the animals back, and then letting Panda kill them to trigger the Thai eating, they could quickly boost Su Qing's strength. Su Qing himself, on the other hand, was walking in another direction. He remembered that the creature that had caused him to break an arm in his previous life was over there, and he had never found a good opportunity to get revenge in his previous life. In this life, he would turn them into his enslaved undead. Sweeping along, Su Qing quickly arrived at his destination, an aviary. The aviary is open, yet there are only 2 doors for access. A large number of people crowded the doorway, scrambling toward the outside. The originally strong windows had been broken by now, and a number of bird monsters flew out in a panic. Su Qing directly let Panda jump into the interior of the arena on his back. Today, this aviary has only one peregrine falcon covered in basalt black. Its eyes were sharp as if they were blades, and the hairs on its body glowed with a cold aura one by one, like steel. It even had grotesque horns growing out of its head. This peregrine falcon had a heavy killing intent and was surprisingly fast. Also had an owl clutched underneath him, but the owl's head had been pecked through a bloody hole, and its body drooped helplessly. In its vicinity, many other newly awakened bird monsters were tragically killed. To the peregrine falcon, humans were weak and could only be considered its food, and those same kinds are competitors. It will never allow its own kind to encroach on its territory. That's it. Su Qing looked at the peregrine falcon and stared. The peregrine falcon that had chopped off one of Su Qing's arms in his previous life. The peregrine falcon lowered its head and pecked at the owl's head twice, something red and white staining its pointed beak. It didn't take long for it to raise its head, cruising around like he was scrutinizing his territory. It was very satisfied as it looked at its kind that had all been driven away. A long cry of sworn victory escaped from his head. Fresh. The shrill chirping caused many people to cover their ears. Instead, several people stepped forward. It's now. It just dealt with that owl consuming a lot. Everyone together. In the middle of the crowd, a few young people stood out. They had more or less awakened some talents with combat abilities in them, and saw the right moment to launch an attack. The leader was a physically tall young man, still wearing his tracksuit. He quickly ran towards the peregrine falcon, his body's muscle mass rippling. Arriving at the peregrine falcon, he threw a punch. Flame fist. A flash of red light lit up from his arm, and the next moment the flames rose and the temperature around him was much higher. Blinding. Power increase. Waterblade. Everyone else's people also used all their means to make join him in attacking towards the peregrine falcon. It's Hu Yifan. Su Qing, who was not far away, watched the scene, his eyes revealing memories. In his last life, he had no combat power at this point in time and could only be forced to flee. It was the peregrine falcon that used a ranged damage after Hu Yifan and the others launched their attack, which cut off his arm. However, he didn't hold any grudges against these people. If they hadn't stood up to the peregrine falcon, he might have been killed by the peregrine falcon long ago. Battlefield. The peregrine falcon only had disdain in his eyes when he faced Hu Yifan's inevitable strike. It spread its wings and in the next moment it had disappeared from in front of Hu Yifan. Hu Yifan couldn't help but have a bewildered look on his face as his blow fell short. The newly awakened man had no combat experience. When had he ever encountered such a scene? But he reacted quickly, and in the next moment, his face changed drastically as he looked around vigilantly. Chapter 5, Killing the Peregrine Falcon. Out of Hu Yifan's expectation, the peregrine falcon did not launch a counterattack against him. It flew high in the air, just enough to block out the sun's light. The sunlight passed through between its feathers, making Hu Yifan feel as if he had seen the legendary 9 heavenly birds. But at this moment, there was nothing of the nobility of a divine bird in the peregrine falcon's eyes. Instead, it was as playful as a cat playing with a mouse. Fuzzy. The peregrine falcon's figure disappeared again, and Hu Yifan could only see a faint black shadow sweeping past. The black shadow lunged straight at a human on the ground, the very same companion who had just used a long-range attack. Get out of the way! Hu Yifan desperately shouted, hoping to alert his companions. But obviously he was a step too slow. The peregrine falcon was like a bolt of black lightning, swinging out with a claw in a flash. The man's chest suddenly had several more wounds that were deep enough to be seen on the bone. The intense pain caused him to fall to the ground and wail in agony. no longer able to fight. When the others saw this, they couldn't help but feel fearful and fled in all directions. They had been a haphazardly formed team that had thought they could easily take care of the peregrine falcons that were tired after the big battle. Where did they think that this peregrine falcon would actually be so brave and solve one of their companions in a single glance? Will they themselves be the next to be attacked? They are afraid and are discouraged. Hu Yifan, on the other hand, was enraged, and he would never allow the peregrine falcon to cause any more casualties. Suffer death. Hu Yifan roared and rushed up. The fist in his hand swung again, a few more points more powerful than just a moment ago. Su Qing shook his head. Incompetent rage would only allow his opponent to find more cracks. He stepped forward. Beside him, Panda scurried out, and in the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed Hu Yifan, aggressively heading towards the peregrine falcon that had just swooped down to attack, and had not yet lifted off into the air. The peregrine falcon sensed Panda's attack, felt bad, and hastened to speed up and lift off. While speed wasn't something Panda excelled at, he was by no means slow. Plus, with its surprise attack, the peregrine falcon was still caught in a claw. In a flash, the feathers on its body soared, carrying traces of blood. Nico! The peregrine falcon managed to lift off and hissed somewhat fearfully, looking warily at Panda. The wounds on its body told it that Panda was by no means an ordinary character. So fast, Su Qing complimented as he arrived in front of Hu Yifan. The peregrine falcon's strength was estimated to be around a rank. However, its speed with the flight ability could almost rival that of a SS-level overlord. This might make a good scout. Hu Yifan, who was on the side, watched Su Qing approach and thought that he was here to help, and hurriedly shouted, "Brothers, be careful. These two strengths are not bad. While they kill each other, let us leave first." Saying that, he ran to his teammate who had just been sneak attacked by the peregrine falcon and picked him up on his back, wanting to take him away. You can't go far in a chaotic world with a drag. Looking at this scene, remembering that Hu Yifan had helped him in his last life, Su Qing kindly reminded him. Hu Yifan sniffed and shook his head. How can you say that? Isn't it more important for everyone to help each other in a chaotic world? Today I helped him, and in the future he might save my life as well. We can only go farther if we help each other. Su Qing shook his head and didn't say any more. Hu Yifan was a little too naive in his thinking. Maybe if we really follow what he says, mankind can really go further. But the changing of hearts has made the kind of time together he talks about only possible in his dreams. Maybe the person you save one moment can stab you in the back of the heart for a piece of food the next. Su Qing had seen too many such scenes in his last life. Loneliness is the norm in this situation. In Su Qing's opinion, those teammates who had just left Hu Yifan behind were more adapted to the chaotic world than Hu Yifan. Panda, use gravity. Su Qing turned his head to look at Panda in the field and gave the order. As a natural disaster, Panda, in addition to being extremely powerful, was born with a mastery of the four powers of gravity, Thai eating, berserk, and thunder. Thai food had been used before and could allow Panda to quickly raise his cultivation level. Berserk, on the other hand, allows it to increase its strength again for a short period of time. Thunder could give it the power to control the weather. But with Panda's current cultivation level, it was very reluctant to use this move. Gravity, on the other hand, is a regular attack, and the gravity trick works especially well for bird monsters. Panda obeyed, stretching out his black and white bear claws and holding them in a false grip in midair. As if grasping something, the peregrine falcon in the air watched its movements with an uneasy heart, but it was a bit reluctant to let it escape. After all, it had only just become the overlord of this area. Did it have to hold its head and run away when a provocateur came? It really can't pull that off. And in the moment it hesitated, it had already missed its last chance to escape. Panda pulled downward with both claws as if to pull down the sky. The peregrine falcon in the air only felt a heavy weight on its body, and its already injured body could no longer maintain its balance and fell straight down. Roar! Panda hissed and rode out the attack just in time to intercept the falling peregrine falcon. Flying sand rolled and sharp claws crossed the sky. Panda slaps out a claw. This claw seemed to tear the air apart. As Su Qing's realm rose, Panda's strength followed suit. Compared to when it had just awakened, its strength had risen another notch. The peregrine falcon felt the killing intent brought by this grasp and let out a mournful cry, knowing that there was no way to escape, and that death was already approaching towards it. It didn't give up the fight. The ferocious killing intent in his eyes flashed, and the peregrine falcon released his most powerful move. It was seen curling its body in the air, with its feathers standing upside down. The next moment, that one feather shot out, like a torrential downpour of pears all over the arena. That's the trick. Su Qing's eyes narrowed. In his last life, it was this move that chopped off his arm. At that time, he had no room for resistance and could only flee in a sorry state. And today it's different. One of his death rays shot out and shone on a previously dead corpse on the ground. In the next moment, the corpse rose from the ground in a flying leap and blocked in front of him, deflecting all these feathers. The corpse that Su Qing had picked was a large bird-like monster with an okay body strength that managed to block the move. And the feathers that slashed past him gently scraped against the steel railing on one side, actually slicing right through it. Holy! Hu Yifan, who was waving his flaming fists to fight off the scene, couldn't help but explode with foul language as his eyes went straight at the sight. His strength was considered top tier amongst the group of them, but he had to put his best foot forward to resist the feathers. And Su Qing actually blocked these attacks so lightly. Was this still human? Recalling that Panda immediately made the corresponding move after Su Qing gave the order just now. Could it be that Panda was also under his control? It seemed to validate his suspicions. By the time the feather attack subsided, the peregrine falcon had already been slapped to death. Panda took the peregrine falcon's corpse step by step to Su Qing and bent his head to offer the peregrine falcon. It's like a courtier who offers his treasure to the king. Panda's extremely explosive body and his bowed down appearance were extremely contrasting, making Hu Yifan feel an unreal sense of being in a dream. Chapter 6: White Tiger Snatching Food. Looking at Panda's appearance, Hu Yifan's jaw dropped, half speechless. This panda that was like a demonic god was actually really a creature that Su Qing had enslaved? Su Qing's face was indifferent. The reminder he had just given to Hu Yifan had already exhausted his patience. He didn't have the leisure to talk to Hu Yifan anymore. Light of death. Another death ray struck out. Full of death like the light shining out from the underworld shot out, enveloping the peregrine falcon in Panda's hand. In the next moment, the peregrine falcon, which had already been torn apart, opened its eyes violently. The pupils of his eyes were already gray and black. The peregrine falcon opened its mouth and let out a cry, as if celebrating its new life. It was also as if he was showing submission to Su Qing. It flew high into the air, still as swift as ever, and circled around in the air before landing back on Su Qing's shoulder. Good bird. I'll call you Yufeng from now on. Su Qing was satisfied with the peregrine falcon's name. It's going to be a lot easier in a lot of cases with UFO. The Wu Feng, who was known for its speed, could not only scout for him, but also help him explore the secret realm or seize treasures. It could also interfere with opponents during battle. And with its speed, even S-class creatures would never dare to ignore it. Definitely a good henchman. You go help number one and the others too. You won't be needed here for a while. Su Qing shook his shoulders, and Wu Feng obeyed, directly flying out of the arena's window in a single bound. Witnessing this scene with his own eyes, Hu Yifan was even more shaken. Rise from the dead. How could anyone possess such a skill? Moreover, after being reborn, Wu Feng had obviously become Su Qing's subordinate, following his orders. Was that monster-like giant panda taken in like that? Hu Yifan's thoughts in his head for a moment were like a muddle. So much had happened today that his mind was about to spin. But soon, another point occurred to him. Su Qing was so strong. As long as he helped, wouldn't it be easy to escape from here? Even, he could have shielded the entire zoo. When he read this, he looked at Su Qing, only to find that Su Qing was already preparing to leave. This brother, wait a moment. Hu Yifan rushed forward to call out to Su Qing. You're the strongest human I've ever seen. And now that there are so many monsters out there, I'm afraid it's hard for me alone to protect the others. Before he could finish his sentence, he was already interrupted by Su Qing. You want me to protect you guys? Su Qing's voice was ice cold, like it didn't have the slightest bit of emotion. The cold voice made Hu Yifan freeze, suddenly recalling Su Qing's previous admonition to himself. You don't get far in a chaotic world with a drag. Would anyone who could say such a thing really take them? Hu Yifan hesitated for a moment and gritted his teeth. Yes, if you promise, brother, I can pay you $500,000. Get out. Su Qing was about to be made to laugh. Money is nothing but a pile of waste paper when the order of the world collapses. Not to mention $500,000, even if it was $5 million, $50 million, Su Qing wouldn't give it a second glance. Hu Yifan was still a bit reluctant, and went forward to still try to retain Su Qing, but Panda's mountainous figure stopped directly in front of him. Hu Yifan looked at Su Qing, but only saw a back. Somewhat reluctantly, he lifted his hand, but in the end, he didn't hold it back. $500,000 was already the limit of what he could take out. Any more and he couldn't afford it. The image of Su Qing killing the peregrine falcon just now was still fresh in his mind. He was afraid that if he really angered Su Qing, he would be slapped to death by Panda. As they walked out of the gate, everyone made way for Su Qing for fear of being affected. Su Qing's afterglow glanced at Hu Yifan, who was still a bit reluctant. I wonder how far this righteous awakened man will go in the future. When it's a matter of life and death, will he still be able to hold on to his heart? With a light laugh, Su Qing walked out the door. Just in time, number one came over with a few half-dead monsters. When Su Qing counted, there were a total of 8, mostly fierce beasts. These were the top-ranked animals in the zoo in terms of strength. But with number 1 strength, it was easy to deal with them. Every panda of the Panda Undead Legion was an extremely terrifying existence out there. Do it, Panda. Su Qing gave the order. And behind him, Panda immediately rushed up impatiently. Panda, the symbol of calamity, has an extreme desire to kill in his heart. Even after becoming undead, the killing fire in its heart remained unquenched. If it wasn't for Su Qing, I'm afraid it would have already started slaughtering. A claw slashed through the body of a cheetah. Between the sprays of blood, Su Qing felt that his strength had refined a bit more. These monsters had already been beaten by number 1 to the point of no resistance. And at this point, they could only watch as they were killed by Panda. After a few minutes, Panda stopped moving. The 8 monsters that had just been brought in by number 1 had been turned into sustenance as much as possible. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Su Qing felt some pity. After conquering Wu Feng, his spiritual power was already occupied and he couldn't use the light of death anymore. Otherwise these monsters are good henchmen. It's time to get a copy of the feat as soon as possible. Su Qing burned all these corpses with a handful of fire. After devouring these 8 monsters, he felt that his strength was close to breaking through. It was estimated that another 70 or 80 monsters would be devoured before they could break through. According to Su Qing's thoughts, the best case scenario would be to complete the breakthrough within today. If he was able to make a successful breakthrough within today, his strength would definitely be riding high, far surpassing the other awakened. Imagine, while others were still working hard to break through the second stage of the primary awakened, he had already begun to impact the 4th stage of the primary awakened. Combined with his talent and experience from his previous life, I'm afraid no one will be his match. However, Su Qing knew that this was only temporary, and when those true lineages accepted the awakening setting afterward, they would quickly catch up. Never underestimate these families. Not only do they have money, they also have a large number of diehards in their hands. Countless people sold their lives for them, helping them explore the secret realm and search for opportunities. In such a case, their cultivation would grow by leaps and bounds. In the previous life, half of the 8 emperors of the Blue Star were from worldly families. It was still very difficult for Su Qing to maintain the advantage, and it was a fool's errand to try to suppress them by relying solely on a small lead in the early stages. But the good thing was that Su Qing, who had been reborn and returned, knew quite a few secrets, which would become his underpinnings and help him grow quickly. It gave him the backbone to fight against those top-tier heavenly prides and monsters, and even suppress them. Nico! Just then, an ear-piercing sound of a bird chirping came. Su Qing looked up, and the visitor was none other than the Wu Feng that he had only recently taken in. Wu Feng quickly landed on his shoulder, her voice twanging sharply as she told him something. You mean to tell me that a white tiger was encountered and snatched your prey? Su Qing narrowed his eyes as he listened. Chapter 7 Battle. Cool. Su Qing didn't realize that there were actually hidden dragons and crouching tigers within this small zoo. He hadn't heard of any white tiger rebellion in his previous life. But when you think about it, it's normal. In his previous life, without Su Qing to suppress him, Panda had already begun to kill big at this time. And this white tiger might have been one of the prey killed by him. So naturally there was nothing prestigious to spread out. Ow ow ow. Hearing Wu Feng's description, Panda howled with some urgency. Just killing 8 already beaten monsters didn't even get him over the edge. At this time, the killing soul in his heart had long been ignited. And when he heard that someone actually dared to take food from his little brother, he couldn't help but be a little agitated. You're still really belligerent. Su Qing looked at the leaping panda, but did not stop him. He also wanted to see who dared to touch his prey. Raising his hand for Yufeng to lead the way, he led Panda forward with number 1. Behind him, Hu Yifan, who had been paying attention to Su Qing's movements, looked at his departing back with complicated eyes. He had just witnessed Su Qing's ferocity, and he had actually enslaved a giant panda. Not knowing the strength of number 1, he thought that number 1 was a monster like Panda. How many monsters has he mastered? Is it hard to believe that the entire zoo of pandas has been enslaved by him? How strong should he be then? Hu Yifan doesn't know, but just thinking about it made him feel shaky. I'm afraid that this indifferent fellow will become an extraordinary character, Hu Yifan muttered. The companion on his back suddenly groaned, which brought him back to his senses quickly. Feeling his companion's faint breath of life, Hu Yifan was anxious and looked at the surrounding crowd. Folks, have you awakened the healing talent? My friend is dying. Can you save him? The crowd didn't move. Some people's eyes flickered, but in the end, they didn't come forward. At this time, none of them wanted to be the one to stand out. Please everyone, I'm willing to protect your safety and take you with me to escape if anyone can save him. Now some of them are a little ticked off. They had all seen Hu Yifan's strength, and although it wasn't as good as Su Qing's, it was definitely a top-tier fighting force among them. If he had him with him, the probability of being able to escape safely would undoubtedly be greatly increased. I've awakened the healing droplet. I can heal him. Finally, someone stepped forward. A shot of healing droplets dripped onto the dying companion behind Hu Yifan, and the injuries on his companion instantly got a little better. Seeing this, Hu Yifan breathed a sigh of relief while his eyes looked in the direction that Su Qing had left. See, he's on the right path, and only by working together can we go farther. You can't do great things alone. As the saying goes, there is strength in numbers. No matter how strong you are, in the end, 2 fists can't beat 4 hands. Roar! A strong whine spread across the land. The voice contained full power, and the air seemed to ripple. Inside the lawn of the zoo, several giant pandas are surrounding a snow-white-eyed tiger. The tiger is strong and powerful, and carries an inexplicable sharpness about it. Standing there, it was as if it was a rushing blade. There were dozens of other awakened animals near it. It looked like it should be the animals that number 2 and the others had collected for Su Qing. What a sharp aura! Su Qing half squinted his eyes, feeling the aura emanating from the white tiger. In mythology, the white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts of heaven and earth, and is in charge of the western Gungjin Shi. Gungjin governs killing, so the white tiger is also known as the most powerful divine beast in terms of killing energy. Now the white tiger in this zoo seems to have a few similarities. Of course, at this time, it was definitely far inferior to the 4 divine beasts, but if it grew up in the future, it might not be without a chance to become that kind of existence. Ow! On the sidelines, Panda listened to the white tiger's hiss and responded. I could tell he really wanted to fight. Panda, go fix it. Su Qing finally gave the order. Panda, who had been impatient for a long time, had already rushed up at the first time, and his claws slapped out without hesitation, coming to blows with the white tiger. The white tiger was full of killing intent, not flickering or avoiding, directly sparring with it. Touch! A dull sound rang out as wind pressure violently crisscrossed from the sharp claws of the 2 sparring. A ripple like sword chi spread out, and wherever it passed, a large area of sand and dust rose. The grass and trees on the ground were wrapped up in this storm and actually directly chopped off and turned into ashes. Primordial second turn. Su Qing was somewhat surprised. He sort of knew why several pandas were actually surrounding a white tiger. It turned out that its strength had actually reached the same initial stage second turn as Su Qing. As for Su Qing's panda army, other than Panda, all the other pandas were still at the first turn of the primordial order. Being 1 realm higher, the pandas were naturally no match for them. And Su Qing also roughly judged the talent level of this white tiger. It should be as S as number 1 and the rest of them. With an S-ranked talent, touching Panda would only result in being crushed. As expected, after a sparring move, this white tiger's figure flew directly backwards, tumbling a few times, and finally coming to rest under a wall. It spat out blood uncontrollably from its mouth, and the crimson blood dyed the beautiful white tiger red, making it look even more ferocious. But to Su Qing's surprise, Panda's hand was actually injured as well. Several claw marks appeared on top of Panda's arm, and 2 drops of inky blood belonging to the undead dripped out. It seems that I have underestimated you. Su Qing looked at the white tiger with some more examination in his gaze. You know, before, we couldn't even penetrate Panda's skin with bullets, and this white tiger actually left a few scratches on Panda's hands. This was enough to show how penetrating white tiger's attacks were. On the field, the injured panda was even more motivated to fight. At the moment, it had one thought left in its mind. Fight. Cool. It was to be this kind of evenly matched battle that would inspire the fighting spirit in Panda's heart on a deeper level. Ow ow ow. Panda hissed, his already powerful aura growing even stronger. The body seemed like a mountain crashing into the white tiger. White tiger had already discovered Panda's toughness when they fought earlier, but it was also a fighting maniac, and at this point, mad as hell. It directly ignored it and rushed towards Panda. The sharp aura on its body was even more terrifying after the injury, seeming to tear the sky apart. Just like that, an unprecedented battle erupted between a tiger and a bear. Blood soared between the two, and the air was filled with a faint smell of blood. The other pandas looked at this scene in front of them, and none of them did anything. They know that Panda will be victorious in the end. This white tiger will soon be reduced to a mess of rotten meat. Just a short distance away, inside a building, several pairs of eyes stared intently at the battle over here, fearing that they would miss any details. A student shouted with some excitement, "Teacher, that person seems to be Su Qing." Chapter 8 The Thundering. Shimmering clouds are the bulging robes of my body. The battle continues. White tiger is really good. It was much stronger than the average S-level monster. Even if the other pandas had their strength elevated to the second stage of the primary order, it was estimated that they wouldn't be his opponent. If I had to rate him, I'd probably rate him an S+, but that's still not enough in front of a natural disaster level pandas. After a few fist-to-flesh collisions, The white tiger was bruised and battered. But even so, the desire to fight was still burning in its eyes. As the battle continued, Su Qing even felt that the aura on his body was getting stronger and stronger. Continuous gain class talent? Looking at this scene, Su Qing secretly guessed. This type of talent is not strong at the start of a battle, but will become increasingly terrifying after a sustained fight. Nowadays, the white tiger's aura had almost reached the peak of the second stage of the primary order, even higher than Panda's cultivation. Bang! After another collision, Panda's claws left a deep scar on the white tiger's waist and stomach area. The injuries were so horrible that you could almost see the white tiger's internal organs. Roar! This time there was finally more pain in the white tiger's roar. It raised its head, its large tiger head full of defiance. I thought that after awakening I would be able to fight all over the world, but I didn't expect to be stopped by a giant panda in the district before I could get out of the zoo. Is he really that weak? Consciousness faded, and white tiger felt his body's functions weakening. Is this the end? Looking at Panda, who stood there like a demonic god, the white tiger felt a pang of pain in his heart. Did he put his best foot forward and actually not inflict any fatal wounds on Panda? Even the damage it caused was not even a flesh wound, and it was already healing. Eyes gradually closing, the white tiger truly felt his life was about to die. No, can't just die like that. At the last moment, the white tiger jerked its head up, dragging his body, which was almost broken in two. He stood up again. Even if he had to die, he would make this arrogant panda pay. Talent, backwater, maximum power operation, focusing all the power in his body. The white tiger opened its mouth and roared violently. Roar! The tiger's roar brought a huge sound wave like a cannonball that hit Panda, causing it to be knocked back 2 steps as well. Panda, who was waiting for the white tiger to die, was stunned. This white tiger actually had the strength to resist? Feeling the strong battle intent emanating from the white tiger, Panda was also infected. Ow! It let out a roar as well, as if it wanted to tear this white tiger that provoked it right into pieces. Su Qing, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, saw the slight movement of his eyes. This white tiger's strength actually broke through to the third stage of the primary stage. It was only a temporary breakthrough, but it was amazing enough. Well, Su Qing said 3 good things in a row. The will of this white tiger, he recognized. In that case, let's use the strongest move to finish him off. Panda, use thunder. Thunder, Panda's strongest move. The power to influence the weather was something that even Panda could barely use. Roar! Panda obeyed the order and leapt with all his might, flying high into the air. Above the sky, a few dark clouds appeared at some point in the sky that had just been blue. It was like a cloak that splintered and bulged over Panda's body, giving an endless sense of oppression. The white tiger, who had already gathered the strength of his entire body and was ready to fight to the death, saw this and his eyes were grave. Panda actually has this kind of power. It seemed that the fight with him just now was just child's play for Panda. I'm afraid. But now, he had forced out Panda's true strength, cracking gold and breaking rocks. The white tiger's paw swung. A chop that tore through the air was issued, and the air emitted a piercing buzz. This move is strong enough to kill any creature on the field except Panda Su Qing. Even the other undead pandas under Su Qing's command were by no means its opponents. Can Panda handle it? The white tiger's eyes looked into the air, and that move just now had used up all of its stamina. Its life breath was weakening, and even if no one attacked it again, it was bound to die. Now it wants to see how Panda responds to this move. This is the pillar that holds it up before it faints. With such a terrifying strike, even if Panda was no matter how powerful he was, I'm afraid he would be seriously injured. Right? With anticipation in its eyes, the white tiger saw an image that it would never forget. Boom! The dark clouds floating in the air suddenly descended with a bolt of lightning, blinding white light illuminating the sky. In the blink of an eye, thunder spread all over Panda's body. At this moment, it was like a thunder god, and silver-white arcs of electricity also lit up in its gray-black eyes. It just wrapped the power of heaven and earth thunder and rushed directly toward the white tiger on the ground. During this time, the white tiger sends out a stance that cracks gold and crumbles rocks to meet with it. But it didn't stop Panda's figure for a second. Boom boom boom. Its body cut across the sky and actually made a rumbling thunderous sound. At this moment, he transformed into thunder. Still losing? There was some sadness in the white tiger's gaze towards Panda. Its last masterpiece was actually crushed easily by Panda as well. Bang! Panda slammed down hard. It directly blasted the white tiger on the ground into a field of broken pieces. It still had no mood swings in its gaze. To Panda, the white tiger was nothing more than a slightly more powerful ant. It couldn't make half the waves in his mind. Thunder is really something. Su Qing sighed. Panda was only at the second stage of the primary order at this time, and by using thunder he was able to crush the white tiger that had already reached the third stage of the primary order. Such intensity was even fiercer than his previous life's initial stage 4. In the future, this move would become even more brutal as his cultivation became stronger. At this point the thunder could only induce a few dark clouds and create a small flash of lightning. When he was strong enough later, the entire sky would be shrouded under thunderclouds once Panda appeared. The rushing thunder would light up the sky as if it were day. And the furious lightning would strike down every opponent who dared to go against Su Qing. That's a real natural disaster. At the same time, Su Qing also felt that the cultivation within his body had grown by a large margin all of a sudden. The white tiger was strong and provided him with more strength. Su Qing estimated that this one white tiger was almost worth 40 to 50 monsters. I wonder if this has something to do with the fact that white tiger forced his cultivation at the last moment. In short, nowadays, Su Qing only needed to devour about 30 more monsters to advance. His eyes went to the shivering monsters. They were all monsters that number 2 and the others had just captured. And although the white tiger had intercepted and killed some of them, there were still 20 to 30 of them left. You might be able to advance after taking them all out. Su Qing still wanted to advance as soon as possible, raise his spiritual power, and try to see if he could bring the white tiger back to life. The white tiger was so powerful, if he succeeded in turning him into an undead, he would have another great general under his command. Su Qing! Su Qing! Just as Su Qing asked Panda to kill the monster on the ground, a voice that felt familiar to him came from the distance. He looked up to see a group of excited-looking teenagers rushing over. A hawk-nosed man with a beard followed them, also walking slowly. Chapter 9, Encountering Classmates. Wang Yitao? Su Qing looked towards the student who had rushed to the front. This was the very same classmate who stood beside him when he was just reborn, and Su Qing vaguely remembered his name. Behind him, naturally, were Su Qing's other classmates. The hawk-nosed man in the back was his teacher, Tu Hong. This time it was him who brought Su Qing's class out for a spring trip. And if Su Qing remembered correctly, it seemed like something bad had happened. Holy, Su Qing, you're also too fierce. Before I saw you get up and run away I was worried about you. But it turns out that your kid is actually that strong. Wow. Just now this white tiger was so powerful, but it was actually solved by you in 2 hits. Su Qing, you're too powerful. Let's see. Is this giant panda your summoned object? Su Qing? This arm. It's absolutely amazing. The crowd gathered around and looked at Su Qing with excitement. They had all just been trembling under the aftermath of the white tiger's power. But they didn't expect that in a moment's time, the white tiger that had caused them to feel fear would be easily resolved by Su Qing. The end of the world had just descended, and the teenagers were so simple-minded that they only thought Su Qing was powerful. At this moment, they were all looking at Su Qing with little stars in their eyes. Some of the girls even directly made secret glances and threw winks at Su Qing. And Tu Hong, who was following behind with calculations flashing in his eyes, also laughed with the crowd. He never thought that the obscure Su Qing in his class would actually become so terrifying. Perhaps, I'm afraid that even if all of his party were together, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. This made Tu Hong very excited. Tu Hong's ability is Juju, which allows him to influence the minds of others through conversation. The weaker the willpower, the easier it is to be influenced. With his knowledge of Su Qing, he would soon be able to turn him into his own fighter. Su Qing, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. It seems like you must have awakened a very powerful talent, right? Tu Hong took a few steps forward and walked from the end of the crowd to Su Qing, reaching out and trying to pat his shoulder. But Su Qing took half a step back and dodged without moving. Generally, mostly luck. Looking at Su Qing's cold expression, Tu Hong froze. He remembered that Su Qing wasn't quite obedient before. How did she suddenly become so cold? If Su Qing dared to throw him a look, Tu Hong would definitely teach Su Qing a good lesson. However, at this moment, Su Qing's strength was too strong, and he didn't want to make a scene, so he pretended not to notice Su Qing's coldness and continued. By the way, Su Qing, do you have any plans for your life afterward? If not, come with us and leave the zoo first. It's too dangerous here. No, I'm going to take a stroll through the zoo next. That's fine. We'll just follow you around and leave the zoo when you're done shopping. Tu Hong knew that Su Qing wasn't good at rejecting people, and with these words from himself, matched with his own ability, Su Qing would definitely not refuse. Maybe he would even just abandon his original plan and take them out first in order to keep himself and the others from waiting more. Su Qing, you still have to stroll in the zoo. What? Now the zoo is full of monsters. Or not, or go first. That's right. Get to a safe place first and ask for help from the officials. They're sure to respond quickly. The students heard Su Qing and Tu Hong's conversation and agreed. The zoo had left too many shadows on them. They really didn't want to stay any longer. It had to be said that Tu Hong had a perfect grasp of Su Qing's psychology. If the Su Qing of his previous life had encountered this kind of scene, he would have agreed to escort the crowd out of the zoo on the spot. But the Su Qing he knew was just the old Su Qing. After several years of training in the end times, Su Qing's heart had long been as solid as a rock. Even if all the people were to die in front of him right now, he wouldn't have the slightest fluctuation of emotion. When did I promise to let you follow me? Su Qing's indifferent rhetorical question caused Tu Hong to freeze. What's going on? How does this Su Qing feel not affected by his ability at all? Everyone else froze. What does Su Chang mean? Are you leaving without them? None of them had thought that Su Chang would be the one to answer like this. But Tu Hong was worthy of being a veteran, and quickly reacted, looking for a remedy. Indeed, the zoo is too dangerous right now, and it's really troublesome for us to follow, so we'll just hide here for a while, and you can just call us when you want to leave. As he said this, he ran his ability to maximum power, bound to control Su Qing. Su Qing shook his head. Just as Panda had also killed all the monsters on the ground, he directly beckoned towards Panda to come over. Panda's majestic body discouraged many people for fear of being injured by mistake. With the strength that Panda had shown before, they were afraid that they would be injured if they rubbed against it, and die if they touched it. Looking at Panda, whose body was covered in blood, Tu Hong's eyes showed undisguised greed. It's this giant panda that has as much greatness as a heavenly god. If he could control it, he himself would be invincible. Su Qing, why don't you let this giant panda protect us first? Otherwise I'm afraid we'll be in danger if our fighting strength is too weak. Dangerous indeed. Tu Hong's heart rejoiced. Had his woozy sound finally taken effect? Before he could be happy for too long, Su Qing smiled faintly. Why don't I just finish you off, teacher, so that I don't have to live my life in fear? What? Tu Hong froze, and Panda's bear claws had instantly penetrated his chest. Feeling his life rapidly passing, he looked at Su Qing incredulously. How could he not expect why Su Qing would make a move against him? There's obviously no grudge between them? Hasn't Su Qing always been an obedient and good student? Teacher, you don't think that I won't be able to discover that little talent of yours, do you? Su Qing's words caused Tu Hong's heart to shake. Eventually the body slowly collapsed. He had thought about Su Chang not being under his control, but he hadn't thought that Su Chang would actually be able to detect his talent. Su Qing's eyes did not change in the slightest, and he just watched faintly as Tu Hong collapsed to the ground with wide eyes. Death is not an option. Su Qing had felt it long ago. When he had just conversed with Tu Hong, he had been unleashing his abilities all the time, trying to control himself for his use. It wasn't just Su Qing. All the other students had long since been controlled by Miramar. Su Qing in his previous life had been controlled and worked for Tu Hong. As a teacher, Tu Hong has been using them as tools. No one knows the number of students who died defending him from the knife. Su Qing had also escaped his grasp only because he had later cultivated his gungfu and his spiritual power had increased. If it wasn't for the fact that Su Qing's ability in his previous life didn't have much frontal combat ability, I'm afraid that he would have been used as cannon fodder as well. Now, Su Qing's mind was firm and his cultivation level was still higher than Tu Hong's. So naturally, he would not be controlled. The strength increase is so little, it's really better to kill monsters more cost-effectively. Su Qing shook his head as he felt the almost unchanged cultivation within his body. At this rate of growth, I'm afraid it would take 10 kills to match one monster. Tu Hong died, and Su Qing didn't have the idea of turning him into an undead. For one thing, he didn't have any extra mental energy to use for control at the moment. The second is that the ability to paint red is too much of a chicken for him. Instead of compelling the opponent with words, it would be better to just fire a death ray. The control of the woozy sound can be counteracted and there is always the risk of it getting out of control. On top of that, there are many restrictions. On the other hand, Su Qing's light of death was to completely turn the target into his slave. Telling him to go east, he would never go west. Of course, the trigger conditions for the light of death were even tougher compared to the worm, requiring a dead object to cast it. But for the Su Qing of today, wanting to kill someone was simply not too simple. The students present watched Tu Hong fall to the ground with some bewilderment in their eyes. Slowly, they also awoke from their controlled state, and the gazes they looked at Su Qing were filled with horror. Chapter 10 Promotion to the third stage of the primary order. Su Qing, what did you do? Why did you do it to the teacher? Everyone run. Su Qing is crazy. You murderer. The many students let out a commotion, all looking at Su Qing with horrified eyes. They didn't even notice Tu Hong's control over them, and at this moment, they only felt that Su Qing had gone crazy. However, there were still a few people who sensed that something was wrong and looked at Su Qing with somewhat complicated eyes. Everyone stop arguing. Su Qing helped us. Wang Yitao was one of the people who sensed something was wrong. What he had awakened was also a spirit-type fluctuation, and he was more sensitive to this aspect. Crossing over Tu Hong's corpse, he walked to the center of the crowd and explained to the crowd. It was Su Qing who saved us all just now. Before that we were all controlled by Tu Hong. The crowd didn't believe his explanation at all, and some even screamed and cursed. What kind of are you talking about? In order to curry favor with Su Qing, why Nitao you can actually say such things? Asterisk 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 you. Mr. Tu Hong took care of us so well along the way. And this is how you speak for his murderer? Wang Yitao's face was complicated as he shouted. You guys said that Tu Hong took care of us, but didn't he always hide at the end along the way and let us on when he encountered danger? Li Yang, how did Hu Hao and the others die? Have you all forgotten? Still sophistry. Li Yang they are obviously. The students still wanted to retort to Wang Yitao, but they suddenly paused in the middle of their words. Earlier, they had encountered a rhino monster attack, and there had been a chance for the combined efforts of the crowd to decimate it. However, Tu Hong was afraid of a change and directly sent Li Yang and the others to block it. This led to the death of Li Yang and all of them. Before this, they had never realized that there was anything wrong, and now that they thought about it, if Tu Hong was really doing them a favor, how could he have made such a decision? He should be at the front of the line if he's going to let someone pat his back. Seeing the silence of the crowd, Wang Yitao then spoke again. See, everyone should have figured out that it was Tu Hong who had been using his ability to control us before, making us work for him all the time. It was Su Qing who sensed his methods and cut him down, which saved us. The students looked at each other, not wanting to accept it, but it seemed like it was reality. Su Qing saved us and we did this to him. They looked in the direction where Su Qing had just stood to apologize, but found that Su Qing had already disappeared. Were they hurt by their words and left early? The students speculated, and it got harder in their minds. Su Qing naturally wasn't because he had his heart broken. Panda had already killed all the monsters in that area, and there was no point in him staying there. As for the crowd's misunderstanding, with him as a floating cloud, after today, it's still a toss-up how many of these students will survive. Tu Hong remembered that they were almost all dead in his previous life. Number 1. You guys go and get a few more monsters over here. We must race to the third stage of the primary order as soon as possible, or else the white tiger has lost almost all of the energy in his body. Panda's strength didn't break through after killing those captured monsters, but it came to the top of the second stage of the beginner's stage. If it wasn't for the fact that the white tiger had killed some monsters, he should have already advanced to the third stage of the beginner rank. After a creature dies, the power contained within it diminishes. This way, the quality of the undead that Su Qing revived using the light of death again would also be weaker. That was why Su Qing couldn't wait to ascend to the third stage of the primordial order and then go resurrect the white tiger. He really didn't have time to bull asterisk 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 his former classmates. If it wasn't so cost-effective, he would have taken out those classmates to boost his strength. Number 1 and the other pandas obeyed the order. Sensing Su Qing's urgency, they all hurriedly ran out. Nowadays, there were a total of 9 undead under Su Qing's command. 7 of them are giant pandas, and 1 is the director of the zoo. And then there's Yufeng. The female netizen from before had already been abandoned by Su Qing. There was only one charm ability on her, and looking at Su Qing, she was very speechless. It's not as bad as the red-painted woozy sound. It gets dark very early in the spring, and by now it was completely dark. As night fell, it was clear that there were no dark clouds, but the stars and moon were nowhere to be seen in the sky. It was dark all around, as if they had come to another world. There are also far fewer humans in zoos. Part of it had run away, but more, it had been turned into corpses. Of course, those who ran away were afraid that they would soon realize that the outside of the zoo was also full of crises. I'm afraid very few will survive in the end. From time to time, the sound of animal activity in the air was inexplicably frightening, as if the next moment some monster would appear in the darkness of the night. Su Qing possessed the concentric talent and inherited part of Panda's power, so naturally, he also possessed the ability to see at night, being able to clearly see creatures hidden in the darkness and then having Panda arrest and decapitate them. There were also a lot less monsters in the zoo, which slowed down Su Qing's rate of strength increase a bit. Another half hour passed. After Panda killed a black bear, his strength finally broke through and came to the third stage of the primary order. Feeling the strong power surging out of his body, Su Qing closed his eyes and felt relieved. The majestic power spread from his tailbone all the way to the top of his head, and he felt that his mental power had doubled again. It was a power boost he had never had in his previous life, and it should have been brought to him by Panda through concentration. For creatures of the heavenly calamity level, every time they were promoted, the increase in strength was immense. If an ordinary person's strength increase was from 1 to 2, then a natural disaster creature like Panda would be from 1 to 10, or even to 100. The later it gets, the wider the gap between the strength of an ordinary person and a panda becomes. Now that the increase in concentricity is only about 20%, it can give me such a huge boost. What kind of power should I have if it's increased to 10%? Su Qing couldn't help but think freely. When that time came, he and Panda together would be 2 heavenly calamity level monsters. This is in Blue Star. Who's competing? In his previous life, he hadn't heard of any power possessing 2 heavenly tribulation level strengths. As long as it is an organization, there is a hierarchy of status, but any creature at the level of a natural disaster was a dominant party, so how could it possibly stoop to the level of a human being? Only Su Qing's Light of Death could do this. It's better to find a technique to start cultivating as soon as possible, Su Qing muttered. The only way to increase the effect of talent, other than the probability of increasing it when one's cultivation level increases, is to rely on the cultivation of feats. A trip to Sea City. It seems that the schedule will be upgraded. When I cultivate to the middle rank, I will immediately go over there. According to what Su Qing knew in his previous life, that top-level cultivation technique in Sea City had to be at least middle rank to get it. Calculating in his mind, Su Qing quickly walked towards the White Tiger's side. The White Tiger's strength should not be underestimated, and its talents stacked up to be an existence that could rival SS-level creatures. Su Qing didn't want to miss it. Chapter 11 Pillar of the Empire, Hu Xinyu. In the midst of a dark night, Su Qing brought the undead under his command to the location of the White Tiger's death. There was silence all around. The students who had just been here were long gone. The Light of Death. Without hesitation, Su Qing used the Light of Death and shone it onto the earth. The White Tiger had just been hammered into a lump of rotten meat and was still paralyzed on the ground. Soon, Su Qing frowned. The use of Death Ray has failed. This is very unusual. Normally, no matter how long it had been dead, it was only right that he could use the Light of Death to bring it back to life. It's only possible that the resurrection will reduce the strength of the talent. And now, Su Qing didn't feel the White Tiger's soul at all, which left him with no way to start. In this situation, Su Qing could only think of one explanation. Someone has taken the White Tiger's soul. Who could it be? Su Qing narrowed his eyes. Could it be those classmates of his? Or did someone else do it? The nerve to take something from me. After a long time, Su Qing let out a cold snort and turned to look at some other corpses not far away. These are the animals that panda's breath that kills. Since the White Tiger wasn't around, Su Qing simply resurrected them and transformed them into the undead under his command. The White Tiger was taken away from him. He was a little sorry but didn't dwell on it. After all, it was just an S-class creature. And even if the limit was SS class, as long as Panda was still around, it wouldn't be able to make any waves. But the person who took Panda's soul intrigued him a bit. It's not often that the ability to affect the soul is possible. Soon the animals on the ground were all revived by Su Qing. This kind of creature whose strength was below a grade, Su Qing would have no problem even if he enslaved thousands of them. Of course, monsters below a rank could basically only be used as cannon fodder against monsters above a rank. Protected in the center by dozens of undead creatures, Su Qing finally found some of the feeling of sitting in an undead frenzy in his previous life. He gazed around. With his killing spree, there weren't too many animals left in the zoo at this point. In that case, there was no need for him to stay here. After letting the undead spread out to look for any more leaks, Su Qing began to walk towards the outside of the zoo. After half a day of activity, he was also a little hungry. The cool breeze of the night made Su Qing's mood follow suit. Outside the zoo, the Great Zhou Empire's escort had been waiting for a long time. Guns and cannons of all kinds stood at attention, aimed at the animals' eyes. As soon as any monster tries to escape from the middle of the zoo, it will be subjected to their frenzied shooting. Hu Xinyu stood in front of a mouthful of cannons and took a deep drag on his cigarette. He was well past middle age, but his figure was still erect, holding up his escort's clothes, which had the rank of colonel. The stray stubble on his face gave him a pugnacious look. Damn it, global awakening, how did this happen? Throwing the cigarette butt in his hand to the ground and stamping out the fire with his leather shoes, Hu Xinyu cursed. Until now, he hadn't reacted to how this world had suddenly become a world where he could fight hot weapons with his body. If it wasn't for the power inside him telling him it was real, he really thought it was the whole world banding together to tease him. Patting the articulated bit on his shoulder, Hu Xinyu shook his head. Damn it, I've been working hard in the guard for more than 10 years and I'm still a lieutenant. This time I woke up. I directly became a colonel. What a ing magic. Thinking back to the afternoon when he was caught at work, he expected to be criticized, only to be told that he had been promoted to colonel. Hu Xinyu was feeling a little unreal now. The soldier who was setting up the cannon heard him and couldn't help but laugh. Why, old Hu, isn't it good to be promoted? You don't want to get a bargain. Hu Xinyu let out a hefty laugh. It's good, but it just feels like a bubble, and it'll crumble when you grab it. With that, he reached out his hand and gave it a false grip in the air. Then in the crack of his fingers, he saw what looked like movement in the middle of the zoo. Alert! Hu Xinyu was the first to issue an early warning, all the while looking unblinkingly in the direction of the zoo himself. He had also learned the power of the monsters in the zoo before, and they didn't know what had stimulated them, and each of them was running out of their lives. like some man-eating beast in a zoo. It nearly destroyed the defenses set up by the escort. The other escorts knew the power, and they all watched the zoo intently. Ta-da-da. In the middle of the zoo, there was a sound of unhurried footsteps. Then Hoo-seon-yu saw that a student-looking boy in a tracksuit with a boyish face walked out of the darkness. There are still students inside? Hoo-seon-yu signaled the escorts to put down the weapons in their hands and took a step to Su-ching's side. Little student, do you have any more classmates in there? Su-ching looked at the battle in front of him and felt a bit puzzled. What's going on? How is it that there are Imperial Guardsmen guarding the entrance to the zoo? He hadn't heard about it in his previous life. Was it the butterfly effect caused by his crossing over? But this is too much movement. And this guy in front of me. Hoo-seon-yu. Isn't this Hoo-seon-yu? One of the pillars of the Great Zhou Empire's protectorate in his previous life, who was known as the strongest lieutenant and nicknamed the Divine Soldier Creator. Hoo-seon-yu, who had the power of group increase, was able to maximize the use of the escort's guns and ammunition. In the middle of a calamity attack, Hoo-seon-yu even united with his escort and beheaded a calamity. Hasn't he always been a lieutenant, unwilling to move up in rank, and how come he's now a colonel? Su-ching felt as if there was an invisible cloud of mystery around him, making it impossible for him to see the truth. Seeing Su-ching's delayed reply, Hoo-seon-yu thought that he was scared silly. Turning to the soldier beside him, he said, "Damn, this kid looks so big, how come he's so timid? You guys take him down. Wait for him to come back to his senses and then ask." Su-ching sniffed, didn't retort, and followed the crowd to the front line. Looking at the mandatory cannons around him, Su-ching felt that this was a premeditated siege. With such a configured escort, coupled with Hoo-seon-yu's ability, Su-ching felt that he could even deal with Panda. He didn't dare do anything rash for a moment. He had just sensed something strange over here and had the undead hide for a while, and now he only had Panda present on him. The battle lines were so horrible here that trying to bring his undead army out of the middle of the zoo was turning into another hassle. But what made Su-ching feel even more annoyed was why the escort would appear here. Is it hard to believe that they can foretell the future? Or is someone traveling back with him? Su-ching bowed his head in meditation. Beyond that, he considered another layer. Hoo-seon-yu's talent was nothing short of a god-tier talent, especially for his undead army. If he had Hoo-seon-yu's presence, I'm afraid that in the later stages, his undead legion would be able to achieve an A-class combat power for each and every one of them. Even S rank is not impossible. Gotta find a way to turn Hoo-seon-yu into an undead under his command. Chapter 12, Smooth Departure. After pausing in place for a while, Su-ching eventually gave up on the idea. For one thing, the place is too heavily guarded at this point. Even if he killed Hoo-seon-yu in seconds, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to escape. Ordinary firearms. Su-ching wasn't afraid. But it wasn't just ordinary firearms here. With all sorts of anti-material weapons pointed at him, even the pandas of today would be beaten to a pulp if they came. Secondly, it was because he still had some admiration for Hoo-seon-yu. In his previous life, when an SSS-level plague had captured a city in the Great Zhou Empire, all the top brass had decided to give up their defense and surrender the city. It was Hoo-seon-yu who stood up without hesitation and fought tooth and nail to come to blows with Calamity. Su-ching, who heard about this incident at the beginning, was also very impressed with him. Since he had decided not to make a move against Hoo-seon-yu, it was time to consider how to bring the undead under his command out of the middle of the zoo. Su-ching pondered for a moment and came up with an idea. Among the undead he had taken in was a pangolin, and after his awakening his ability to dig holes was fully advanced. It can be made to dig holes and take other animals out. Doing what he wanted to do, Su-ching immediately gave a command to pangolin armor in his mind. Now that he had broken through to the third stage of the primordial order, the range of his undead activities had also increased to 1.5 kilometers. Within this range, he could give orders to the undead at will. Any farther and the undead risked collapsing. After giving the order, he sat down, saw some cookies sitting on the table, and just picked them up and ate them. It takes time for a pangolin to dig a hole, so it's a good time to take a break while you're at it. A few cookies were directly eaten by Su-ching in 2 bites. The experience of his previous life made Su-ching eat quickly, because people are more vulnerable and relaxed during meals. They are most susceptible to sneak attacks. The soldier on the side looked at the scene and laughed. You can't answer back when asked, but you're positive about eating. I don't think you'll get enough of this cookie. I'll ask them to bring some more food. Su-ching still didn't say anything, and was considered to have acquiesced. Hey, old Wu, do you still have food on you? Bring some over to this kid. The soldier directly greeted towards his companion who was not far away. Old Wu sniffed and pulled out a few compressed crackers from the back of his pocket, walking over and handing them to Su-ching. However, the moment he saw Su-ching's face, his face changed slightly before he nodded without moving and turned his head to leave. Making his way to an unoccupied corner, he picked up his cell phone and dialed. It rang a few times and a breathy voice came from the other end of the line. Vaguely, a woman's gasp could be heard. Who the hell, calling me at this hour? If it's nothing urgent, I'm going to shoot you. Old Wu smiled with him and said, Marshal Lu, without anything important how could I possibly disturb you? Just now I saw the person who killed Sister Su Meng. On the other end of the phone, there was a bang sound, and the man called Lu Shuai sat up straight. What? You found the scumbag? Where are you now? Just this side of the zoo. You stabilize him first. Hanging up the phone, Wu Shuai threw the phone away. Looking out the window, a sardonic grin appeared on his face. Damn scum. Dare to touch my old man's horse. Really living out of patience. Someone get the car ready. I'm going to the zoo to finish him off myself. The other side. Su Qing recalled the expression that old Wu had just looked at him when he left and sensed that something was wrong. Sharp intuition told him that this man knew himself, but he was sure he hadn't seen this man before. There are questions. Su Qing frowned, sensing that things were not simple. He was also quick to make the most effective solution, just leave. The pangolin has already dug a small half. Su Qing now leaves to just find a place to hide again in the vicinity. He put all the compressed cookies he just got into his pocket, and when the soldier wasn't paying attention, he directly made a flash and had appeared a dozen meters away. Today he is far faster than the so-called world champions. After a few dodges, he was off the defense. He used the techniques of his former life, and his control of the power was so good that he didn't make a sound. In the entire escort group, there was actually no one who realized that he had disappeared. Finding his way into a hidden bush, Su Qing sat down and waited quietly. Tonight's experience made Su Qing feel that the world had indeed changed a lot without him realizing it. It looks like the strength gains are going to be accelerated. It didn't take long for movement to come from the floor. The dirt tumbled and sagged, finally revealing the figure of a giant pangolin. The pangolin crawls out of the cave, followed by a group of animals with gray and black eyes. Su Qing glanced at them. They were all here. Then let's go. Su Qing released Wu Feng out to scout, while his own group headed towards the city in the distance. After eating and drinking, he also needed to take a rest so that he could better improve his strength tomorrow. On the defensive line, Lao Wu put down his cell phone, a smile on his face. Lu Shuai's rewards for this matter must be quite a lot. Maybe he can directly promote the first rank. When he thought of the articulated position, he thought of Hu Xinyu. What a stroke of luck. In the past, he himself was still laughing at Hu Xinyu, who usually did not flatter the party, worked hard for more than 10 years, and several times sacrificed his life to take credit, but was still a lieutenant. I didn't realize that after awakening I actually soared to the top and became a major directly. When will such good luck ever come my way? Jealousy flashed in Lao Wu's eyes as he returned to the lounge, wanting to keep an eye on Su Qing. There's no room for error on this one. As a result, he just came back and saw that Su Qing had actually disappeared. Old Wu's eyes widened as he looked to the side of his companion. Where's the boy? My companion looked back in confusion. Ha? Wasn't it just here? Old Wu's lungs were about to explode. I told you to watch. Is that how you look? A big living man can look away? I didn't hear a sound either. You go explain that to the major. Old Wu did not dare to delay and hurriedly ran to Hu Xinyu. Panting, he said, Major, it's no good. That kid just now. He ran away. Hu Xinyu was chatting with the soldier beside him, and froze at his words before he said, If they ran, they ran. I guess they've never seen this kind of battle and are afraid. It's just a student anyway. There's no reason for us to stop him if he wants to leave. Old Wu's face was a shade of green and white as he shouted. He's not an ordinary person. He's a murderer. He's fleeing from his crime. Saying that, Old Wu pulled out his cell phone and took out the video of Su Qing killing Su Meng earlier. When Hu Xinyu took a look, his face changed drastically. He was a little disbelieving that the harmless student was capable of brutally murdering other people. The sense of justice in his heart made him immediately shout, Quickly, give the order to dig down and capture him even if you have to. Damn, this son of a can really act and fool me. Chapter 13, The Sleeping Maiden. Early the next morning, the originally lively street seemed very cold at this moment, with all kinds of monsters roaming the streets. Inside an underground garage across the street from the department store, two pairs of eyes furtively watched the various monsters roaming outside the department store. A young, lean lad swallowed. Kung, tell me what to do. As long as I can get the medicine to save my sister, I'll do whatever I'm told to do. Brother Chang's eyes flashed with sarcasm as he laughed. Don't worry, but I have participated in the escort training before, so I can definitely keep you safe and sound. There are drugs right there in the mall, and your awakened speed class talent is just right for going to distract the monsters while I take the opportunity to gather supplies. Don't be afraid. I'll save you if you're in danger. With that, Chang flashed the bow in his hand. The lad was instantly reassured at the sight. Nodding heavily, he said, Okay, I'm on my way. With that, he tied the laces on his shoes in a dead knot and stormed out. The monsters also saw his figure and surrounded him. Strong, on the other hand, took the opportunity to run into the middle of the mall and start buying for $0. The large pockets in his back were quickly filled. By the time he got out of the mall, he was just in time to see the little guy run in circles and come running back. Kung. The young man was tired and sweaty, but his face still wore the joy of victory. He managed to stall the monster and buy time for Strong. His sister is saved. Shoo. Just then, an arrow slashed through, directly hitting his calf. Ah! The young man let out a heartbreaking scream. His pupils dilated, looking at Chang with disbelief. Kung, why did you hit me? His voice was filled with doubt. It was clear that the plan had worked, and it was only right that both of them would be able to leave successfully. Brother Chang Jiejie laughed strangely. Your sister is so beautiful. I've been craving for her for a long time. Don't worry about it. I'll take good care of your sister. After saying that, Chang directly dodged and hid inside the building. The boy watched his departing back. His eyes glazed over. Son of a Zhang Chang, you dare to touch my sister. I want you to not die well. The young man was engulfed by the monster and let out a guttural wail. Naive boy. Inside the building, Zhang Chang had anticipation on his face. The thought of his lad sister's beautiful features quickened his pace. All the other floors in the building had monsters present at this point, but the basement they were in was fairly safe. Zhang Chang arrived at their secret base from before, and the lad's sister was also here. But suddenly, his body froze. A strange figure was seen standing in front of the little guy's sister. You? Who are you? Zhang Chang questioned loudly. Now that the outside is full of monsters and the upstairs is blocked by monsters, how could anyone show up here? Su Qing looked at the girl with a cold body on the ground, and a thoughtful look passed through his eyes. Having his thoughts disrupted by Zhang Chang, he raised his head slightly and glanced at him. In the shadows behind him, a giant panda like a small mountain appeared. You. Zhang Chang's eyes widened with horror. Soon, more and more monsters appeared among the shadows. A pair of gray-black eyes seemed like messengers from the underworld. The look of panic in Zhang Chang's eyes increased. Monster! Are you human or ghost? Fear made his speech a little unclear. Those monsters outside had already left him powerless to fight back and could only survive. Now standing in front of him these monsters, any one of them would have to finish off those monsters outside by a few blocks. The giant panda that appeared at the very beginning took a step and walked to Zhang Chang. The immense sense of oppression caused Zhang Chang to be unable to move at all, and he could not even escape. Rip! Panda slapped him down and ripped him in half. In his dying moments, Zhang Chang inexplicably remembered the curse that the young man had just said that he wanted him to die in vain. I didn't expect it to come true so soon. Su Qing watched this scene without a ripple. For him, it was no different from killing an ant. The increase in strength brought to him was even closer to nothing. What intrigued him was the dead girl in front of him. Su Qing could feel a powerful energy fluctuation from her. This kind of situation Su Qing had encountered in his previous life. Some people awaken with too much power and too weak a body. This resulted in their frail bodies not being able to withstand the awakening power. The body's ability to heal itself then comes into a tug-of-war with the awakened forces. If you make it through, you can become an awakened person of considerable strength. And if they didn't make it through, they would be as dead as the little girl in front of them. When he encountered such a thing, Su Qing naturally used the light of death without hesitation. The light of death was used smoothly, and at this point, the girl had already turned into an undead under Su Qing's command. However, what made Su Qing feel surprised was that the girl actually did not wake up. Even after successfully using the light of death, she was still like a corpse, lying quietly. If it weren't for the telepathic presence between the two, he would have wondered if the light of his death had failed him. In his 2 lives, Su Qing had never seen this before, and the girl was consuming a terrifying amount of mental energy, almost as good as enslaving 300 sub-A units. It made Su Qing's spiritual power, which had just been rich, become precarious. It's amazing how the power in your body is still growing. Su Qing sighed and walked out of the basement. Number 1 took it upon himself to carry the girl on the ground. Just after arriving on the street, Su Qing attracted the attention of a large number of monsters. They who had just killed the boy happened to gather not far away and swarmed over to try to cut Su Qing down. Su Qing didn't make a move. The panda behind him had already violently scurried out. The black and white body rushed out like a cloud, elegant and noble. But the moment it was short, it erupted into a huge destructive force. Every time he raised his hand, he would tear a monster apart. And every time he crashed, he could send a group of monsters flying. It didn't take long before the several monsters gathered at the entrance had all been taken out by Panda, leaving only a field of broken limbs. Su Qing stepped forward, and a shot of death light shot out, enveloping some of the broken pieces on the ground. After resurrecting the girl, he didn't have much spiritual energy left. These monsters were a bit out of his sight and he didn't take them in. The target of his resurrection this time was the boy who had just died. The boy is brother and sister to the girl, so maybe there will be some subtle chemistry later. So Su Qing decided to resurrect the boy and bring him with him. Soon the broken pieces on the ground revived and became one, and the boy stood up from the ground, his eyes having turned gray and black. He also carried a crack in his body that was a sign of corpse repair, and it looked rather creepy. Chapter 14, Heavenly Abyss. Special Electric Ghost. The boy was dead in the eyes after his resurrection. However, when he saw the girl behind number 1, a hint of fluctuation actually passed through his black and gray eyes. Su Qing could even feel the strong emotional fluctuations within him. This is extremely rare among the undead. After a moment of contemplation, Su Qing looked at the boy and said, "Since you're the first 2 undead I've transformed today, let's call you Jin Yi and your sister Jin Shuang. Number 1, put Imahan down and put Imahan on his back." Imichi sniffed and stepped forward to take him Xuan from number 1, and when the two came into contact, Su Qing could feel the energy within him. Xuan's body seemed to fluctuate. Gratefulness even seemed to be born within Imago's gaze towards Su Qing. It really works. Su Qing smiled. If they let Imichi carry Imeshuang for a long time, then Imeshuang's awakening might be much faster. Su Qing didn't waste any time at this place, and with the undead in tow, he continued walking through the streets. His goal for the day was school. In his previous life, he had returned to the school and a heavenly abyss had appeared inside. The celestial abyss is a spectacle that arose on the blue planet after the day of awakening. It's like a hole that connects to another world, and a steady stream of monsters will come out of it. It was a very different breed from the monsters the animals of the blue planet had turned into. They were even more brutal than the monsters of the blue planet. Most of them were senseless and only had the instinct to kill. This made his danger index quite a bit higher than the monsters of the blue planet. In their previous lives, humans called the monsters of the blue star demons, while the monsters in the heavenly abyss were called devils. Demonic monsters are more terrifying than demons. However, there were just as many opportunities in the heavenly abyss, and later on, those heavenly abyss were basically split cleanly by the major powers. Only some particularly terrifying heavenly abysses were left to become a side of forbidden land that no one could occupy. Now that no one had naturally discovered the wonders of the heavenly abyss, Su Qing naturally wanted to seize the first opportunity to occupy a heavenly abyss to properly enhance his strength. Without any accidents, he would occupy the school's heavenly abyss for the next period of time and develop peacefully. He would only get up and head to Sea City after he broke through the middle rank, but then he would also find a way to occupy this heavenly abyss. The effect of a heavenly abyss on an awakened strength enhancement was too terrifying, and it was almost able to satisfy a small half of the city's awakened's cultivation. It was Su Qing who couldn't help but feel moved. Occupying a heavenly abyss alone to cultivate was something only those lineages in their previous lives could do. When the time came around 10 o'clock, Su Qing and the others finally arrived at the school. He had also killed quite a few monsters along the way. However, most of the monsters were still stuck in the beginning stage segment now, and the effect on his strength boost wasn't very good. After killing for 2 hours, his cultivation had only refined a little bit. Wanting to break through was far away. Tianfu Academy. The majestic gate was shattered at one corner by an unknown monster. The patched walls toppled right over, and human and animal blood spilled all over the ground. Quite a few monsters roamed the neighborhood. Their bodies deformed. The head was covered with slime and had no features. It was covered with sharp teeth. The skin was covered in folds. The pure white skin looked disgusting, and the tail behind him wagged unconsciously, as if sensing something. These monsters were all over 3 meters tall, and most of them carried bloodstains on their bodies, so it seemed that many students had already been brutally killed. Su Qing surrounded the area with a legion of zombies. The moment he saw these monsters, he had already recognized them. Special electric ghosts? Sure enough, it's just like the previous life. Monsters like the special electric ghost have the ability to use electricity, and their slippery bodies are immune to most physical attacks. Their muddy white bodies make them like ghosts at night, which is how they got their name. It's a very disgusting monster for ordinary people now. In his previous life, it was also a family that had spent a great deal of money to bring this Tian Yuan under control. Most of them are 3-meter special electric ghosts. Looking at the wandering special electric ghosts, Su Qing's face revealed a joyful expression. Monsters like the special electric ghost were divided into strengths according to their size, and a 3-meter special electric ghost was already at the second stage of the primary order. The strength of the second rank of the primordial order was undoubtedly very effective in boosting Su Qing's strength. But then Su Qing frowned. All of these special electric ghosts were not weak, and there were a large number of them. There were hundreds of special electric ghosts roaming around the school's entrance alone, and it was nearly impossible for him to push straight across. At this time, The average strength of his undead legion hadn't even reached the second stage of the primary order yet, and although he might have taken some advantage in terms of rank, it was by no means simple to deal with them. And once the commotion was drawn out, there were sure to be more special electric ghosts drawn out. It seems the only way to do that is to seduce them one by one and decapitate them. Su Qing's gaze went to the Wu Feng in the middle of the sky. Monsters like the special electric ghost control electrical abilities, allowing normal creatures to go over and seduce them to be easily controlled and rounded up to death. Only Wu Feng, who had increased her speed to the extreme, could confidently lure them over one by one. Wu Feng was considered to be one of the earlier batch of undead that followed Su Qing, and at this time, his strength was about to break through to the second stage of the primary stage, which was definitely enough. Receiving the order, Wu Feng immediately flew out. For this kind of thing it just felt it was too easy. It was seen flying to the entrance of the school and stuck a tricky corner to land. The corner was stuck so well that only a couple of special electric ghosts could see it. It fell to the ground and fluttered its wings, pretending to be unable to fly. The few special electric ghosts at the school's entrance really fell for it, and the killing instinct in their bodies made them all head towards Wu Feng. The other special electric ghosts didn't notice and remained where they were, and Wu Feng also pretended to look scared and kept fluttering his wings, flying backwards. Soon enough, a special electric ghost arrived within 10 meters of it. A direct bolt of electricity slashed over, trying to paralyze Wu Feng. However, at the critical moment, the figure of Wu Feng actually whooshed and flew backward about 10 meters away, then fell to the ground again, pretending to be injured and fluttering its wings. The special electric ghost cocked his head, and although he had no facial features, it seemed that he could see doubt in his face, but his brain wasn't well developed and he quickly put the matter behind him, driven onward by his killing instincts. Behind him, all the other special electric ghosts followed him, walking forward step by step, chasing after Yufeng. When he was about to catch up, Yufeng did the same trick again. As they did so repeatedly, the special electric ghosts didn't notice anything wrong and soon walked into the middle of an alley. In the middle of the alley, Su Qing had been waiting for a long time. The moment they walked in, a group of undead hulks rushed forward, instantly taking control of all four of the Tetsa ghosts that had been seduced. Then Panda comes over and kills them one by one. These special electric ghosts were all turned into nourishment for Su Qing, providing him with strength. At the same time, Su Qing also used the Light of Death, decided to make the best use of these monsters. Chapter 15, Treasure Encounter. Su Qing thus began the set in front of the school. This trope is stupid, but it's just right for these teletronic ghosts who don't have much in the way of spirit. They might not even take the bait if you use some subtlety. Most of the day passed. The sky was dimming and the setting sun was casting a golden glow. Panda slapped and settled another Tetsu ghost. Su Qing's strength had also immediately broken through the middle stage of the third stage of the primary order during this time. Beginner level 3 to beginner level 4 is a bump in the road, and the promotion gives access to new talents. That's why promotion is so much more difficult than it was before. With such a growth rate, Su Qing was already very satisfied. His eyes went to the entrance of the school. At this point the special electric ghosts over there were already missing most of them. Although Su Qing had been killing them, new pterodactyls were also emerging from within the campus. Su Qing knew that this was the heavenly abyss at work. Looking at the 20 or so special electric ghosts at the school gate, he decided to stop being indecent and just attack strongly. The rest of these special electric ghosts couldn't stop him anymore. After a day, with the aid of the one-man's way talent, most of the undead under his command were already at the second stage of the primary order. Together with the tetradragon that he had just subdued, he almost had hundreds of primary stage 2 henchmen under him as well. Not to be confused with before. Attack! Su Qing directly gave the order to attack. The undead sniffed and wailed right on, especially Panda. The belligerent had long wanted to go out and have a good time, and at this time, when Su Qing ordered it, it couldn't wait to rush out, only to see it awaken nearly 6 meters of body as if a small mountain, running between the earth seems to be trembling. The Teletrans also sensed its presence and sent out electric shocks. However, in front of Panda, who had mastered the power of thunder, their means of electrocution was tantamount to playing with a big sword in front of Guangdong. The electricity fell painlessly on Panda, even making its aura stronger. It slapped out, bringing up a whistling gale. A tetradragon had just used electric strike, and was still stiffening up as its body burst right into pieces. Blood mixed with disgusting slime was scattered all over the place. Panda didn't stop moving and took another bite. The head of a tetradragon was bitten in half on the spot. Panda was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, and his huge body gave him a vestigial feeling of an adult beating up a child against these 3-meter-tall pterodactyls. Most of the 20 or so monsters were taken care of by it, and the rest were captured and handed over to him for execution. As the Taoyuan eclipse was unleashed, Su Qing felt that his strength had also steadily stepped into the middle of the third stage of the beginner's stage. At this point, he no longer had any extra mental energy to revive these teodrones, so he could only temporarily place the bodies of these teodrones here. The bodies of these pterodactyls are treasures. Although demonic creatures were extremely berserk, the energy in their bodies after they died was extremely stable, and was very suitable for refining all kinds of high-intensity equipment. There was even a small probability that it might produce magic crystals, which could be supplied to the awakened to steadily raise their cultivation. There were no magic crystals in the bodies of these teodrones, and even after Su Qing had killed almost 200 teodrones, he still hadn't gotten a single piece of magic crystal. All he could do about that was curse his bad luck. After finishing off the special electric dragons at the school's entrance, Su Qing continued to explore towards the interior of Tianfu Academy. Just as he walked into the school, he felt a chill run through his body and a slight tingling sensation. He knew it was the magnetic field of the heavenly abyss affecting the surrounding area. The heavenly abyss of the Heavenly Mansion Academy was of the thunder system, so the humans in this place who had awakened the talent of thunder and lightning would be able to cultivate quite a bit faster. Panda, in control of thunder, felt a wave of relief just being here, and seemed to breathe much more smoothly. Oh yeah, the undead don't seem to be breathing. All along the way, Su Qing looked very careful. When he returned to the school in his previous life, this place had already been occupied by the Seiya, and he hadn't come in to explore it in depth. Everything here was foreign to him at this point and had to be dealt with carefully. It wasn't long before Su Qing saw a number of special electric ghosts gathered inside a school building. This place hadn't reached where the heavenly abyss was, so there must be a reason why these special electric ghosts had gathered here. Su Qing narrowed his eyes, guessing that the odds were that there were treasures. When the heavenly abyss appears, treasures will randomly appear nearby. I also don't know if it was dropped within the heavenly abyss or randomly generated. Most of these treasures were guarded by the demons within the heavenly abyss, and they were very rare resources. Su Qing naturally didn't want to let it go. Sizing up the special electric ghost not far away, the special electric ghosts here were a bit larger in size than those outside, averaging almost 4 meters. However, their strength had by no means reached the third stage of the primary order, and was only a slightly stronger second stage of the primary order. At this time, Tian Yuan had only descended a short while ago, and it was already good enough to have the strength of the second stage of the primary order. As time goes on, the special electric ghosts here will get stronger and stronger. Su Qing wanted to repeat his old trick of tricking the special electric ghosts out to kill them, so he sent out Wu Feng. Wu Feng's strength had increased to the second stage of the primordial order at this time, and she was even more comfortable doing this kind of thing. It quickly found a good angle and flew over, falling to the ground and fluttering its wings as if injured. But this tried and true trick had no effect at this point. The special electric ghosts didn't even look at it as they all crowded towards the school building. This situation made Su Qing a bit unprepared as well. It seems that the attraction of the treasures is so strong that it actually made them suppress their instincts for a short while. Su Qing's gaze became serious, and a brilliant light emerged from his eyes. It seems that the treasures here are not of low quality. He licked his lips as thoughts of treasure arose. However, the strength of the special electric ghosts here was not only stronger than that of the outside, but also far more numerous. It was densely packed, and at a glance, it was full of the disgusting heads of the Tetsa ghosts, of which he estimated there might be 400 or 500. A strong attack won't work. You'll have to outsmart them. Originally, he wanted to have Wu Feng go spy on the information, but Su Qing thought better of it. With the number and quality of these special electric ghosts, he was afraid that Wu Feng would not be able to come back after going there. Have to think of something else to do. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing quickly thought of a way. These special electric ghosts had low intelligence, and it wasn't really difficult to deal with them, especially if Su Qing's talent was still the light of death. His gaze went to the few undead Tetsa ghosts beside him. He had probably enslaved about 30 or so special electric ghosts with the light of death, and this was the time for them to come into play. Su Qing sent them out directly. The difference between the undead teletype ghost and the regular teletype ghost is not particularly large. The biggest feature, the gray-black eyes, doesn't show up in front of the eyeless special electric ghosts either. The only recognizable thing is that the undead Tet ghosts have scars on their bodies, which would be obvious if a normal person were to take a look at them. But the special electric ghosts didn't have eyes, so naturally they wouldn't be detected. The 36 heads of undead special electric ghosts spread out and headed towards the school building from different directions. Su Qing, on the other hand, sat in place and let Panda and the other undead protect himself. He closed his eyes and quietly watched through his mental connection with the undead Tetsudo ghost. Chapter 16, Seizing the Miracle Stone. Spiritual connection was a means that Su Qing had researched early on in his previous life. Connecting to the minds of the undead to achieve empathy is equivalent to taking over the body for a short period of time. The body was very weak during its use, and in his previous life, Su Qing had used this move as a scout when he was controlled by Tu Hong. This is where the trick comes in handy. Su Qing maneuvered the undead special electric ghosts to quickly approach, and the closer they got to the school building, the more blood there was on the ground. The mottled walls were filled with dark red splotches. It was only when he came under the school building that he finally felt the pressure. A special electric ghosts tend to rush. Each body's breath is restless. He has no doubt that his manipulation of the special electric ghosts if found out will definitely die a miserable death. He followed the lead of the other special electric ghosts and charged inside as well. The unidentified slime made him feel a little physically ill as his body came into contact with the ghastly white skin of the other Teletran ghosts. If another girl had come over, I'm afraid she would have screamed out long ago. But what a firm mind he had. Not a single change in his face. At that moment, the Tetras that were crowded inside seemed to notice something, and one by one, they turned their heads to look at the Tetras he was controlling. Su Qing's heart was on alert. Was this discovered? As luck would have it, several of the Tetras charged at him, knocking most of the undead Tetras he was maneuvering out of the way. Su Qing tried to approach again, but they were all knocked away as much as possible. He looked closely and realized that the special electric ghosts that had been knocked out of the way were all only about 3 meters tall. Those that weren't knocked out of the way, on the other hand, were mostly over 4 meters. The grades are so strict. They're all at the second stage of the primary order and still divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. After Su Qing understood, he felt speechless. These special electric ghosts have a little bit of a brain, and these are actually so clearly differentiated. It was a good thing that there were a couple of Tetsugami that had been under his control since he arrived and had followed him to kill a lot of undead, and had grown to 4 meters by now. Otherwise it wouldn't have been easy to continue. He maneuvered one of the Tetsu ghosts and squeezed it deeper into the depths. Though the Teletubbies were outnumbered and were all crowding in, many of them individuals larger than his undead Teletubbies. However, Su Qing had been crawling around for several years in his previous life and had mastered some subtle power techniques, so he easily squeezed in. Peeling back the layers of the wall of the special electric ghost siege, he finally saw the innermost scene, only to see that in the deepest part, there stood 4 special electric ghosts whose size exceeded 5 meters, and they prostrated themselves on the ground as if they were bowing to something in reverence, and in the center of their 4 giant Tekken ghosts was a transparent crystal. Occasional arcs of electricity flashed through the crystals, containing destructive power. Sensing this scene, Su Qing couldn't help but see a bright light before his eyes. It's actually a miracle stone. The so-called miracle stones were high-level resources produced in the heavenly abyss. In his previous life, Su Qing had once been fortunate enough to obtain one, which he had gotten from fighting with quite a few awakened people of the same realm. The effect of the miracle stone was simple. It allowed the awakened person to definitely be able to strengthen a previous talent when they awakened the talent. Su Qing had already reached the 3rd stage of the primary order at this point, and if he had this miracle stone, he would have been able to strengthen his talent 100% when he awakened at the 4th stage of the primary order. This could be timely for him. Su Qing was determined in his heart to keep this miracle stone for himself. Roar! Right at this moment, one of the giant Tekken ghosts next to the miracle stone looked like it had discovered something, and violently turned its head to look at the undead Tekken ghost that Su Qing was controlling. The next moment, it surged forward, lightning erupting from its body, fixing Su Qing, and the next moment the tooth-filled head approached. A single collision decimated the undead tetrapod ghost controlled by Su Qing. That wasn't all. Its line of sight swept through the many special electric ghosts and actually pinpointed the undead special electric ghosts hiding amongst the crowd. Rushing forward, he cut them all down in 2 hits. With his consciousness disconnected, Su Qing frowned. The strength of this giant special electric ghost had clearly reached the 3rd stage of the primary order, and the bitterness seemed to be higher than the other special electric ghosts as well. It is estimated to reach the level of a grade. That's how he can discover himself. It should be that the pilgrimage to the miracle stone has caused them to mutate, Su Qing guessed. According to later studies, this miracle stone was a crystallization produced by the heavenly abyss. A pilgrimage performed by a low-level demonic creature can lead to their own ascension. That would be a problem. Su Qing looked towards his army of undead. Among the undead army, I'm afraid that the only ones who could beat those special electric ghosts were a few pandas. Even Wu Feng was no match. After all, Wu Feng's strongest point was still his speed, and his cultivation level was still a segment lower. Su Qing pondered. Those Teletubbies had not previously detected the undead Teletubbies, and were only detected after approaching and coming into close contact. It means that they have to concentrate to detect the undead Tet ghosts as well. Once they had begun their pilgrimage again, he was able to maneuver the undead Tetsudan ghosts closer again. This should be an opportunity. Just get close enough to snatch the miracle stone while it's still there and throw it out so I can take it with me. Determining his thoughts, Su Qing began to make preparations. He maneuvered the 3-meter or so undead tetrarchs that had just been squeezed out of the room outward. All of the qualified special electric ghosts under his command had been taken out, and he would need to train a few more before he could do so. Occasionally, the school's roads could also encounter fallen special electric ghosts, and Su Qing had the Undead Legion go out and kidnap them, then give Panda the kill. Another half-day passed in the blink of an eye. The undead special electric ghosts under him had finally reached the 4-meter requirement, and Su Qing's own cultivation had once again refined a bit. With the special electric ghost in tow, he once again made his way to the school building. A special electric ghost was sent forward and began to test the waters. First time, fail. Su Qing's face was unchanged. This was something that was planned. That's why he sent out the undead special electric ghosts headfirst, so that they could hold up a few more times. Second time, fail. Third time, fail. It has been experimented with 8 times, all of which have failed. Su Qing was not discouraged, nor did he doubt his plan in the slightest. After 8 experiments, he already had experience, and it would definitely work next time. Once again, he sent out a Tet ghost, cast a mental connection. The undead tetrarch walked forward, mimicking a normal tetrarch exactly in every move. Nor did he use his own special power generation techniques, and pushed in by brute force like a normal special electric ghost. Half an hour later, he finally approached the center area. It was probably only 2 human walls away from Miracle Rock. It's now. Su Qing maneuvered the special electric ghost and charged forward violently. The undead Tetsugami was on all fours and playing as fast as he could. The prostrate giant special electric ghost on the ground realized that something was wrong and directly got up. A lightning bolt struck out and was about to stop him. However, the undead special electric ghost controlled by Su Qing looked as if it had anticipated this scene, and with a direct sidestep, it actually dodged the strike. Its nimble body came straight to the very center and took a hold of the miracle stone. Chapter 17, Beginning Stage 4, Talent Enhancement. Success. Su Qing smiled faintly. Just let him touch the miracle stone and it's a sure thing. The undead tetrarch slammed the miracle stone in his hand and threw it out towards the outside of the school building. At the same time, the attack of the giant special electric ghost followed suit, directly decapitating the undead special electric ghost. Looking at the miracle stone that flew out, the giant special electric ghost was terrified in his heart. Stomping on his companion's body, he whooshed up and tried to catch him, seeing that the distance between the two was only 10 meters. This distance, for the giant special electric ghost, was a stone's throw away. But this little bit of distance is like a mote. A black shadow was like lightning, swooping down from the air. Brush up! A cracking sound cut through the night sky, and the miracle stone was grabbed and taken away. The visitor was none other than Yufeng. Ow ow ow. The giant tetrad ghost let out a wailing screech, his brain filled with rage as he chased after it towards Yufeng. The other special electric ghosts also finally realized that something was wrong and followed the giant special electric ghost forward. For a moment, the surging special electric ghosts were like ocean waves, converging into a small tidal wave of beasts. Su Qing had wanted Wu Feng to circle around and come back, but he changed his mind when he saw this scene. It's such a great opportunity, so of course you have to take advantage of it. He told Yufeng to continue skulking in circles, while he himself asked the other undead to look for an opportunity to take out the Teodan ghosts that had dislodged themselves from the midst of the beast tide. In this way, his efficiency in killing monsters increased by an unknown amount, and as he killed he realized that the special electric ghosts were completely overwhelmed with rage and were only chasing after Yufeng. Didn't care at all that his companion was being attacked. In this way, Su Qing's movements became even bolder. His strength rose rapidly, and he soon smoothly broke through to the late primary stage 3 stage, and there were still over 200 monsters left on the field. Su Qing killed some of them, and some others chased after them and forgot what they were doing and left the group on their own. Su Qing was already a bit afraid to kill anymore. If he continued to kill, he would be on the verge of breaking through to the 4th stage of the primary order. He also wanted to use the miracle stone to strengthen his talent when he broke through. He told Yufeng to speed up some. In an instant, Yufeng threw out the giant Tetsu ghost by a large margin. With Wu Feng's speed, if he really wanted to let go of his speed and run, these giant special electric ghosts wouldn't even be able to eat a fart hot. When the special electric ghosts saw this, they were in a great hurry, and their speed actually sped up a lot, pulling away from the ordinary special electric ghosts behind them. Then they chased after it and saw Yufeng descending downward. This caused them to burst out, thinking they were going to catch up. Instead, he ended up seeing Wu Feng stop on a human. Su Qing held the miracle stone in his hand and flashed a smile at the several giant special electric ghosts. Roar! Where could the giant special electric ghost take this kind of anger? It directly roared and swarmed towards Su Qing. Su Qing extended his hand. The tattoos on his arms were as if they could move, detaching themselves from him in a flash. It transformed into the figure of Panda like a demon god. Seeing the 4 special electric ghosts that were in the same realm as himself, contempt flowed from Panda's eyes. Rushing forward, he slapped one of these giant Tetsugami ghosts and took care of them. Looking at the ordinary special electric ghosts chasing after him, Su Qing didn't stay and directly mounted Panda's body to leave. He would have to break through to the 4th stage of the primordial order before he could trouble these guys. Panda looked behind him fondly as he left. The raging tide of beasts made him a little giddy. He really wanted to do something big. Unfortunately, Su Qing didn't give him a chance. Su Qing found a closed classroom and told the undead to protect themselves. Closed the classroom door. Su Qing's palm spread out, revealing 2 strangely shaped purple crystals. It was a magic crystal stripped from the monster that had just been killed. Su Qing had killed more than 400 demons, and as a result, 2 magic crystals were popped out. So he had to say that the popping rate was touching. However, as the demons increased their cultivation, the probability of popping out magic crystals would grow. Trying to make these magic creatures below the 3rd stage of the primary order produce magic crystals on a large scale was really a bit difficult for them. He reached into his coat pocket again and removed the miracle stone that had taken so much effort to get. These 2 were what he had prepared for this breakthrough. It had to be said that to be able to enjoy these high-level resources with the strength of the 3rd stage of the primary order, only a lineage could play like this. Su Qing threw the magic crystal into his mouth as soon as he could. Although it was dug out from the body of the special electric ghost, the magic crystal was a pure energy body without a trace of odor. Swallowing it into the mouth instantly turned it into pure energy, which was instantly refined. The energy flowed into Su Qing's limbs and bones, causing his cultivation to begin to rapidly refine. The speed was even faster than Panda killing monsters to upgrade. Originally, he had already reached the late stage of the 3rd stage of the primary order, and at this time, he was even directly advancing towards the 4th stage of the primary order. Cultivation is unhindered all the way. His strength quickly broke through to the complete 3rd stage of the primary stage, touching the bottleneck. At this time, his cultivation speed also finally slowed down. The magic crystal energy in his body settled down and was slowly developed by him. Su Qing wasn't in a hurry. With the experience of his previous life, this time he broke through the bottleneck with ease. Time passed like a white horse, and in the blink of an eye, 3 more days had passed. Tianfu Academy. In the middle of a certain classroom, a shocking wave suddenly erupted. The energy was like a tidal wave, spreading out from within the classroom, and at the same time, there was an overwhelming pressure enveloping the room, as if it came from an ancient monarch. Su Qing slowly opened his eyes. A flash of divinity flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, the divinity disappeared, and the aura on his body was violently put away. With the experience of his previous life, the control of himself he did extremely skillful. At this time, no one could see his strength by collecting his breath. Beginning stage 4. Su Qing was in a good mood, and without a moment's pause, he directly took the miracle stone in his hand. The miracle stone statue was sensing something and emitted a dazzling light that directly enveloped Su Qing. This light was somewhat like the light of awakening on the day of awakening day, but it wasn't as strong, and it only enveloped Su Qing alone. Su Qing felt 2 forces within his body that were thirsting for the power of this light. These 2 powers were naturally Su Qing's, concentricity, talent and, one man's way, talent. The miracle stone could only strengthen one talent. And without hesitation, Su Qing directly chose one man's way. His strength was enough for now, and choosing to enhance it again concentrically would be a bit of an overflow. It was now imperative to quickly raise his cultivation level, and one man's attainment was clearly more appropriate. Incorporating the energy of the miracle stone into the one man's way talent. In an instant, brand new information about one man's way appeared in Su Qing's mind. One man gets the way. When your cultivation grows, the undead under your command also gain a 30% increase. And this effect doubles the effect on the native undead. The talent effect boost is plain and simple, but very useful. With an additional 10% increase in cultivation, Su Qing's cultivation enhancement speed would become even more terrifying. Chapter 18, A New Talent. Starting Raiders. That's not all. After a short pause, Su Qing felt a new surge of power in his body. He knew that this was a new talent awakening. He closed his eyes and meditated, feeling the new power. Order of Ascension condenses power into a new token. Empowering an undead unit with the token can raise the target's strength by 20%, doubling the effect of using it on the original undead. Sure enough, it's still this gift. Su Qing had an unsurprising expression on his face. This talent was the one he had in his last life, but at that time, his original undead strength was too weak, and using it on ordinary undead only boosted it by 20%. The effect was mediocre. Any random person's increase was stronger than his, and it's different today. With Panda as the original undead, a 40% increase in strength wasn't weak anymore. It was hard to imagine what kind of horror Panda who was already at the level of a natural disaster, would reach after a 40% increase. Having awakened the Ascension Order, Su Qing did not leave. He would wait to see if he had another gift. When he awakened his first talent earlier, he suddenly exploded to awaken 2 talents. It was then that he speculated if he had awakened 2 talents each time he awakened because of his rebirth. Now was the perfect time to confirm his suspicions. He didn't let Su Qing wait too long, and after the Re-Ascension Order awakened, a power surged out of his body once again. Another gift. Sure enough, his suspicions were correct. Su Qing's face revealed a joyful expression as he hurriedly began to sense the new power within his body. Boundaries of Death. Set up a boundary with a 2-kilometer radius, within which the undead under your command are able to move freely. Ha ha ha. Feeling the effects of this new talent, even though Su Qing's mind was firm, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. The effect of this new talent could be just what he wanted. The undead under his command can only move around him, which is very restrictive. Without him, the undead will begin to fester and die. And with that gift, he'd be able to set up a death boundary to allow his undead to exist elsewhere. I was wondering how I was going to hog the heavenly abyss of this place after leaving the Heavenly Mansion Academy, and this talent came at just the right time for me. Su Qing got up with a big smile and stepped out of the classroom. The many undead guarding the doorway gathered around at once. After Su Qing's hard training, their strength had risen somewhat. The giant panda and Wu Feng, who had followed Su Qing at the very beginning, had already reached the 3rd stage of the primordial stage as much as they could. If we were to face those Tetsa ghosts blocking the road again, we could just put them out and kill them cleanly. After all, the pandas were all S-level demonic beasts with superior strength. The strength of the other demonic beasts was also close to the 3rd stage of the primary stage, and it was believed that they would break through before long. Having broken through to the 4th stage of the primary order, Su Qing's spiritual power once again skyrocketed, almost doubling. There was a lot of spare mental energy available for enslaving the undead. Now right near the celestial abyss there happens to be a large number of tertian ghosts for him to kill and enslave. He's perfectly capable of forming an army of undead made up of electric ghosts. While too many of the same troop type can have shortcomings, the corresponding strengths are magnified. Under a round of lightning bombardment from the special electric ghosts, even Panda would have to hold off for a while. It was the equivalent of forming an army of lightning mages. Come out, Panda. Su Qing spoke softly. The pandas on him detached themselves at once. At this time, Panda's size had become much more majestic again, and his firm muscles were tougher than steel. The black and white hairs on his body were also lifeless. The roots were upside down and disorganized yet seemed to contain something. The dark gray eyes were even more intimidating. Its height, however, hadn't changed much, remaining around 6 meters. Su Qing felt that it was building up some kind of power in its body, and he guessed that he would have to wait for the middle-ranked pandas before it got bigger. Su Qing expressed great anticipation for this. He remembered that in his previous life, Panda was a behemoth that stood hundreds of meters tall. You can lift your hand to move a mountain. Your exhaled breath can condense into a storm, and the earth shakes when you turn over. It has such strength that it is called a natural disaster. Because it's so easy for him to destroy a city, even some small countries can't carry it tossed around. I've been in seclusion for the past few days. How's it going near the heavenly abyss? Su Qing beckoned, and the dark-bodied Wu Feng landed on his arm. Fresh. The crow phoenix let out a cry, and Su Qing immediately understood what it meant. Lately, Yufeng has been scouting the neighborhood. After her cultivation level increased, Wu Feng was almost unbeatable in the Heavenly Palace Academy. Basically surveyed the place to death. The heavenly abyss within the Heavenly Palace Academy should be in the cafeteria, which is constantly populated by new Tetsu ghosts, but Wu Feng didn't go in to check it out. Entering the closed area, if it was blocked by the special electricity ghosts, it would have to cool off no matter how fast it was. In the vicinity of the cafeteria, Tiadai ghosts were the strongest. Most of them were at the 4-meter level, and a few came to 5 meters or even higher. Even one of the special electric ghosts came to a terrifying height of 10 meters, and Wu Feng felt chills running through her body just by looking at it. That should be the special electric ghost commander, Su Qing said with certainty. The special electric ghost commander should be the strongest individual, and by defeating it, it was equivalent to occupying this heavenly abyss raider. Wu Feng cocked his head, and there was no fluctuation in his black and gray pupils. It doesn't understand, but it doesn't need to. Just complete the task set by Su Qing. On the side, Panda wiggled its butt. Hearing of such a presence made it a little more itchy again. A 10-meter Tetsugami should be a blast to fight. Before it killed those 4 or 5-meter special electric ghosts without a single feeling. Similar to bullying a small child. There's no rush. Outside. Let's clean up the extra electric ghosts outside first, or they'll mess up during the raid later. Su Qing smiled and made a decision. He was ready to start raiding this heavenly abyss. With his current strength at the 4th stage of the primary order, it might be a bit worse. However, if he cleared out all the Theoden ghosts outside again, his strength would definitely increase again, and that would be the time when he would be able to raid this heavenly abyss. Panda sniffed and wailed twice. Doesn't that mean they can go and fight the guys from before? It licked its lips as it thought of the previous scene where they were being chased by the special electric ghost under Su Qing's orders. It's looking forward to it. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. While Su Qing was being promoted, a call was made to the imperial capital of the Great Zhou Empire, the headquarters of the escort guard. A miserable hand held the phone in its grip. Admiral Dream, Colonel Husin, you led us to explore the zoo all over and found no pandas. The careful voice of the escort came from the other end of the line. In the darkness, the man known as Admiral Dream revealed his face. Surprisingly, it was a woman with delicate features. Her features were soft but not lacking in Englishness, and her pair of alluring peach blossom eyes were full of indifference at the moment. Like a weathered traveler, her skin was bleached white, as if she had been in the darkness for a long time without seeing the sun. Chapter 19, Su Qing enslaved a panda? How could it not be? It's clearly supposed to be at the zoo at this hour. Admiral Dream's voice had a puzzled tone to it, as if questioning or muttering. Anything unusual at the scene? At the scene we found a huge hole in the ground that leads right out of the zoo. And inside the hole in the ground there are signs of a large number of animals passing through. The escort thought for a moment and added, we had a murderer come through here once while we were stationed, and he escaped just as soon as we found out who he was. Oh, who is this person? Yumagami came to be a bit more interested. Maybe this person was the key to the missing zoo animals. Su Qing, the escort said. So it's him. Admiral Dream seemed to be familiar with Su Qing in his tone. Don't pay any attention to it, it's just a second-rate player. It won't make it to the stage. The soldier nodded and added. Marshal Wu has already regarded him as a typical maniac and issued a nationwide wanted notice. Small talk, guess it's woman related again. Admiral Dream finished and hung up the phone. The room was plunged into darkness. There was a whiff of tranquilizing incense in the air, and there seemed to be the sound of brushing rain outside the door. The bedding is soft and smooth and comes with a massager to relieve fatigue. I have to say, this room is great for sleeping. Admiral Dream muttered something under his breath as he opened his eyes wide in the darkness and gathered the darkness before him. Where would a panda go? In the midst of her meditation, a flash of light flashed in her mind, and she suddenly thought of Su Qing, who had just been mentioned by the escort. His ability, it seems, is to enslave the undead. Hardly, shaking his head, Admiral Dream shook the ridiculous thought out of his mind. I'm really sleepy. The panda natural disaster is so horrible. How can it be enslaved by a human? If it is really enslaved, it's a good thing. Su Qing's body is weak. It's much better to deal with it than a mere natural disaster. Thoughtfully, Admiral Dream's words grew more and more confused, as if he were talking in his sleep. The next moment, she had closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Tianfu Academy. Several tall, strong men with a small child came here together from several kilometers away. Are we really going to the school? Will it be too dangerous? The only burly man with glasses among the crowd couldn't help but feel a sense of withdrawal as he felt that he was about to arrive. This statement immediately caused the others to be displeased. Are you kidding me? Come all the way. Lu Yingping, do you still want to run away from the battle? High risk, high reward. If we hadn't killed that dog demon earlier, where would we have been able to obtain magic crystals to enhance our cultivation? What are we afraid of if we join forces? There are a lot of monsters on this side of the school. If we can kill a few of them and pop a few magic crystals to boost our cultivation, who else in this world can be our opponent? The crowd said one thing and I said another, and Lu Yingping was speechless. In the end, thinking of the lure of the magic crystals, Lu Yingping still agreed. Okay, but looking toward the school gates not far away, he felt a little uneasy. The few people continued to walk forward, encountering a few demonic creatures along the way, all of which were easily solved by their joint efforts. Their strengths had almost all reached the second stage of the primary stage, and joining forces to deal with most of today's demons was still very easy. Finally, they arrived at the entrance to the school, and were immediately stunned by the scene before them. Why are all the monsters dead? Only to see a large number of corpses of special electric ghosts lying across the entrance of the Heavenly Mansion Academy in front of them, almost carpeted with their bodies. Blood mixed with mucus kept flowing out from it, staining the school entrance red. Some of the special electric ghosts had their heads bitten off, some had their chests pierced through, and some were directly torn to shreds. And some of the meat sauce on the ground made people wonder if they had been hit by great fortune dozens of times. Such a tragic situation makes the crowd can't help but feel a chill in their hearts, and can't imagine what has happened here in the end. The crowd looked at each other, and for a moment they were all a little speechless. It was only after a long time that Lu Yingping spoke. Are we still going? His words pulled the crowd back to their senses, and immediately someone said, Why don't we forget about it? I feel like this one monster is enough for us to fight. So many monsters have been taken out. There are great terrors in the academy. Dig your mom, a burly man cursed, as if to embolden himself. There wasn't a single other monster at the scene, so it's hard to think that one person took out all of these monsters. By my guess, the monsters should have killed each other. After he finished speaking, his gaze went to the corpses on the ground, greed flashing in his eyes. Besides, with so many monster corpses, there must be magic crystals hidden. Why not take the magic crystals that you picked up for nothing? This statement was a wake-up call for the others. Looking at the corpse on the ground, his gaze was filled with salivation. Lu Yingping thought about it and thought it made sense. And as soon as he did, he ripped out the child they had been carrying. When has a child ever seen such a scene? At this time shivering. You, go look on the monsters for any magic crystals. The child shook his head desperately and stepped back. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lu Yingping slapped over, directly slapping a slap mark on the child's face. Get the hell out of here. We've been carrying you for so many days and you want to run when it's time for you to power up? You guys forced me to come here. The child sniffed and broke down a bit, fighting back tears. I was doing fine with my mom. You guys killed my mom. Don't make a ing noise. Lu Yingping threw out another slap, and the other half of the kid's face swelled up. Now the child stopped talking and whimpered forward. He knew that if he didn't fulfill these people's demands, he would die a much worse death. He shuddered as he approached the Tetterdine ghosts, rummaging through their corpses for magic crystals. What had been a fearful heart slowly calmed down after touching the bodies of a couple of special electric ghosts. These corpses that won't fight back don't seem so scary. At least they're better than the demons. The child looked quietly at a couple of burly men, but was immediately spotted. What the are you looking at? Why haven't you found the magic crystals yet? I'm warning you, don't blame me if I find out on you that you've smuggled them in. The child shivered, with deep fear in his gaze, and his movements sped up a lot, wanting to quickly find the magic crystals to dispense with a beating. But the more he searched, the more desperate he became. These corpses had long been swept away by Su Qing. Where was there half a magic crystal left? Not even a magic crystal slag. The kid knew that if he returned empty-handed, he was afraid that he would be beaten half to death by a few strong men when he returned. He looked at a couple of burly men and then back inside the academy. It carried a deep darkness inside, as if it were hell. The little boy hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. Resilience appeared in his eyes. Rather than continue to be destroyed by these demons, he should fight to the death. The boy's face did not move, but in fact, through the effort of touching the corpse, his body quietly approached in the direction close to the academy. When he reached the very edge, he suddenly accelerated violently and scurried into the Heavenly Mansion Academy. Chapter 20, Slaughter of the Special Electric Ghosts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This little tricked us. Dare to run? Can you run away, you kid? I said, how come you haven't been able to find the magic crystals? You're the one who hid them, aren't you? Don't let me find you or I'm going to break you into pieces. A few burly men also didn't expect the child who had been silent all the way to escape to dare to do so. There was a flurry of angry curses, thinking that the child had run off with the magic crystals. After them, a man shouted and took the lead to chase after them. The other burly men followed suit. Their cultivation levels were all at the second stage of the primordial order, so it was reasonable that they should be able to catch up quickly. But after running into the Heavenly Palace Academy they lost their target. The darkness in the middle of the academy seemed deeper, preventing them from seeing too far. Lu Yingping's face was furious. He actually saw that the child never found the magic crystal from the beginning to the end, but the child's escapades annoyed him to the extreme, and he would never allow the ever-compliant child to get out of his way. He can't run far. He must be in this neighborhood. Let's split up and look for him. Lu Yingping looked around and said with certainty, they followed the kid here in the first place. And at the rate they were going, the kid should have been hiding nearby. A few burly men spread out and began to look for children in the academy. Holy, why are there bodies in here too? Suddenly, a startled cry from a burly man made the crowd look over. They rushed over and saw the body of a special electric ghost lying on the ground. The body was cold by now, just like the one outside. The bizarre scene silenced several people. Right now we haven't encountered any other monsters, which means this place is safe for now. After a long silence, Lu Yingping said, with so many corpses, there must be a large amount of magic crystals. Maybe this is our chance. Find that kid first, then we'll slowly explore this place. Once a few people confirmed the plan, the search for the children began once again. But the more they searched, the more they felt that this Tianfu Academy was weird. There were bodies of Tetsu ghosts everywhere, and even some of the blood hadn't dried yet. It seemed to have died only a short time ago, and the deaths were all very miserable. It was like some horrible monster had killed it in one move. This made them become more and more careful as well. You guys wait. It wasn't long before a burly man with a scar on his face called out to the crowd, "Did you guys feel the ground move?" The crowd froze, and when they felt it carefully, they really felt the earth trembling slightly. Boom boom boom. Without waiting for them to react, the shaking grew louder and louder, interspersed with footsteps, and in a flash drew their attention to it. The voice was coming from the depths of the academy. In the middle of their sight, a dark figure swept through the air first. In the next moment, an overwhelming mass of special electric ghosts came out of the darkness behind them. Ah! They saw that, not far from them, the child they had searched for so long without finding was forced to reveal himself by a group of special electric ghosts. However, in the next second, the thunderbolts emitted by the special electric ghost drowned him out, and he could no longer be seen. Run! With a heartbreaking cry. The next moment, these people had begun to flee. The speed of the speed simply reached the peak of life. Just hate parents less born 2 legs. Lu Yingpian had already twisted his head to run the first time he saw the special electric ghost, and at this moment, he cautiously glanced back. It was a relief to realize that the rest of his teammates were behind him. Looking further back, he couldn't help but freeze. A black and white figure was actually raging amongst the berserk Teoden ghosts. It was a 6-meter-long panda with thunder on its body. The electric shock of the Tetsudo ghost hitting it only made the thunder on its body shine even brighter. Each of its strikes came with raging power, casually punching through the head of a Tetsu ghost. Lu Yingpian knew the power of the special electric ghosts just by looking at them, and each head was no weaker than his own. But in front of that panda, as if it were a rechargeable battery, it could only replenish it with lightning. Among the group of special electric ghosts, a bloody path was quickly killed by it. The entire beast's body was dyed red with blood, and it seemed to have become even stronger with its blood-soaked body. It didn't stop, and actually turned back again, plunging headlong into the group of Tetsu ghosts again. By chance a glance back, Lu Yingping saw its face. His face was filled with an excited bloodthirsty glow, as if he was enjoying the feast. What the hell kind of monster is that? Lu Yingping's heart was wildly shaken, having never seen such a terrifying monster before. Compared to them, those monsters they killed before were as weak as ants. Ah! Just as Lu Yingping lost his concentration, his companion's scream brought him back to his senses. Remembering that he was still in danger, he turned back and quickened his pace. His ability is to have his body strengthened drastically and his speed enhanced. There is no risk of being caught up for a while. The screaming and wailing of his companions behind him made him quicken his pace. The escapade lasted all of 10 minutes. Lu Yingping, who had continuously used his talent, felt a bit physically exhausted. He looked back. His companions had all disappeared. Needless to say, they had all been swallowed up by the special electric ghost. At this point, there were only 3 more special electric ghosts behind him. He took some detours along the way, and the Tay electric ghosts were too busy dealing with the panda to pay him any mind. But the 3-headed special electric ghost wasn't something he could deal with either. The arcs of electricity that flickered on their bodies made his heart tremble just by looking at them. If he gets electrocuted, he's afraid his life will be in danger. Damn, these several heads are really persistent. Cursing loudly, Lu Yingbian was anxious in his heart at this time. Without a solution, he might actually be planted. It was at this moment that he saw a human figure actually appear in front of him on his right. However, he saw that the man's figure was as upright as a green pine. His back was as broad as a tiger or leopard, and a large black bird rested on his shoulder. Although the face was childish, the face was as cold as ice, as if Lu Yingbian had seen a savior. His eyes lit up and he changed direction and ran towards the man. At the same time, his mouth shouted, "Friend, quickly join forces with me, and we'll work together to kill these 3 monsters." Of course Lu Yingping would not team up with him to fight against the enemy. He just wanted someone to help him hold back these special electric ghosts, even if it was just for a moment. That way he can get away with it while he can. The man he called out to stood still for a moment, as if waiting for him. Ruthlessness flashed in Lu Yingpian's eyes. "Don't blame me. If you do, blame your bad luck," Lu Yingping whispered. But before he could move, he saw a dark shadow flash by. In the blink of an eye, he felt his heart empty and his entire body collapsed powerlessly. Lu Yingping looked down. A large hole had opened up in his own chest, and his heart was gone. And the big black bird on the man's shoulder left at some point and landed on his shoulder again at that moment. Blood still seemed to be visible dripping from the large bird's claws. Recalling the black figure they saw at the very beginning that was being chased by the special electric ghost, Lu Yingping seemed to know something, but could no longer say half a word. Chapter 21, Give It a Big One. Su Qing watched the scene with an expressionless face. He didn't expect that someone would actually dare to break into the Heavenly Mansion Academy. He felt the power within the man and narrowed his eyes slightly. The strength of the humans outside has already reached the middle of the 2nd stage of the primary order? It's much faster than my previous life. Laughing lightly, Su Ching didn't think much about it and continued to stand in place and wait. He had been hunting special electric ghosts for the past few days' time. The strategy is very simple. First, you let Yufeng lure the monsters, and then when there are enough Tetsu ghosts, it's time for Panda to come out of the woodwork. Start slaughtering straight away and use Thai food to boost your strength. Originally, Su Ching was still a bit conservative, only allowing Wu Feng to seduce 70 to 80 special electric ghosts, but apparently it wasn't enough for Panda to fight. He had underestimated the power of a calamity level unit. Panda dealt with these special electric ghosts as easily as stepping on ants, quickly slaughtering them cleanly. And he also realized that Panda was able to absorb the lightning released by the Tetsudo ghosts, which was simply a heavenly gram. Later on, he directly let Wu Feng lead 200 to 300 special electric ghosts over. Such a high efficiency in brushing monsters, combined with the cultivation bonus of one man's way. His cultivation level directly owed up, and his speed was not as fast as using magic crystals, but it was close. Nowadays, he had already reached the 5th stage of the primordial order, but he had also killed about as many of the special electric ghosts scattered around the periphery. If you still want to kill monsters, you'll have to wait for more special electric ghosts to come out of the sky abyss. Roar! Panda's roaring voice rang out, above the roof of the building. Its figure came from far and near, and finally leapt down and landed in front of Su Ching. The huge impact caused the earth to tremble, and the ground was overwhelmed as it cracked open a few cracks. Su Ching looked at Panda, who was covered in blood, and casually recruited an undead dandelion, releasing water to rinse Panda clean. Panda is kind of killing it these days. Every day, he took down over 1,000 undead, and every day the hair on his body was dyed blood red. If someone else had come, they wouldn't have been able to kill so many even if their swords were curled. Rustling just then, a sparse sound came from among the bushes on the side. The next moment, several rats burrowed out. They raised their hands and handed the purple crystals in their hands to Su Ching. They were all undead that Su Ching had only just taken in, and were specifically used to stow away trophies. The pandas on the field just kill, and they are responsible for gathering the resources over. For more magic crystals? Su Ching took the magic crystal and casually placed it in his pocket. He had collected 12 pieces of magic crystals now, but these beginner level 2 stage 3 magic crystals were of very little use to him, and he sucked them away in a single bite. He kept all these magic crystals, preparing to absorb them after he learned the cultivation technique later. This would maximize the use of the energy of these magic crystals. It's a bit of a waste to just swallow it in one gulp. It didn't take long. When he had washed the blood from Panda's body, Su Ching patted its stomach. The time is almost right. It's time for us to deal with that tetrad ghost overlord. Ow 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 ow. Hearing this, the freshly cleansed Panda's eyes immediately showed a strong intent to fight. He had been very much looking forward to fighting the special electric ghost commander when he knew of its existence before, and now that he had the chance, Panda was excited. Su Ching smiled faintly, feeling very satisfied with Panda's belligerent character. Being Calamity requires such a warlike, murderous intent. It is only by defeating one opponent and stepping over the bodies of his opponents that one can ascend to the supreme. This is true even if Panda becomes undead, leading Panda and the other undead towards the academy cafeteria. He had already subdued over 200 special electric ghosts at this point. Combined with over 100 demonic beasts, it looked like a vast piece of land. At this time, most of the demonic beasts and undead under his command had also come to the 3rd stage of the primary stage of cultivation, which was also a strong party in the outside world nowadays. The cafeteria of Tenfu College is located in the southern part of the college, near the student dormitories in a good environment. The decor is simple and generous, spacious and bright, but at this point it has long been taken over by the ghosts of special power. The cafeteria, which was originally full of students' noisy, youthful atmosphere, was full of dead silence. There was only the occasional horrific howl from the Tet ghost and the squeaking of electricity on his body. As far as the eye could see, it was ghastly white, like skin that had been eaten away by a virus. Su Ching roughly looked around, and feared that more than 1,000 special electric ghosts had gathered here. Each head was 4 meters taller and exuded an appalling aura. Inside the cafeteria, there was also a steady stream of special electric ghosts popping up, but that will all dissipate today. Su Ching's mind moved, and the undead under his command immediately rushed out as if they had been pumped with chicken blood, surrounding the cafeteria from all sides. A head of undead with black and gray eyes, humongous. The special electric ghosts quickly spotted them and launched a counterattack as well. 2 creatures that also defied death collided. At that moment, the special electric ghosts were like running water meeting magma, instantly vaporizing a lot of them. These undead had followed Su Ching all the way to raise their strength, and had long since changed from the past, and it was very simple to deal with these special electric ghosts. Roar! Sensing that something was wrong, a tall figure walked out in the middle of the cafeteria. It was 10 meters tall and stood up to poke right through the ceiling of the cafeteria. Along the way, the roof was directly crumbled, and even when it encountered reinforced concrete, it bounced right off of it. Broken bricks and rebar were flying around. The ground trembled with every step. Its weight is feared to have exceeded 1,000 tons. It gave the impression of oppression as if it were a legion of special electric ghosts. Panda's body blocked in front of Su Qing, deflecting all the flying debris for him. Roar! It let out a growl as well. The violent sound waves shook back the flying debris. In the next moment, Panda's body had shot out like a cannonball, like a black and white lightning bolt. It directly crashed into the Special Electric Ghost Commander. The Special Electric Ghost Commander felt the threat that Panda brought to him, but felt it carefully and realized that it was nothing more than a demonic beast half the size of himself. Despite its size, its brain is still only the size of a sesame seed. It felt inadequate for a man of Panda's size, so he directly slapped out, like a fly, trying to slap Panda away. Something seemed to ignite in Panda's pupils at the sight of this contemptuous blow. This is just a special electric ghost. How dare you underestimate it? It was a SSS-level supernatural disaster. A legendary undead that mastered the power of thunder and earth. Roar! Panda let out a roar as the power of thunder gathered on his body. Silky arcs of electricity flickered and swam through its fur. Rumble! Above the sky, thunder split the dark night, instantly illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. It also gave a glimpse of the night sky that was somehow covered with dark clouds above the sky. This strike from Panda is going to be a shocking one. He was going to show this stupid Tetsa ghost what the power of calamity was. It was going to show this special electric ghost the price of underestimating it. Chapter 22 Occupying the Heavenly Abyss. Su Qing looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. This special electric ghost commander's strength was definitely not weak, having already reached the 6th stage of the primary order. The bit pattern is also far more than any other special electric ghost, reaching roughly A+. Put in today's blue star. I'm afraid not many people can deal with it. But sadly, he met Panda, and it happens to be cloudy tonight. Layers and layers of dark clouds shrouded the sky, and a random thunderbolt from Panda could be incredibly powerful. Now that it had struck with all its might, it would be even more terrifying. Zip zip zip. The sound of thunder and lightning surging seemed to come from the air. The special electric ghost sensed the anomaly. Looking at Panda, who was charging towards him, he also used an electric shock. A blue bolt of electricity flashed and intercepted in front of Panda. Without losing any speed, Panda extended his left paw. The invisible electric shock seemed to have met its king. Surprisingly, he clung to Panda's paw in a well-behaved manner. By now they were less than 10 meters away. This distance is a matter of moments for both. Boom boom boom. Just then, Panda raised his left hand, which was still arcing with electricity, and clenched it violently. In an instant, there was a roar from the sky. Thunder roared in, coalescing into a panda-like shadow in the air that clung to Panda. The shadow was more than 20 meters tall, like a thunder god. In front of it, the special electric ghost commander was like a teddy meeting a tiger, casually probing his arm. Panda's sharp claws sliced through the tetrad ghost commander's chest as if it were tofu. Blood soared as the special electric ghost commander let out a hiss of pain. At its chest, there was a huge magic crystal flickering. Without hesitation, the lightning giant grabbed a handful of them and then threw another punch. The berserk power was declared, and a punch knocked the special electric ghost commander to the ground, mushed into a fistful of flesh and mud. Flesh, blood, mucus, and brains were so mixed up that it was no longer possible to tell where was where. After this punch, the lightning giant's figure disappeared, revealing Panda's true form. At this time, it looked a little tired, and its round body seemed to have dried up a little. Panda was only at the 5th stage of the primordial order now, and using a power of this level was very much a stretch. It consumed a great deal of power, making it all a bit of a sufferer, but its eyes overflowed with the joy of killing. Roar! Panda looked around and stood over the corpse of the Tetrarch Ghost Commander, letting out a fierce growl. The earth trembled as the sound waves spread, more domineering and terrifying than a tiger's roar or a dragon's roar. Su Qing watched this scene, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Although Panda was weak nowadays, his aura was becoming more and more similar to the calamity he remembered from his previous life. Come back, Panda! Su Qing gave the order. Panda was incapable of fighting at this point and needed to come back and recuperate for a while. Panda sniffed and took a step to Su Qing's side. It went slowly, but along the way the brainless special electric ghosts looked like they felt threatened. None of the Tet ghosts attacked it. Coming to Su Qing's side, Panda transformed into a stream of light, turning into a tattoo on Su Qing's body. And Su Qing also had an extra thumb-sized magic crystal in his hand. Compared to the magic crystals that were as big as green beans that the other special electric ghosts had popped out, this was already considered big. Su Qing pocketed it and continued to let the undead attack. though Panda needs to rest now. The entrance to the heavenly abyss is imperative for him on this trip. Perhaps it was Panda's battle that boosted morale, as several of the pandas were at their maximum strength, working with the rest of the undead army to decimate the teeter ghosts. Su Qing took the opportunity to send out a light of death that shone on the Special Electric Ghost Commander. The Special Electric Ghost Commander's cultivation was a segment stronger than his, so the amount of mental energy consumed was enormous. Su Qing's remaining spiritual energy was somewhat insufficient again now. The Special Electric Ghost Commander was something he absolutely had to take in. In response, he had to give up some of the undead Teletubbies and revive the Teletubby Commander first. The Special Electric Ghost Commander sauce on the ground slowly got up and became tall and powerful again. Only now its pale skin had turned almost entirely red, all covered in cracks, revealing the flesh and blood inside. Roar! The resurrected Undead Tetrarch Ghost Commander howled, his voice becoming a bit hoarse. Finish them off! Su Qing gave the order. The Undead Tetrarch Ghost Commander obeyed the order and swung around, beginning to sweep his companions around him. The Special Electric Ghosts froze in place at the sight. I don't understand why the head of my own family would do this to himself. The Special Electric Ghost Commander was still very strong. Although he couldn't beat Panda, it was very easy to beat these minions. Efficiency is a bit stronger than the number one them. It didn't take long for Su Qing to clear this place of the Special Electric Ghosts. He stood amidst the ruins of the cafeteria, a bowl of noodles in his hand. These days all he ate was basically the cookies he had picked up at the supermarket earlier, and now he was finally eating a cooked meal. The hot noodles cooked by fire in number one. One bite down, the steam rushed down the bowl straight to his head, making even Su Qing feel a sense of comfort. In the midst of the post-apocalyptic world, it was a luxury to have a bowl of noodles. His gaze looked at the sky abyss in front of him. There was a large, black pit on the floor of the cafeteria that was so deep that you couldn't see the bottom. Today the pit is only about 4 or 5 meters in diameter, and inside you can see the Special Electric Ghosts that keep climbing upwards, deeper into the abyss. Su Qing could still see various tall figures. The pale figures that were hundreds of meters tall looked like demonic gods, their eyeless faces gazing silently at Su Qing from the depths of the heavenly abyss. All of these Special Electric Ghosts were definitely above Panda in terms of strength, and any one of them could easily wipe out Su Qing's undead army regiment. However, Su Qing knew that they weren't able to come over at this time, so he wasn't worried. Today's Blue Star had less than half a month from experiencing the Day of Awakening, and the monsters that appeared within the heavenly abyss were at most at the beginning level. That kind of 100-meter tall monster could never appear. Shiver. Finishing the noodles in his hand in one gulp, he casually tossed them and landed on the corpse of a Tetsu ghost. This place was now almost covered in the corpses of the Special Electric Ghosts, and it was only Su Qing who could eat noodles in this environment. This Tian Yuan strength is average. Su Qing seemed to sigh. It seems that the level of importance isn't as high as I thought. It can only be considered a low-grade heavenly abyss. Through his experience in his previous life, Su Qing judged the approximate level of this heavenly abyss, and a lower heavenly abyss generally meant a lack of resources as well. It was no wonder that the only things found around were miracle stones and some herbs of low value. Perhaps the only benefit that Heaven's Abyss had for Su Qing was the ability to keep brushing the monsters, giving him a boost in his cultivation. With the speed of brushing monsters in the early stages of the lower heavenly abyss, I'm afraid that it's a bit difficult to rely on it to quickly ascend to the middle stage. Su Qing lowered his head and pondered for a while, deciding to take another break and leave when Panda's strength was restored. When the time came, just leave the Undead Tetrapod Ghost Commander here to guard the place, and let it help himself collect the resources derived from the heavenly abyss, and he himself was going to look outside. Chapter 23, Base City. Time passed and another 10 days passed. A tall figure slowly stepped out from the Heavenly Mansion Academy. His face was plain but with a coldness like that of ice. The large black bird on his shoulder stood tall, its dark gray eyes seeming to take in everything around it. Behind him, there was an army of undead. The visitor was naturally Su Qing. He waited for Panda to recover these 10 days and stayed for a while longer, and his strength had now reached the late 6th stage of the primary order. Once again, he encountered a bottleneck, and I'm afraid it would take some effort to break through. The cultivation provided to him by Kiltronic Ghost was already very little, so he took Panda out to see the changes outside. Also planned to head to Sea Town. He hadn't been to Sea City in his previous life, except that one of the Heavenly Kings had written his story as a biography, which was widely circulated among humans. Among them was the experience of obtaining top-notch cultivation techniques in Sea City. Su Qing now needed to find someone who was familiar with Sea City to lead the way for him before he could do so. This person can't be undead yet. Living creatures become undead with drastically reduced intelligence and can only listen to simple commands, and with most of his memories from his life dissipating, it was completely impossible for him to find an undead to lead the way. Let's see what the overall strength is out there right now first. With a wave of Su Qing's hand, the many undead instantly dispersed as birds and beasts, spreading out in the surroundings. It began to search for the surrounding demonic beasts for Su Qing. With Su Qing's strength nowadays, he didn't need them to protect him for the time being. Letting them spread out was the most cost-effective option. Moreover, Su Qing was prepared to blend into the crowd to check out the situation, and it was inconvenient to bring them with him. It's enough to have Panda and Yufeng. Half an hour later, Su Qing, who had been strolling around the streets for half an hour with no luck, frowned. He had searched for half a day and walked for I don't know how many blocks, but he hadn't seen a single human. Is everyone here dead? Su Qing patted the Wu Feng on his shoulder and let it fly out to investigate. This is much more efficient. The crow phoenix circled in the air and quickly found its target. Su Qing followed Wu Feng's guidance. He'd like to ask what's going on here. Changhua Avenue. Brother Panther, the supplies in our lair are getting low, and we need to send people to find them again, said a cockeyed, leering man. A youth with a black panther tattooed on his chest slapped the lewd man on the head. What the do you mean lair? Do you talk about your base like that? The lewd man smiled fawningly. Yes. It's not like I haven't studied for a few years. So what about the supplies? Panther took a drag on his cigarette and flicked his butt away. These monsters are getting stronger and stronger. The last time the dogs and the others went out looking for supplies, they didn't make it back. Now who dares to go out? Talk to the boss and get rid of all those old men and children. It'll last a while longer. The lewd man sniffed and was surprised. Will the bosses agree? At first, we promised them. That. Brother Panther cursed with hatred. Cockeye, are you cannot eat, and still keep the previous agreement. Besides, what they were promised was to bring them to the base. Nothing about taking care of them. It's still Brother Panther who sees things through. Chicken, I immediately complimented. What base? Just then, a voice came out from behind the two, who both turned back at the same time, looking behind them warily. They were relieved to see that the visitors were human. This person was naturally Su Qing, who revealed a kind smile as he continued to ask. I wanted to ask, why is there no one around here? Looking at Su Qing's childish and kindly appearance, Brother Panther let his guard down even more, and his entire body loosened up. That goes without asking. Of course they're going to Base City. Base City? Su Qing chewed on the word. The term, supposedly, is the emergence of super strong people among humans in the later period, sheltering the party with their formidable and unrivaled strength. That's what created Base City, so that the average person could live in peace within it. It's only the beginning of the chaos. Where's the Base City? Seeing Su Qing's puzzled look, Brother Panther's eyes rolled and said, You haven't even heard of Base City? It's the human majestic city, a safe zone created by various top powerhouses. Inside, you cannot worry about monsters attacking, and fighting between humans is forbidden. It's an excellent area to live in chaos. What? Do you want to go? The more Su Qing heard, the stranger he felt. Wasn't this similar to the Base City in his previous life? Curiosity driving his mind, he nodded and said, Think. Brother Panther looked him up and down before saying, What is your innate talent? Su Qing displayed the Wu Feng in his hand. Manipulate it. In a sense, he wasn't lying either. Panther nodded in satisfaction at that. It looked like it would be a good ability to manipulate birds and be a scout. Let's start with an agreement. I'll take you to the base, and you'll be part of the base and have to follow your superior's orders unconditionally. Okay, Su Qing agreed without hesitation, not even blinking an eye. Brother Panther's heart rejoiced at his words. Another talent for the base to cheat. Sucked ah. Su Qing followed the duo and didn't go more than a few minutes before he saw his target. A rundown neighborhood with two men with guns guarding the gate. The tattered walls made Su Qing frown. How could one not connect the scene in front of them with the base city? Is this the base city you were talking about? That's right. This is our base now, old buddy, and now you're part of our base arm team. Brother Bao smiled and patted Su Qing's shoulder. Then bring him inside the base. However, before he could get inside the gate, a heartbreaking howl was heard. You guys can't kick us out. In the beginning, you posed as escorts and said you would take us to the base city, but you ended up bringing us to this hole of a place, and now you want to kick us out. Are you still human beings? Su Qing went forward, and what met his eyes was an older woman sitting on the ground, pulling on the pants leg of the person in front of him. Get out! An obese man kicked the older woman in front of him to the ground. The tremendous force caused the older woman to fly backward a dozen meters and hit the wall, her head lolling unconscious. The man wasn't relieved yet, however, and walked over to the older woman, kicking her in the head again and again. With his strength, how could Big Mother's body withstand it? In a few strokes, there was no sound. Did I give you face? Dare to spill with me? You? There was also a circle of people around them, basically young and old. All fell silent at the sight before them. The man relieved himself and turned back to the crowd. I'll say it again. You were the ones who agreed to come with us in the first place, and we had nothing to do with it. And as I said when I came here, you are to follow the orders of your superiors unconditionally. Now the boss sends you all to live outside for a while, and if anyone dares to disobey, they'll end up like her. Chapter 24 World Situation. Seeing this scene, Su Qing was not moved. He'd seen it too often in his previous life. Humans who couldn't function had no business using supplies. He was also not a righteous person like Hu Xinyu and would not step in to rescue these people. It was only the mannerisms of these people that made Su Qing feel somewhat familiar. His eyes flashed thoughtfully. Brother Panther, who was beside him, saw him standing frozen in place and thought he was stunned. Ha laughed and patted Su Qing's shoulder. Kid, in the future, this is all the norm. Survival in the middle of the post-apocalyptic world is all about the weak and the strong. You'll get used to it in the future. But don't worry, with your ability, you won't be treated poorly if you follow us to eat and drink. With that he led the way forward. Come on, I'll take you to the boss. Su Qing nodded his head and followed Brother Panther all the way to a room in the dilapidated neighborhood. The original inscription on the room had been removed, but Su Qing could vaguely recognize it as property office. Pushing open the door to the room, the puff of heat from inside. A reddish fat man sat in the center. The red skin on his body was emitting strong heat all the time, and he was not to be messed with at first glance. When he saw Brother Panther bring Su Qing over, he frowned. Little Panther, what are you doing bringing an outsider here? Little Panther explained. Boss, this kid is a gifted awakened person I found outside with the ability to control this bird. After saying that, Brother Panther pointed at the Wu Feng on Su Qing's shoulder. Fatty's gaze landed on Wu Feng. Then his eyes widened and he stood up at once. Beginning stage 4. Fatty let out a gasp. Fatty had been mixing in this chaotic world for a month and thought he had some eyesight, so he instantly recognized Wu Feng's cultivation. Su Qing gave the fat man a somewhat surprised look. He had been raising his cultivation level for the past 10 days, and now Wu Feng and the other undead were at the 4th stage of the primary stage. Although he hadn't asked Wu Feng to hide his strength, it had only been a month since the chaos began now. To be able to recognize Wu Feng's strength by his scent, this fatty really had some skills. On the sidelines, Brother Panther scratched his head in some confusion at the words. Boss, what are you talking about? I've only been at the 3rd stage of the 1st rank for a short while. Where can I advance that quickly? Stupid. Your guest is in front of you and still doesn't realize it. The fat man cursed angrily, then looked at Su Qing. This little brother, so young that he actually has a primary stage 4 cultivation. What a young hero. You're too kind. Fatty read. The corner of Su Qing's mouth lifted slightly, recognizing the identity of the person in front of him. Su Jianwei, nicknamed Red Fatty, was a ruthless man who made himself king in his previous life and wanted to restore the emperor system. It's also a master under the top echelon. I didn't realize that now that the end times had just begun he was already establishing a base and preparing for the founding of the country. At the side, Brother Panther heard this and immediately stared at his own boss with wide eyes, incredulously looking at him and then at Su Qing. You're a beginner 4th stage? He let out a strangled cry. Beginning stage 4. This is a realm that only their boss has reached, and this kid in front of him has actually reached it? He felt like he was dreaming. What was this? That he had tricked a primary stage 4 expert back? Su Jianwei was called Red Fat Face, slightly stunned. Before the end of the world, he was a boss. After the end of the world is to become a top group of strong. When have you ever been called so humiliatingly? The sulking color in his eyes flickered away as he smiled and opened his mouth. I'm the boss here. Su Jianwei, little brother came here. But do you want to join our base? If you are willing, I am willing to directly give you the position of second in command. He didn't know the bottom line of the person in front of him and wasn't prepared to provoke him or even show kindness. After all, nowadays, the strength of the 4th stage of the primary order was a powerful party no matter where it was. He didn't feel that Su Qing was really tricked into coming here by Brother Panther. Such an expert should have other purposes for coming to this place. On the sidelines, Brother Panther listened in awe. From the establishment of the base until now, it has never been a one-man dictatorship of Su Jianwei. There's never been a second in command. Now this position is actually going to this kid in front of me who looks less than 20 years old? What's he got? Oh, by virtue of being at the 4th stage of the primary order, that's fine. Hoping he's tricked himself into coming back a leader on this trip out there. His gazed at Su Qing, wanting to see his reaction. I've been in seclusion for a while. Can someone tell me what base city is? Su Qing didn't answer, but instead asked out a milliseconds question. Su Jianwei narrowed his eyes at the words. This person actually didn't know about base city? Just now, he was still guessing if Su Qing was someone sent by the base city. But I don't know the base city strength, but it is so strong. Could it be that it has encountered some kind of strange encounter? Thinking, Sujianoe's obese face revealed a meaningful smile. No background. In a position of opportunity. How dare you come to his base? Really, a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. So what if you're at the 4th stage of the primary order? In terms of talent, he hadn't seen anyone stronger than him. Not to mention that Su Qing's talent was only manipulating a bird. He was able to kill Su Qing before that bird reacted then. Little leopard. Tell him what base city is. The enthusiasm on Su Jianoe's face dispersed as he casually waved his hand and said. 10 minutes later. Under Brother Panther's narration, Su Qing finally understood the current situation. Shortly after the Day of Awakening, chaos descends and the world order is on the verge of collapse. That was when the escort guard stepped in. They established a base city and gathered the forces of the Great Zhou Empire together to form a safe zone. Escorts are also sent around to pick up survivors to live in the base city. Red Fatty, this base of his, is abducting survivors to come under the name of escort. The purpose was to fulfill Su Jianoe's desire to become emperor. But boy, the supplies were running low, and he had no choice but to kick the useless people out of the base. After listening, Su Qing's brows furrowed. This period in his previous life was the most chaotic time, and the escorts mostly collapsed. How is it that now they have stabilized the situation so quickly? The butterfly effect couldn't be more violent or more outrageous, could it? Recall the scene where Hu Xinyu rounded up the zoo. Su Qing was almost certain that someone had followed him back across. Either that or they used precognition or something. In this way his plans would have to be accelerated, and he would have to grab more resources to upgrade himself. Otherwise, in case his peers made the first move, his progress would have to be slowed down very much. How about it? Little brother, are you interested in joining our base? Su Jianoe's voice came out. Although our strength is a bit weaker than the base city, it's definitely not bad. And in the base city you might still receive all sorts of regulations and constraints. Here outside, you can enjoy the vast majority of freedom. When he finished speaking, Su Jianoe's gaze was dead set on Su Qing. If Su Qing uttered a no-come, he would have to strike with thunderous force and suppress him. A kid with no background. He had no burden to kill. Su Qing glanced at him and said indifferently, "It's a bit too whimsical to think that even you shrimp soldiers and crab generals want me to join." Chapter 25, A Punch. Su Qing's words fell. The room fell silent. The scorching air felt like it had gone a few degrees colder. What did you say? Su Jianoe's voice seemed to contain a raging fury. His temper was already bad, and now that he had figured out Su Qing's bottom line, coupled with the fact that Su Qing had provoked him several times, he was ready to give the guy in front of him a taste of his own medicine. Brother Panther at the side was trembling at this time, knowing that his boss was really angry. He had followed Su Jianoe since before Awakening Day and knew his temper. An already short temper was exacerbated by the awakening. Usually walking around the base, if anyone saw him and didn't salute they were beaten. I'm afraid this kid in front of me is going to be in deep. Brother Panther's gaze glanced at Su Qing and quietly took a few steps back. He knew the terror of his boss and was deeply afraid of being injured by mistake. Even if he knew that Su Qing was also at the 4th stage of the primary order, he hadn't worried about his boss losing. His talent, after all, was just too terrifying. Su Qing looked like he hadn't noticed the subtle change in the air. His army of undead was already very strong at this point, but usually he was mingling in the wilderness and was not well informed. It's like he had no prior knowledge of something as big as Base City, so he also had the idea of taking in a team of humans to work for him. Right now, Su Jianoe is a good choice. Su Jianoe is good and has many men under him. Despite some character flaws, he's not a bad henchman. But wanting to subjugate him is definitely not as simple as simply talking about it. Without showing his strength, Su Jianoe will definitely not submit. I said, "Red fat man, you this shrimp soldier." Su Qing repeated word by word, as if he was deliberately provoking Su Jianoe. But before he could finish his words, Su Jianoe could no longer hold back. "Kid, you forced me to do this. I'm going to break your bones one by one and feed them to the dogs." He rose from his seat in the blink of an eye, and his entire body transformed into a ray of fire as he rushed towards Su Qing. The heat of the fire was so intense that the wooden furniture around them even showed signs of burning. Red rock flash. Su Jianoe's voice rang out, as if the entire person was like a stone that had been scorched red and slammed over. Fresh. The Wufeng on Su Qing's shoulder also reacted instantly, fluttering its wings to take off into the air, fiercely stretching out its sharp claws and grasping at Fatty Red's face. Seeing this, Su Jianoe's heart was shocked. It wasn't that he hadn't dealt with demons before. That is, he had dealt with a few demons at the 4th stage of the primary stage, but never had I seen a demon like Wufeng who reacted so quickly. The cold gray-black pupils of his eyes and the attack containing no fear of death made him feel very tricky as well. But such an attack was not yet in his sights. He only saw his body twisting, and the flames on his body blazed as if he had poured gasoline on it. In the midst of the flames, rolling black smoke rose up, like a layer of demonic mist, enveloping Wufeng. It was none other than his first talent, the black mist. The smoke was not ordinary smoke. It could completely isolate a space filled with poisonous gas, and as long as the bird still had to breathe, it would never be able to escape. Kid, I've taken care of your bird. Ready to have your bones broken by me? The corners of Su Jianwei's mouth revealed a sardonic smile as he looked hideously at Su Qing. In the midst of the chaos, he had relied on this move to solve many opponents. Fresh. However, before he could rejoice for long, a cry came from the black smoke. Wu Feng's figure scurried out from the black fog, actually not receiving the black fog's influence in the slightest. What? Seeing this scene, Su Jianwei was shocked. He had never seen a creature come out of his darkroom in one piece. Su Qing let out a light laugh. Fatty Red, is this what you call solved? Perhaps Su Jianwei's trick was useful against the living Wu Feng, but at this point, Wu Feng had long since been reduced to an undead spirit and did not need to breathe at all. Su Jianwei was upset, and then when he looked at Su Qing's look of victory, his heart was even more annoyed. This bird is so difficult to deal with. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. But soon his eyes rolled back. But if he couldn't deal with this bird, couldn't he deal with Su Qing? Su Jianwei's body trembled, and the flames on his body once again fiercely intensified by a few points. Kid, you're rejoicing too soon. He swung his fist out, and the flames coalesced into a flame vortex that rushed towards Wu Feng. The space in Wu Feng's room was too small to be conducive to dodging, and Wu Feng simply rose up into the sky, directly crashing through the ceiling and flying into the air. A whirlwind of flames swept through, directly destroying a wall. Berserk waves of fire rushed, like a giant dragon that rose up into the sky and flew high into the air. The entire base saw the scene and couldn't help but stand in the distance and look out. Go to hell! Seeing that he had forced away Wu Feng, Su Jianwei immediately swung another strike towards Su Qing. The raging tongues of fire coalesced into a large open hand that grabbed at Su Qing. When Su Qing saw this scene, he froze in place as if he had been stunned. The little panther behind him was so frightened by the blow that he hurriedly lunged towards the outside of the house. Looking at this situation, I'm afraid this kid will be burned to ashes right away. Is this the boss's tactic? So scary. Who made the boss angry? It looks like Brother Panther just brought back that kid. Ha ha ha, having angered the boss. It looks like he's in deep trouble. With this slap, there's no ashes left. The crowd murmured, all feeling that Su Qing's big day was coming. Su Jianwei also finally put away his fists. The whole thing was panting. The two moves he had just made were both moves that were only comprehended after the fourth stage of the beginner's stage and were called condensed forms. The ability to control the flames to condense and take shape, and the power has been increased. Also the consumption is huge. With 2 consecutive strikes, even he was a bit overwhelmed. But finally, this guy was taken care of. Looking at Su Qing, who was still standing in place, Su Jianwei had a smile on his face. Seems to be a rookie who is totally dependent on that bird and is defenseless without it. In that case, it seems to be better to be gifted yourself. The power mastered by oneself is the real power, and external power is nothing but illusion. It was like this kid's performance at this moment was inferior to even the beginner's second stage awakened person in their base. However, right at this moment, a large furry hand reached out from behind Su Qing. The black and white hand looked unintimidating, so helpless in the face of the hand as big as a one-story building. In the next moment, the large hand lightly swung out a punch. The calm air swirled with a gale. The fist wind that was even more terrifying than a Class 10 hurricane swept over, actually blowing the flaming hands directly away. For a moment, the yellow sand rolled and the wind howled. Sporadic flames fluttered as if announcing Su Jianwei's defeat, and the defeat was so complete. Blah, blah, blah. The air was silent, and the footsteps were so conspicuous. Su Qing walked slowly to Su Jianwei. The Wu Feng in the sky had refallen onto Su Qing's shoulder at some point. Su Qing's face was flat, as if dealing with Su Jianwei was as simple as stepping on an ant to him. The footsteps stopped. Su Qing looked at Su Jianwei, who was close by with dull eyes. Fatty Red, I'll give you a chance. Submit to me or die. Chapter 26, A Punch to Crush Your Dreams of Being Emperor. After the destruction of the houses, the place looked very empty. The people watching from all around were dumbfounded as they looked at the center of the field. The air was so quiet that Su Jianwei felt like he could clearly hear his heart beating furiously. The insects in my ears seemed to slow down 100-fold. Seconds seemed to pass as long as years in front of him. Looking at the young man standing in front of him with a childish face and a lonely expression, he felt as if his head wasn't enough. This fellow's strength was definitely more than the 4th stage of the primary order. It was even more than 5 stages at the beginning. What the hell is that furry hand? The wind of a single punch had shattered his own stance. Such strength, I'm afraid, could only be achieved by someone above the 6th stage of the primary rank. Such a character was a unique existence even in the escort. How did you come to your own little place? Numerous thoughts tumbled through his mind, And finally, he spoke bitterly, saying word for word, "I am willing to work for you." Su Qing nodded slightly. "You're very sensible. Tasteful?" Hearing this, Su Jianwei almost wanted to curse. "Then can you keep the murderous intent out of your body when you say that? If I didn't know any better, I'd still be punched to death by you." The thought of being subordinate in the future also made him feel a bit uncomfortable. His goal after the advent of chaos was to create a dictatorship of his own and become emperor himself. "I didn't expect the kingdom to be ate up by the guy in front of me with one punch before it was even created. I have something I want you to do. Find a quiet place first. You come with me." "I still don't know what your name is?" "Lu Yinpian." Because he knew that someone had traveled back with him, Su Qing unconsciously kept an eye out and reported a fake name. The name of a punk he had killed earlier, followed Su Jianwei into a room, outside which was a reprieve from the tense and shocked atmosphere. In the next moment, the people around them exploded. "Holy, boss actually lost? What was that just now? It was so scary. I was blown off my feet from so far away. So we're changing bosses from now on? Holy, what kind of person did Brother Panther bring back?" On the ground, Brother Panther was still immersed in the dreamlike scene he had just witnessed. He had just been behind Su Qing and could see most clearly. That light punch gave him an unrivaled sense of oppression. His initial stage 3 strength was a small expert in the base, but with that punch Su Qing had just thrown, hitting him 100 times wouldn't be a problem. This Su Qing, what exactly is his strength? Thinking back to before, he thought that Su Qing's refusal of the boss's invitation was ungrateful, but now it seemed that he had a plan. I'm afraid he looked at himself like a clown along the way. The old and sick people on the other side who were going to be thrown out looked like they had seen their savior at this moment and screamed at the guards around them. "You can't kick us out." The one who gave the order before was Su Jianwei. Now that the boss has changed, his order shall prevail. When the guards next to him heard this, a hesitant look appeared on their faces. In the end, he still said to his men, "You guys keep an eye on them first, and wait for the boss and his men to talk before settling." In the middle of the room, Su Qing sat on the chair and looked up at Su Jianwei from the bottom up. Su Jianwei cold sweat on both sides of his cheeks, the original reddened face at this time even more vivid. He didn't have the slightest idea what this man in front of him was going to take in for, and with his strength, it would be easy to deal with their entire base. "Don't worry, since you've defected to me, I won't do anything to you again," Su Qing said indifferently. "I'm not interested in the management of your base either. Everything will just carry on as usual." At those words, Su Jianwei was not convinced at all. He was the boss before the chaos and knows that this is all bull *********. Even a contract in black and white can be violated. And this kind of verbalization is not just violated, but on the surface he managed to force a smile. "Boss Lu, you're joking. There are still a lot of deficiencies in my base. I hope you can give me some guidance." Su Qing saw through his small mind at a glance, but he didn't bother to explain further and added, "I'll take over your base as long as you provide me with information and resources. How many magic crystals do you have at your base right now?" Su Jianwei hurriedly pulled out a small cloth bag from his arms, and inside lay a magic crystal peacefully. "Just this piece?" Su Qing frowned and pocketed the magic crystal. "A mosquito is still meat." It was a heartbreaking scene to see Su Jianwei. That was a magic crystal that their base had gone through a lot of trouble and lost many of their brothers to get. He couldn't even afford to use it himself, but he didn't expect it to be snatched away by Su Qing. If he had known, he would have used the magic crystals. Putting away the magic crystals, Su Qing clapped his hands. Outside the base, a wolf howl suddenly rang out. Ow, 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 ow. The wolf's howl was long and drawn out in the middle. Hearing Su Jianwei, his eyelids jumped. He had never encountered a wolf demon around. It wasn't long before there was a clamor of voices from outside. The door to the room was pushed open, and a giant wolf 3 meters long poked its head out of the doorway. Behind it, there were 3 or 4 giant wolves. These were all animals that Su Qing had previously taken in at the zoo. "Your base is so weak that it's still a bit underqualified as my affiliation, and I'm letting these guys follow you, which is barely enough," Su Qing said and beckoned, and the leading giant wolf instantly went to lie down next to him meekly, just like a puppy. Su Jianwei's heart leaped half a beat, and he sweated even more. There were a few more beginner stage 4 demonic beasts. What is this guy in front of me and why is he so big? To casually take out a few beginning stage 4 demonic beasts and send them out. I'm afraid that the escorting guards wouldn't have the ability to do so. Looking at the primary stage 4 stage demonic beast that was wagging its tail under Su Qing, a thought inexplicably arose in Su Jianwei's mind. Is he more than an escort? Shaking his head, he shook the impractical idea out of his mind. How is that possible? The escort guard that was an organization that had gathered the topmost forces of the Great Zhou Empire. They were extremely organized and their strength was top-notch. And they even had the strongest awakening talent, occupying the top resources. Combined, It's the strongest organization. There is no one in Blue Star who is stronger than them. But no matter what, this was an incomparably terrifying character in front of him. These wolves in front of them said that they were replenishing their battle power. But in fact, there was more of a surveillance element in it, right? Thinking about this, Su Jianwei directly knelt down on the spot and threw himself on the ground. I will serve Lord Lu to the death. Su Qing didn't help him up, and continued speaking to himself. I'm going to make a trip to the base city, and after that, I'll have to make a trip to Sea City. So find someone who knows the way and follow me. Su Jianwei on the ground did not dare to get up without authorization, and his head hung low. Yes, I'll set one up for you right away. Chapter 27, Encountering Lu Bo. Not long after, Su Qing came out from the middle of the room. He had already explained what needed to be explained, and he was ready to go to base city to meet his current escort. The escorts of the previous life were pretty much disbanded this time of year. I wonder what kind of strength the escorts united in this life will have. Just as he walked to the door, Su Qing saw an older woman rushing over and hugging his leg as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Little brother, save us. We really can't be driven away. We'll only die when we get outside. Su Qing waved his sleeve, and the big mom was flicked away from him. His expression was cold, and he was just about to have the group driven away when he suddenly thought of something and stopped moving. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Auntie. I just can't stand the way they're acting and I've come to rescue you. Really? Really? The big mom sniffed, her eyes widening in some disbelief. Su Qing smiled and nodded his head, like a neighborhood boy with sunshine and warmth. Really? I'll take you to the real base city in a few minutes. Great. Little brother, you are really a good person. The big mom was overjoyed, and tears even flowed from her face because of her happiness. She had just really thought she was going to be thrown out and have a hard time escaping death. The killing of one of their companions in particular raised their fear to a peak. At this time, after the robbery, the emotions in his heart suddenly turned over. Su Qing didn't say anything more. His goal was to want to take a stroll around base city, preferably deep inside and mixing it up at the top if he could. Investigate to find out who exactly knew about the past life and then kill them. And if he escorted this large group of people to the base city, he would definitely be taken seriously. Such a heroic act could easily spread. And when the time came to operate a bit more, it might even be possible to leap to the top of the escort. It didn't take long for Su Jianwei to find a good candidate for a tour guide for Su Qing. It was actually the panther who had fooled him all the way. Brother Bao stood in front of Su Qing with some restraint at this moment. Boss Lu, my name is Wang Bao. You can just call me Xiao Bao. My hometown is from Sea City, and I've been working on the base city side before the chaos came, so I'm most suitable if you want someone to lead the way. Brother Bao carefully looked at Su Qing as he spoke. After all, this person in front of him was a ruthless person who had defeated Su Jianwei with a single punch. Su Qing looked Wang Bao up and down and nodded. It doesn't matter who it is, just someone to lead the way. Then let's get going now. Su Qing had a sense of urgency and decided to set off immediately. With a large group of old and sick people, they headed for the base city. The journey was very smooth. Only 2 monsters were encountered, both of which were quickly resolved by Su Qing. The streets that had been scattered with monsters looked like they had been purged by something at this point. This was naturally Su Qing's handiwork. His undead army had been clearing the way for them, and the monsters had long since been taken care of. The 2 heads they encountered were still deliberately released by Su Qing to perform in front of the crowd. These people have lived in Su Jianwei's base for a long time, and they have no idea what is going on outside at this time, and they still think that this is all normal. But Wang Bao, who was on the sidelines, was sweating a bit. In the past, they could encounter a few demons when they came out to collect a single supply, but now that Su Qing was leading them across the city, there were actually only 2 demons blocking them. It's unbelievable, but once they thought about Su Qing's methods, it seemed to feel reasonable. I'm afraid those demons will also detour when they see Su Qing. Wang Bao looked at Su Qing with a little more awe. After walking for a long time, Wu Feng, who had been sent out by Su Qing to scout, flew back, stopping on Su Qing's shoulder. He chirped twice. There's someone in front. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. Finally he was arriving, and was already starting to encounter humans. He motioned for all the undead under his command to get out of the way, and his own group crashed into a group coming from the front. There were probably about 100 people in the group, all heavily armed and well trained. Su Qing could sense that the strength of these people was at least at the 3rd stage of the primary order, similar to the strength of Brother Bao beside himself. The strongest of them even possessed the strength of the 5th stage of the primordial order. It was a very strong team, and at first glance it came from the escort. Who are you people? Those people also saw Su Qing and the others and asked in a loud voice. The escort. It's the escort. This is a real escort. We're saved. Now we can finally get into base city, right? The crowd quickly pressed on at the sight of the escorts, and one by one, they rushed forward at the first opportunity, completely forgetting about Su Qing. Su Qing wasn't annoyed, and smiled as he walked up, saying with a face full of excitement, "Escorts, finally we've found you. We are residents scattered around the Tianfu Academy, and have come to find the base city. Can the Lord Escort take us to the base city?" The one leading the escort was named Lu Bo, with a strength of primary stage 5. He glanced at the crowd, and seeing that they were all a bunch of old and sickly people, he couldn't help but show disdain in his eyes. How dare these people come out to the base city? How dare they? Did you not encounter any demons on your way? Encountered. But they were all solved by this little brother. This bird on his shoulder is awesome. The Amazons then remembered Su Qing and complimented him. Only then did Lu Bo notice the Wu Feng on Su Qing's shoulder, and a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Beginner stage 4? No wonder. But it's a bit of luck that this strength has traveled through half of the city to come over here and still come out unscathed. Su Qing coyly scratched his head and didn't say anything. "This lord, please take us to the base city. We haven't had a full meal in a long time," a big mom couldn't help but say at this moment. Lu Bo shook his head. "We have an urgent mission to do right now. Since you've come this far on your own, let's continue on. We'll soon reach the base city." Lu Bo paused, then continued, "But I have to remind you that base city is not for everyone, so be a little self-aware." After saying that, he walked away with his numerous escorts without looking back. The crowd was a bit dumbfounded at this scene, not expecting the escort to actually abandon them. However, when they thought of the escort's statement that the base city was not far away, they quickly recovered again, and one by one, they looked at Su Qing expectantly. As for what Lu Bo said in the end, they didn't care at all. "We're all the way to base city. Can we still stop them outside?" Su Qing, on the other hand, was puzzled. He remembered that even in his previous life, the invalids would not be taken in within the base city, and those who were useless were targets for expulsion even in the base city. In a chaotic world, if you don't want to find a way to improve your strength, it's simply difficult to move forward. But none of this had anything to do with Su Qing anymore. As long as he brings the group to base city, whether they have access to base city or not, stories of him taking a bunch of old and sick people across the city to base city can go viral. That was enough for him. Chapter 28, Attacking My Lair? Russell. Su Qing then led the crowd under a city. Needless to say, the base city was spectacularly restored. The stately walls are 5 meters high and people keep building them. A huge piece of machinery began to work with a deafening roar. Some of them wield huge shovels to dig up clods of earth, while others maneuver long lifting arms to hoist and stack bricks, cement and other building materials onto high walls. These construction machines are like a group of tireless giants, constantly busy, using their great strength and efficient working speed to keep the city walls high. The Amazons who followed Su Qing over couldn't help but let out a gasp when they saw this scene. Only then did they feel the greatness of mankind. Compared to this place, that base of fatty red was simply the difference between a large luxury villa of 3,000 square meters and a dog kennel. This time, the crowd didn't rush over. They all honestly followed Su Qing up. There was a gate in the southeast and northwest of the city wall, and all of them were open at this time. Su Qing and his group walked over and were quickly stopped. The guard's eyes scanned the crowd up and down, frowning deeply. "Who are you people?" Panther stepped forward and explained it all for the guard. At once, the surrounding crowd of onlookers gasped. "Holy, single-handedly protecting 100 or so old and sick people across the city to get to us? Seriously, this dude is too fierce? It feels like even the head guard couldn't do it, right? The demons out there are no joke." The crowd gathered their gazes on Su Qing in unison. Su Qing smiled somewhat shyly at the crowd before looking at the guards guarding the city gates. "This little brother. We came across a group of escorts on our way here. What are they out for? Picking up other residents?" The guard knew about Su Qing's deeds and was a little more in awe of him. Honestly saying, the above released a message saying that there was a heavenly abyss near the Heavenly Mansion Academy, and they were all led by Captain Lu Bo to raid the heavenly abyss. Su Qing raised an eyebrow. These people were actually hitting on his heavenly abyss. He feigned surprise. Raiding the heavenly abyss? That's great. Have you guys raided a lot of heavenly abyss? There aren't many of them, but this time Lord Lu Bo made a move. He can surely get one more heavenly abyss to be raided. He has raided one before. Su Qing did not comment on this. With the configuration of Lu Bo and the others, it was really enough to deal with the average heavenly abyss. The monsters in the heavenly abyss had a low IQ, so as long as they were lured slowly and broken down one by one, they could be dealt with. At this stage, the demonic overlords were usually at the 6th stage of the primary order, so with Lu Bo's strength of the 5th stage of the primary order plus the help of his men, he was still able to solve it. But the problem was that the current Tianfu Academy was his territory. He was the one who had set up a death boundary there, and a large number of undead Tetsudo ghosts inhabited the area. Moreover, they had all been ordered by Su Qing to guard the heavenly abyss and not to fall alone. It was absolutely impossible for Lu Bo and the others to outwit each other, even if they took care of the undead tetrapod ghosts. In the deepest part, there was still a primordial stage 7 tetrapod ghost overlord. The strength of the special electric ghost commander was already at the peak of the 6th stage of the primary order, and under Su Qing's precipitation over the past 10 days, it had directly increased to the 7th stage of the primary order. It turned out to be the first undead under him to break through to the 7th stage of the primordial order. Su Qing believed that this would be a surprise to Lu Bo and the others. Retracting his thoughts, Su Qing looked at the guard in front of him. So can we go in now? The guard's face showed a difficult look. My lord, you want to go in naturally without any problem. But these people behind you need to go through an examination before they can do so, and our base city has limited resources, and we don't take in everyone. Hearing that there was actually going to be a real test, the crowd that had been following Su Qing over couldn't sit still and rushed forward one by one. But before he could start protesting, he heard Su Qing's voice. No problem. Feel free to test yourselves. I trust my companions. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll go in first and rest. Good. Thank you for your cooperation, my lord. The guard was also surprised that things went so smoothly. He had thought that Su Qing was going to forcefully bring these people in. On the other hand, the crowd that followed Su Qing was a bit dumbfounded. No dude. Thank you for thinking so highly of me. But we're really not confident. They wanted to call out to Su Qing, but realized that his figure had already disappeared. Running too fast. After registering his identity with the name Lu Inpian, Su Qing waited for a while in the city until he was joined by Brother Bao. Boss, a large portion of those people you brought in have been driven away. Not many of them made it in. Panther couldn't wait to report back. He had just participated in the examination with those people as well, and the entire examination site could only be described as dismal. Most people are eliminated quickly and have to die when they are eliminated. In the way of Su Qing's face guards also did not move roughly. The scene for a moment stalemate. Su Qing shook his head. All of this was irrelevant to him. Whether those people could come in or not had no effect on him. His goal was to probe the person who had the memories of his past life. Boss, you don't care about them. Why did you bring them here? Brother Panther was curious at the sight. Before, he had really thought that Su Qing was a saintly mother. Su Qing glanced at him and didn't say anything. However, Brother Panther instantly realized that he had asked something he shouldn't have, and a cold sweat broke out behind him. His job was to be a tour guide. He didn't need to know that much, so he rushed to find a compliment. So what are we going to do now? Just find a place to stay and wait. Hu Xinyu has been held in extremely high regard since he returned from the zoo. Most of the escort's resources had been invested in him, and he had also cultivated a technique. Plus he had been using magic crystals to cultivate almost all the time. Yesterday, his cultivation level had reached the 6th stage of the primary order. During that time, he had also led his escorts to raid the heavenly abyss, all of which were easy to raid. The current him was the top powerhouse of the Great Zhou Empire, and the entire base city was under his jurisdiction. Of course, he was not familiar with this aspect of management, and most of the affairs were still left to his subordinates, and he only needed to be responsible for cultivating and fighting. After finishing another day of cultivation, Hu Xinyu slowly opened his eyes. The magic crystals in his hand disappeared with the wind. Strength growth is getting slower and slower. I'm afraid it will take 10 or so days to touch the bottleneck of the 6th stage of the preliminary stage. Rising from the floor, he threw the army green cloak beside him over his body and lit a cigar. Push opened the door to the practice room. He saw several of his men standing in the doorway. Has anything happened in the city today? The henchman nodded. There was a teenager in the morning, alone with hundreds of people crossing the city to get to us. Oh, what's that teenager's name? Lu Inpian. Take him. I'll go and meet him. Chapter 29. This heavenly abyss has treasures. Stop. According to the map, not far ahead is the Tinfu Academy. Let's rest in place. The light was getting darker and the visibility around the area was reduced quite a bit. Lu Bo wearily told the crowd to recuperate. It's getting late today, so it looks like we won't be able to start raiding Sky Abyss until tomorrow. If it went well, it should be done in 4 or 5 days, and then they would reap another large amount of resources. The escorts quickly set up camp. They gathered together but didn't dare to light a fire for fear of a demon attack. Damn it, one of our elite team was made miserable by those demons along the way. How did that kid with a bunch of tired people get to the base city before? As soon as he sat down on his butt, someone in the team couldn't help but spit. That's right, their luck is too good. If they were to encounter the demons we encountered, I'm afraid they would have died several times. Stop complaining. You guys don't know from your first long-distance mission that the demons we've encountered this time are considered few. True. At least there weren't any casualties. If it were normal, a team member would be dead by now. Don't you know? The crowd talked to each other, and the time soon came to night. Lubo told the crowd to rest and took some of his own men to keep watch. Looking at the distant heavens mansion academy, thoughts were revealed in his eyes. The crowd's discussion was also overheard by him, and it did seem a bit fishy to say the least. With a group of old and sick people, even he couldn't guarantee that he could safely get from here to the base city. How did Su Chung do it? Is it just by luck? He felt an inexplicable sense of absurdity. Walking 1 or 2 kilometers and being fine could still be considered luck. Su Ching leading a group of people directly across the city. Could this also be explained by luck? And for some reason, he always felt that Su Ching looked very familiar, but he was sure he hadn't seen him before. After thinking about it for half a day and not coming up with anything, he stopped thinking about it. The priority now is still to raid the heavenly abyss, and Su Ching's matter will be discussed later. Maybe he has some cards. The following day, the morning light was faint. Lu Bo woke up early and woke up the crowd of escorts. Today was the day they would start raiding the heavenly abyss of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Mao, Flybird, you two go ahead and investigate what's going on in there. Yes. The 2 escorts led the order and quickly disappeared into the crowd of tall buildings. Their reconnaissance skills were top-notch in the escorts. After the awakening, their scouting ability rose even more drastically, and each of them was an elite. It didn't take long for them to return with the news. Captain, we've finished investigating this heavenly abyss. There is a white creature with electric arcs spread out in it. Most of them are 5 meters in size, and their strength is estimated to be at the 3rd stage of the primary order. Oh, there's a beginner's 3rd stage just for the little monsters? Interesting. Lubo felt a little surprised as he listened to their report. The small monsters on the outskirts of the normal heavenly abyss aren't that strong. Still the old way. Mao, you take the scout to lure some monsters over. These monsters have good strength. Lure about 100 at a time. It's safer. Yes, Mao promised, leading a group of people to run towards the Heavenly Mansion Academy. They were all veterans, having participated in the Heavens Abyss raids before, and were comfortable doing this sort of thing. But soon, they couldn't stop laughing. No matter how these monsters in front of them were seduced, they all looked like dead pigs, with no tendency to be seduced at all. Even when they were almost in front of them, they didn't move at all. Several scouts looked at each other, a little unsure of how to proceed. Do you guys think it could be that they don't have eyes, so they can't see us? Flycatcher inquired in a low voice. It's possible. Irmo pondered for a moment and nodded. Otherwise there's really no way to explain why these monsters aren't seduced by them at all. If that's true, then wouldn't we be able to go straight through to their base camp if we're careful? Flybird, go try and pull back when you encounter any movement from them. Row, Flying Bird's figure rushed out like a ghost. His ability is Ghostly Shadow, which allows him to transform his body into a semi-spiritual body that moves silently and is best suited for this kind of thing. He slowly approached the special electric ghosts, taking each step with extreme caution. He was also getting closer to the special electric ghost. 50 meters, 40 meters, 30 meters, a smile appeared on Fei Yu's face. They hadn't been detected at this distance, so it seemed their suspicions were correct. He turned back to his teammates and tried to report the news to them, only to see them looking at the side with nervous faces. Zip, zip, zip. In the next moment, dozens of special electric ghosts formed an electric shock splitting down, directly electrocuting the flying bird to the point where it froze in place. And in the next moment, it was engulfed by the special electric ghosts. After doing so, the special electric ghosts went back to where they were just now, as if nothing had happened. Irmo looked at the scene with an angry glare. That was the most promising member of their scouting squad, having joined the squad for only 10 days and already reaching the position of vice captain. Now, it was actually erased like an ant, never to be found again. Those monsters, what in the world? Irmo didn't dare to delay and immediately returned to the camp and told Lubo the beginning and end. After Lubo heard this, his face also changed for a while, and he finally sighed and said, according to you guys, there might be treasures over there. Treasure? Irmo was puzzled. That's right. It's recorded amongst the high-level information that some high-level resources will attract demons to come closer. At this time these demons won't be attracted by external objects. They will only fight back when people get too close, Lubo explained, and regret appeared in his eyes. Flyer is really a very talented player and his talent lends itself well to scouting. So what do? There's no other way. Direct strong attack. Lubo's eyes revealed sternness, and his entire aura became as sharp as a blade. Aren't they just some demons? Unbeatable in front of our escorts. It's just the right time to take in the treasures they're protecting. Good. We swear to follow your excellency to the death. These words made the crowd's blood run cold as they responded. So Lubo led the crowd all the way forward and stopped hiding. The vast, well-trained army, all of them majestic, vowed to take care of the special electric ghosts. Walking up to the doorway, you could probably make out 100 or so special electric ghosts gathered at the entrance. Deeper down it was shrouded in darkness and it was impossible to see clearly. Based on his experience, Lu Bo quickly made a judgment. About 130 to 150 demons. Let's see me cut them down easily. Brothers, follow me. At the word of command, the escort charged. Their pace was neat and loud. For a while the sand and dust rolled on the field, and a majestic and magnificent aura unique to the army went forward. Chapter 30, Lord Lu Bo, take us on another charge. Asterisk. What's wrong with this Tian Yuan? We've almost killed 150 demons, right? How come there are still so many? The pre-war prediction was 150 at best, and this is way over. Lord Lu Bo, should we continue? There are already about 10 casualties among the brothers. Lu Bo's mouth opened wide and spat out a cone of ice that was deeply inserted into the body of the undead special electric ghost. But the special electric ghost was already resistant to fighting, and now that it had become undead it was even harder to be killed if it didn't attack the vitals. The special electric ghosts he knocked down were unaware of their broken limbs and arms, but continued to attack valiantly. Lu Bo's eyes were gloomy and his brows were locked. The heavenly abyss here was so strange. The demonic creatures looked like they were countless, and the densely packed monsters were creepy to look at. He glanced behind him. The path that had been opened up had been refilled with demons. We can't back out. Lu Bo quickly made a decision. There are also a lot of monsters behind us. It's not easy to break out. These monsters can't really be endless. Keep charging. We're almost at our goal. This mission is tough. When we go back, each person will be credited with a second-class merit. The escorts' faces were bitter as they heard the captain's decision. Before they came here, they still thought that this mission was simple. As long as they followed the steps of seducing the demons out and beheading them, they would be fine. I didn't realize that the strength of these monsters far exceeded the prediction. Not only were they united, but they were also very strong. The electric shocks used by the joint forces cause casualties every time, and at this point it's reached a point where it's even more precarious. They were all battle-hardened escorts and knew that the only way to survive at this point was to stick together, so they all followed Lu Bo and charged forward. Another half hour passed. By now the escorts were exhausted, and the double trumpet of physical and mental strength had brought their hearts to the bottom. A vast army of demonic creatures, yet still no end could be seen. They were like a flat boat floating in the middle of a sea of magical creatures, and at any moment they could be smashed to pieces and swallowed by the sea. No, it can't just go on like this. Lu Bo clenched his teeth. These demons were too terrifying, and they feared that they would capsize here if they continued to spend time. Everyone, I have a stance that can open up a path of life for everyone, but after using it I will be frozen into ice for 3 days, and there is a demonic overlord behind me, so I won't be able to make a move. Only everyone can join hands to deal with him. The ice blade slashed through and killed a demonic creature, and Lu Bo took the time to shout at the crowd. The others sniffed and their spirits were lifted. They can now be described as deep in the mire, unable to advance or retreat, so it can only be a chronic death. But Lu Bo's words gave them a little more hope. The hope of living. Don't worry, my lord. We will crush that commander. That's right. It's not just a mere demonic overlord. As long as they don't use the Sea of Men tactic, we're not even afraid. Lord Lu Bo, lead us in another charge. Lu Bo gritted his teeth. This stance was an ability that he had awakened when his talent was awakened, and was strengthened once more by luck when he was promoted to the 4th stage of the primary rank. The strength was terrifying, and he was confident in dealing with these demons in front of him. The only flaw was that after using it, one's cultivation would regress, and one would be frozen in the cold ice that one's talent had been transformed into for 3 days. He hadn't wanted to use this undercard this time, but he hadn't expected to be forced out before he even met the commander. Lu Bo closed his eyes and let his mind calm down. Only by calming down could he maximize the strength of his gift. Opening his eyes again, a cold aura flickered in his gaze, and the air around him turned a few points colder. Above the sky, flakes of snow actually fell. When using this move, he could briefly affect the weather, which was an extremely powerful strike. Come on, Blizzard Frost, shouted Lu Bo. The cold air around him was drawn into his body in an instant, and then violently erupted. The icy, bone-piercing cold air condensed into an ice sword and slammed toward the front. Along the way, the undead Tekken ghosts that came into contact were directly frozen into ice sculptures. As long as a creature still needs to breathe and eat, there is no way it can survive. And after Lu Bo released this move, his body began to coalesce and frost crawled all over his body like a creeper. His eyes widened as he slowly raised his palm, his index finger pointing towards the depths of the Heavenly Mansion Academy, as if he had seen something terrifying. But his body was frozen, and eventually he couldn't speak. His body froze in the movement of one hand pointing deeper. The other escorts were in tears at the sight. "Boss, don't worry, we will absolutely fulfill your will," showing us the way at the last moment of being frozen. "Boss, everyone carry the boss on your back. We must tear that commander in half." The crowd moved in, taking advantage of the special electric ghosts being frozen into ice sculptures and carrying Lubo on their backs towards the depths. They were unusually silent along the way. The sacrifice this time was too great. They had lost almost half of their men. When they faced the demon overlord afterward, they were bound to lose some more people as well. Although they said it was simple on their lips, in reality, they could know the power of the demon commander, and it was absolutely impossible to solve it without paying a price. Didn't boss say before that there would be treasures here, which caused these demons to be unaffected by us? How come I don't see it? In the silence, Ermel was the first to question. Are you crazy for treasures? What do you care about treasure at this point? That's right, if there's a treasure it's also the boss's. He's sacrificed too much this time. If I can go back, I'll have to follow Boss Lubo in the future. Irma shot up. It's just that there's some uneasiness felt in my heart, and it always feels like something is going to happen. Look guys, is that Tian Yuan over there? Suddenly, someone spoke up. As the crowd followed his gaze, they saw an abandoned building next to the dormitory with a deep hole in it, as if it was connected to hell. That's right, it's finally here. Everyone speed up. It's too late. That's not right. Isn't this a school? How come there's a hill next to Tian Yuan? How did that mountain move? Ermo is the best eyesight among the crowd. He has been frozen in place at this time. The whole person lost his soul, as if he was scared and lost his soul. Run! 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 The next moment, Ermo let out a heartbreaking hiss. In the midst of his voice, the hill also stood up, standing close to 15 meters tall and weighing over 1,000 tons. Each arm was thicker than Ermo's entire body. The arcs of electricity that shone on his body were like lightning. Overall, it was a magnified version of the demonic creature they had just seen. Where is this hill? It was clearly a huge demonic creature. At this moment, they were facing the first undead under Su Qing's command to reach the 7th stage of the primordial order. A commander from the heavenly abyss, the undead tetrapod ghost commander. Chapter 31, Meeting the Hu brothers again. Base City. An escort knocked on the door of Su Qing's room. Mr. Lu Yinpian, the mayor of our base city is here to see you. Su Qing opened his eyes from his cultivation. There was an unsurprising look on his face. As early as the moment he entered the base city he had anticipated that someone would definitely come looking for him. But what he didn't expect was that it was actually the mayor himself. Please come in. Su Qing put a kind smile on his face and rose to greet him. The gate opened and 2 men came from outside. When he saw the visitor, Su Qing couldn't help but stare. It's amazing that these two are both acquaintances. One was none other than Hu Xinyu, who he had met earlier. At that time, Su Qing still wanted to finish off Hu Xinyu and turn him into an undead under his command. However, because there were too many troops under Hu Xinyu's command at that time, it was too much of a threat to him, so he didn't do it in the end. The last time we met he was a colonel of the 1st rank and a paragraph. Now it had actually become the mayor of a base city whose cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the primary order? If there is no one to push the envelope in this, Su Qing is a million times more likely to believe. And that person who pushed the envelope was most likely the one Su Qing was looking for, who had memories of his past life. The other person, on the other hand, was Hu Yifan. When he first subdued Wu Feng, this Hu Yifan was still watching from the sidelines. At that time he also wanted to let himself help escort the Zhu people to a safe area. But as a result, he was rejected by Su Qing without hesitation. Now that he had actually turned into a base city escort, it looked like his status wasn't low, and it looked like he had a good relationship with Hu Xinyu. Hu Xinyu, Hu Yifan, could it be that these two are related? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through Su Qing's mind like lightning, but he didn't show any of them on his face. Still smiling gently, he said, "Hello Mayor, I've heard a lot about you." Hu Yifan froze for a moment when he saw Su Qing, then said in surprise, "It's you." Hu Xinyu also felt a bit familiar when he saw Su Qing, and was about to open his mouth when he heard Hu Yifan's words, so he couldn't help but stare and asked, "You guys know each other?" Hu Yifan scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Didn't I tell you back then that I led the team to save many people from the zoo? Actually, I was almost killed by a demonic creature at that time. Or this brother saved me. I felt a bit ashamed at that time, so I didn't tell you." In fact, Hu Yifan also wanted to investigate Su Qing's whereabouts, but he didn't even know Su Qing's name, so naturally he had no way to find out. "You brat!" Hu Xinyu slapped Hu Yifan on the head. "Next time, don't lie to me about the military." Hu Xinyu hemmed and hawed without replying, turning his head to look at Su Qing and said, "When I wanted this brother to escort us for a ride he didn't even agree. I was never expecting that this time the big hero that was spreading around the city would be him." Su Qing scratched his head and coyly said, I can't talk about a great hero. I was still too young when the awakening began. And now it seems that I did a lot of stupid things in the past. Ha ha ha, it's fine. Brother is also lost. Now outsider saying that you are a great hero who was valiant. Hu Yifan looked relieved. Hu Xinyu, who was on the side, saw how happy they were chatting and simply said, I see that you two old friends are meeting each other. So why don't you take Mr. Luingpian for a stroll around our base city? Okay, Hu Yifan agreed without hesitation and directly drove Hu Xinyu away. Su Cheng looked at Hu Xinyu's distant back and asked, you and Mayor who are? Oh, he's my brother. Sure enough, Su Qing's eyes moved slightly. It seemed that this Hu Yifan in front of him also knew quite a bit of information. Don't talk about him. Go. I'll take you to see our base city. It's a majestic city like never before. You must take a good look. Su Qing happened to want to take a good stroll around this base city as well, so he didn't refuse. He knocked on the door of the next room and woke up Leopard, who was still in the middle of his sleep. When Brother Panther opened the door, he saw Hu Yifan dressed as an escort and couldn't help but panic. Thought it was his pitfalls that had been posted. Only after Su Qing explained it clearly did he breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was shocked by Su Qing's calculations. I can't believe that the escort actually came to him of his own accord, and that the mayor came. This treatment, even 10 Su Jianwei can't match it, right? Unconsciously, Su Jianwei, the former boss, was getting lower and lower in Brother Panther's mind. The three of them just started strolling around the city. This base city was known as Shu Capital, and gathered the residents of the nearby southwest region of the Great Zhou Empire. A large number of human beings had gathered here, covering an area of thousands of square kilometers, an unprecedentedly majestic city. Agricultural, industrial, military, and construction fields are all developed here. Everyone who could enter the city was an elite in every field. It has to go through a rigorous screening process, just like those old and sick people Su Qing brought over. Most of those who did not end up passing the test gathered near Shudu and set up camp. After all, with the big tree of Shudu beside him, it was more or less safer than outside. Along the way, Panther was amazed by the magnificent scenery of Shudu and couldn't stop looking at it. Su Qing had seen the base city in his previous life, and the base city at that time was even more magnificent than the current one. But at this moment, he still pretended to look like he had little worldly experience and let out exclamations in succession. This also stirred Hu Yifan's pride. The construction of this majestic city had his share of credit, so he excitedly made an explanation for Su Qing. That's really impressive, to actually be able to build such a majestic city. I've heard that this city has been under construction since shortly after the Day of Awakening, so I'm sure the person who came up with this idea must be a visionary. As he spoke, Su Qing suddenly sighed. Hu Yifan patted his chest and said, that's for sure. Admiral Meng is very discerning. My brother's promotion to mayor was also recommended by him. Oh, who was Admiral Dream? Su Qing asked with his mouth wide open in surprise. It seemed that he had never expected anyone to possess such a terrifying intelligence. Dream Admiral, that is. Hu Yifan suddenly paused in the middle of his words and shook his head. Dream Admiral is Dream Admiral chanting. Let us not talk about this. I will tell you about this bridge. At first, there was a stone fish here that was very strong, or I killed it. Seeing that Hu Yifan was alert, Su Qing did not continue to test the waters. It was only the first day and he already knew the target's title. After that it's just a matter of finding out about this Dream Admiral and taking him out. Still need more brains from Hu Yifan. He was a college student before he awakened, and he's a better liar. Although his brother Hu Xinyu is also a guy with relatively big nerves, but when it comes to this kind of confidentiality will certainly not say more. Clatter. Just then, the waves suddenly rolled under the bridge on one side. A large fish covered in rocky scales leaped out of the water, splashing like a bullet as it rushed towards Su Qing and the others. Chapter 32 Spirit Mines. Su Qing never expected that the stonefish that had just appeared in Hu Yifan's mouth would just appear in front of them. Inferno Fist. Just as he was trying to get the Wu foam on his shoulder to make a move to stop the attack, Hu Yifan bellowed and punched out. A large amount of flames spread from his shoulder to his fist, and his fist was covered in flames as he punched out, directly burning the flying water droplets into water mist. Hu Yifan's strength was now at the 4th stage of the primary order, about the same as Red Fatty Su Jianwei. However, Su Jianwei was significantly stronger, and fighting entirely on his own made it more difficult to increase his strength. Both were using fire, and Hu Yifan was like a lower version of Su Jianwei. Although Hu Yifan's strength was weaker than Su Jianwei's, he had no problem dealing with the stonefish in front of him, only to see his athletic figure. He quickly stepped forward and threw another punch. This time, the flames on his fist flew straight out, like a fireball crashing into the lake. Snort snort snort. The flames burned the water and kept steaming out steam, and a layer of white mist suddenly filled the surroundings. The power of the yen fist through the water was greatly reduced. and then it hit the stonefish, which did not cause much damage to the stonefish. The stonefish dived into the water and quickly changed places and rushed out of the water again, splashing and attacking towards Hu Yifan, who had just made a move. Hu Yifan subconsciously wanted to dodge, but thought that Su Qing was behind him and was unwilling to lose face. He still clearly remembered when Su Qing had rescued him with his overwhelming strength, and at that time, he was so helpless, like a wild dog begging Su Qing to escort him. And today, he is among the elite of the escort. He wanted to prove himself in front of Su Qing. Inferno Fist. He swung his arm again, and the flames around him condensed into a huge fireball. Those flying droplets had been vaporized dry before they even got close. Boom! Hu Yifan struck this blow out, bound to crush the stonefish. But just then, a dark shadow cut steeply across the river. In the next moment, the stonefish that had just been in the middle of the field had already disappeared. The Inferno Fist that Hu Yifan had used up all his strength to strike landed in the air, only splashing up a large amount of water. He looked behind him a little wearily. The stonefish that had just flaunted its power was already being held in its talons by a basal black falcon. There was no room for half resistance. The one who struck out was naturally Wu Feng. Su Cheng beckoned and Wu Feng flew to him, handing him the stonefish. The scales made of stone were rough and had a frosted texture to the touch. The stonefish had been clawed through the head and was lifeless. Su Qing looked at the stonefish's eyes, which were like jewels in their sockets, and his eyes twitched. Hu Yifan, was the monster you solved before also the same as this stonefish? Hu Yifan looked at Wu Feng with some fascination. He naturally recognized this Wu Feng. It was the very same demonic beast that had nearly wiped out their regiment back then. But after a month of hard training, he originally thought that his strength had far exceeded that of Wu Feng. And he did not expect. Is the current Su Qing actually better than him with any of his men? He definitely couldn't dodge that strike from Wu Feng just now. Asked by Su Cheng. He subconsciously nodded. Yeah, didn't I kill one before? Why is there another one here? How strange. Su Qing was silent. It wasn't a demonic beast at all. It's the spirit monster. The so-called spirits and monsters are the spirits of the grass, trees, mountains and rocks between heaven and earth after the day of awakening. This stonefish in Su Qing's hand was clearly a spirit monster transformed from ore. It contains a very strong energy in its fish eyes. According to Hu Yifan, the same demon had appeared here before, so there was a high probability that there was a spirit mine in this place. Su Qing took a deep breath. Spirit mines. Ah, this is a resource that can't be found. No matter if it was used for equipment crafting or array arrangement, it was a top-tier resource. In the previous life, only the topmost lineages could master it, and the quantity was extremely rare. No wonder the Shu capital was established here. I'm afraid that the person behind it had known this for a long time. This is something from the base city. Keep it. Su Qing handed the stonefish in his hand to Hu Yifan. He had little use for taking a spirit monster, so he might as well give it to Hu Yifan, and he could still make his current persona more entrenched. What he wanted to plot was the entire spirit mine. It's fine. Just take it. It's the demon you killed. Hu Yifan has some despondency in his voice. He just couldn't imagine working so hard for so long, eating so many resources, and spending a lot of magic crystals to cultivate. The final result was actually not worth a head of Su Qing's slave. He did know that Su Qing still had a giant panda under his command that could kill Wu Feng in a single move. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Su Qing didn't push any further and pocketed the stonefish. The three of them wandered around some more and each went back to rest. When he reached his residence, Su Qing took out the stonefish again. A shot of death shot out, turning the stonefish into a puppet of itself. This kind of spirit monster's strength all depended on the eyeballs in its eye sockets that contained energy, and its strength would not follow Su Qing as he became stronger, and was probably only at the second stage of the beginner's stage. If he was in the water, he might be able to exert the strength of the third stage of the primary order. Su Qing looked around and hooked his finger. A few rats appeared in the shadows at once. Su Qing handed the stonefish over to the mouse and asked the mouse to bring it back to the river. It would be a bit too noticeable to let the stonefish jump back on its own. He asked the men to have stonefish find out where their lair was, so that it can be eliminated in one fell swoop. Su Qing sat down on the bed and began to make the undead all lean towards this reassurance. If he hadn't guessed wrongly, the location of the spirit mine should have already been overrun. It may cause more commotion in a moment. Hu Yifan returned home a little lost. His own oldest brother had also just returned from taking care of business. What? Didn't you go to play with Lu Yinping? Why the sad face? Hu Yifan smiled bitterly. Brother, do you think talent is really more important than hard work in this world? Hu Xinyu froze. Talent must be important, but hard work is also indispensable. Your kid's talent is quite good. Why do you suddenly think of this? Alas, today we met a stonefish while walking on the road. Wasn't I not as strong as Lu Yinping before? Just thought of showing strength and wanted to solve it quickly. Another stonefish has escaped? Hu Xinyu frowned. Isn't it locked down properly? How come there's always a leak? Hu Yifan, unaware of his doubts, continued. As a result, the attack I struck using my full strength was caught by that bird Luingpian before it even touched that stonefish. You're both at the 4th stage of the preliminary stage. He might be a bit stronger than you, but the strength is limited. Right, with the resources of the base, you'll soon be able to surpass him, Hu Xinyu comforted. Which is so easy. Hu Yifan is again alone. Long sigh, that bird is just an inconspicuous existence under Luingpian. His panda strength is the strongest. I estimate that this life will not exceed him. Chapter 33, The Undead Attack the City. What are you talking about? In the profile, his talent is manipulating that bird? What panda? Hu Xinyu felt something was wrong. You didn't know that? He can manipulate a lot of monsters. At first, I witnessed him resurrecting that bird after killing it and turning it into his own henchman, Hu Yifan asked with some surprise. What? Hu Xinyu's voice steeply rose a few degrees in the night. His gift goes beyond manipulating that bird? Brain when summarized. Hu Xinyu suddenly remembered where exactly he had met Su Qing. This guy, isn't it the kid called Su Qing who ran out of the zoo under their siege back then? He was still pissed off for a long time after that when he realized he was a murderer. And he didn't think the kid would actually run into it again. He's still got a warrant out for his arrest. I can't believe they let him blend into the city so easily. Hu Xinyu felt his blood pressure spike. This guy, what kind of place does he think this is? Wanted and you still waltz into shoulda like this. Do you think there's no one here? As Hu Xinyu's emotions shifted, the earth around him seemed to be trembling, and the water in the cup shook violently and swung out. As his strength increased, his talent in addition to the increase could have an effect on the items around him as well. Taking a deep breath, Hu Xinyu calmed down. You say there are pandas among his other slaves? Feeling his old brother's violent emotions, Hu Yifan couldn't help but shrink his neck. What's going on here? Why are you so cranky all of a sudden? He didn't dare to hesitate and hurriedly replied. Yeah, there's a giant panda that's so powerful. I don't think I can carry 2 slaps against it. Ha! Hu Xinyu was exasperated. The pandas that they had surrounded for so long in the beginning, turned out to be taken away by Su Cheng. What's wrong with you, brother? What's wrong with Lu Yinping? Hu Yifan wondered. He's not even called Lu Yinpian. His original name is Su Qing, and he's a wanted criminal. You kid. In the future, if you dare to hide this kind of thing again, you'll go to the confinement room and stay there for 2 years. Hu Xinyu cursed angrily, looking at this brother of his how to look at him. Ha! Hu Yifan was dumbfounded. Su Qing is a murderer? How can that be? Wasn't he nice today when they were talking? Doesn't look like a murderer at all. However, when he saw his old brother's eyes that were on fire, he still didn't dare to defend Su Qing and whispered, so what do we do now? What to do? Go to him? Of course. Damn it, dare to enter the city so arrogantly. I'd like to see how many heads you have. Hu Xinyu cursed viciously, picked up the cloak on the side and put it over his body, and walked straight out the door. However, no sooner had he reached the door than he came face to face with a hurried escort. Lord Hu Xinyu, it's not good. There are so many monsters without eyes gathered outside the city, and they're all coming towards the city. Why did you come at this time? Hu Xinyu, who was just about to find trouble with Su Qing, frowned. Go and take a look at the city walls. After hesitating for a moment, he finally decided to let Su Qing off the hook first. Su Qing is in the city now, and he can't run anywhere. Protecting the city was his main job. Help! Open the door. Everybody run. Why are there monsters here? Escorts, are you guys on a diet? Please Lord open the door and let us in or we're screwed. Whoa whoa, outside the gates of Shu capital. A large number of residents living outside were crying and shaking the ground, their faces showing despair. Behind them were hundreds of pale monsters with no eyes, heads full of teeth, and slime that smelled like corpses. It was none other than the undead special electric ghost controlled by Su Qing. Hu Xinyu's face was very serious when he saw this scene. How can there be so many monsters of the same species? He had only seen such a scene in the spirit mine and the heavenly abyss. It's hard to believe that a heavenly abyss has appeared in this neighborhood. There was no time for him to think more. And looking at the helpless residents under the walls, he immediately gave orders. The guards are assembled. Follow me down to kill the enemy. Although the situation was urgent now, he knew that he couldn't let these people in, or they would definitely rely on them. But he was a little too proud to let him watch these people die, and decided to cut down all those monsters as they approached. Yes, Hu Xinyu has led the escort in quite a few battles and has a lot of prestige. The order was given and immediately began to be carried out. Gunnery squads stand by for the first bombardment round. Hu Xinyu's talent unfolded, enveloping everyone on the city walls with swords and guns. Normal guns might have trouble hurting those monsters at this point in time, but it was absolutely fine after his additions. In an instant, guns were firing and all kinds of shells were blooming like fireworks. The undead tetras ran fast, rolling smoke across the earth, but they were too big to dodge the dense barrage. For a while, many monsters were beaten into sieves, and many became crippled, but they seemed to feel no pain. Continue to charge. The stench along the night wind into the nose smoked people drowsy. It looked like they were getting close to the residents outside. Asterisk 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 it. Give it to me. Husinu did not know when to light a cigarette, did not organize the shooting again, and the people outside would suffer if they dragged it on any longer. The escorts jumped down to the city with him like dumplings, raised their weapons in their hands, and charged. Husinu stood behind them, his body shining with white light, directly enveloping the entire charging escort. The aura on the already raging escorts was once again pulled up a notch. Kill! A hiss came from nowhere, and the escorts were instantly infected, each stalking their necks and bruising their veins. Kill! Husinu also empathized with the talent to use it to the maximum extent, and was bound to kill these demons here, and then find the reason why these monsters came to Shudu. 2 flowers bloom, each with a branch. Su Qing walked out of the residence. He was wearing a black power suit that emphasized his robust physique. The coyness of the boyish face had long since dissipated, replaced by a blandness like a deep pool. The dark phoenix soars in the sky to show him the way. A few rats ran at his feet to show him the way. The sky was drizzling at some point. He just strolled in the middle of the spring rain in Shudu, as if he was a tourist coming to visit. Brother Panther, who was following behind him, was feeling a little shaky. He felt as if Su Qing was going to do something big, but could they really make it with just the two of them? This is Shudu, the Shu capital, where high-level experts gathered the top powerhouses of the Great Zhou Empire. Can Su Qing really hold up on his own? Please, really please, don't make trouble. Looking at Su Qing's back in front of him, Brother Panther kept praying in his heart. Chapter 34, straight to the vein. A dark figure in the water approached quickly, eventually leaping out of the water. It was the stonefish. Go, follow down. Su Qing instructed Brother Panther and jumped directly into the water. Brother Panther didn't dare to disobey and also took a plunge. The vision in the water was much blurrier than on the surface, and Panther could only follow Su Qing's figure for fear of losing him. The undercurrent in the water kept surging and washing over him. If it had been before the awakening, he might have been washed away. But he was also a small expert of the third stage of the beginner's order nowadays, and wasn't that fragile. Another moment passed. Panther already felt like he had gone down so deep that the pressure of the water around him was straining him a bit. The air in his chest was also rapidly depleting, and if he delayed any longer, he might not be able to hold out. Wow! Just then, a sound of running water came out. Panther saw another dark figure rushing from the side. The black shadow was fast, and it was only after he got close that he realized he was actually a stonefish as well. Brother Panther was so shocked that he didn't have the means to deal with it. Already out of stamina, he could only watch the stonefish approach now. His gaze went to Su Qing, hoping that he would be able to deal with this fish. Su Qing, who was in front, naturally saw the stonefish, and a smile bloomed on his face. The presence of other rockfish suggests that there is no problem with his direction. Shoo! He flexed his fingers and threw a stone at the stonefish. The stones cut through the river, sending up a splash. The body of the stonefish that was charging at him froze at once and did not move again. Without pausing, Su Qing continued to follow the undead stonefish forward. This time, it didn't take them long to see a dark entrance ahead. This is where the undead stonefish found him. Su Qing didn't hesitate and directly drilled into the hole. Panther was a bit scared at this point after the attack earlier, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and followed. Following Su Qing, he still had a way to live. If he didn't, he would be in more danger alone in the lake. The cave is parallel and forward, and even has some upward curves as you walk. On the way, Su Qing saw a few stonefish, which he casually solved. After walking some distance further, the sky opened up before us. What met his eyes was a vast cavern filled with bright, energy-filled ores. Many of them were also stonefish leaping over the ore, and the eyes of hundreds of them shone brightly, illuminating the cavern. Su Qing could still hear the sound of human activity outside the cave. It wasn't unexpected though. He had long guessed that this place should be occupied and developed by the people of Shudu. Brother Bao, who had followed him up, breathed heavily. He felt like his lungs were going to explode just now. Good thing it finally came through. Looking around, Panther's eyes widened. Is this vein? These ores don't look easy, and there are so many stonefish. A stonefish sensed their presence and surrounded them. As spirit monsters, this is their home. When they see an aggression, they don't hesitate to attack. The cave was dry, with almost no water present, and the stonefish had only rocks to attack with. Su Qing didn't hesitate and directly released Panda. Panda's body appeared in the middle of the cave, and the pressure on his body suddenly erupted. enveloping the entire cave. Those shot stones were suppressed in the air and fell to the ground. Among Panda's abilities, there was the presence of gravity. Now that its strength has reached the top of the 6th stage, it can only be said that it is easy to deal with these stone fish of the 2nd and 3rd stages of the 1st stage. Su Qing did not collect these stone fish. He didn't have any spatial treasures on him, so he simply couldn't take that much or with him. Let me see what you're up to. His gaze went to the cave wall. He could hear the sound of digging coming from the other end of the ledge. It seems that this place should be an area that has not yet been explored, which is why rockfish continue to flow out from this place. But don't let anyone else bother us until we get moving. Su Qing's eyes flashed with a gray-black light. The mind connects to the undead placed outside the city. After ascending to the 6th stage of the primordial order, the range of his undead activities had expanded to a 5-kilometer radius. Even if he was in the middle of Shudu, he could still support the undead under his command outside the city. The zoo's undead are suspect once they're used. Su Qing muttered. Then, for this attack, let's use all undead tetrapod ghosts. With that said, he maneuvered hundreds of undead Tekken ghosts and launched a deathly charge towards Shudu, not seeking to be able to kill his way into the city, as long as he can hold Hu Xinyu and the others back and give him time to explore the area. With that done, he walked up to that ledge, and Panda, beside him, punched out. Bang! The cave, which the workers had been mining for a long time without any movement, was broken open at once. As if the stone was broken, a large number of stone splashes swept everywhere like bullets. The worker on the other side was hit and fell straight to the ground without a sound. Su Qing didn't stop moving and stepped into the other side of the ledge. At this moment, a large number of gazes were looking their way, and many of them were still staring blankly, not reacting to what was happening. This wall of light, a boundary powered using energy stones, trying to confine the stonefish here? Su Qing's line of sight swept directly to the farthest point, the entrance of the mine. It's a good thing I got here early. If I had come a little later and let you guys punch through the barriers and patch up the holes inside as well, I wouldn't have had a good time getting here. Su Qing smiled. His luck seemed to be quite good. His eyes looked around and suddenly froze. Tire clothes sublimation grand formation. Someone actually set up this kind of means here. Who? How dare you break into the mining vein? Right at this moment, the distant escort heard the commotion and immediately rushed over. The leader was dressed as a miner, with a dusty face, and looked as if he had been mining the last moment. He was indeed stunned when he saw Su Qing. I don't think I've ever seen this guy in front of me before. How did he get in here? Lord Hu Junlong. He came from the other side by punching through the mine wall. One of his men solved his confusion, but his gaze also clouded. Someone actually found another entrance to the mine. It was a secret they guarded and must not be divulged. Looking at Su Qing in front of him, he spoke in a cold voice. I don't care who you are. This is the heavy land of Shudu. Now, hand over all of the communication equipment you have on you, and then you must promise to always forget it. You will work here with us from now on, until the information of this place is declassified before you can get out. Work here even if. Su Qing shook his head. In his previous life this was a place that hadn't been publicized even after he died. If he really wanted to work until it was publicized, he would have to dig mines for at least 20 to 30 years. I'll give you guys an idea. Why don't you just let me have this vein and leave you a little soup when I'm done mining? Chapter 35, Killing Hu Junlong. There are no light bulbs installed in the vein, and it is all illuminated by the ore on the ground. The ghostly light shone on Hu Junlong's face from bottom to top, adding to his gloom. Well, boy, it seems you haven't figured out the current situation. If you insist on resisting, then I'll have to make it so that you'll never be able to open your mouth. When the others in the mine saw this scene, they all dispersed, many of them whispering, this kid is finished. Lord Hu Junlong is one of the 3 greatest experts in Shudu, second only to Lord Hu Xinyu and Lord Lu Bo. Lord Hu Junlong is just too kind-hearted. Trespassing into a mine is, by definition, a capital offense. Serves me right. I hate this kind of guy who is high-minded when he has a bit of strength. Let Lord Hu Junlong give him a taste of his own medicine. Taking all these discussion voices into his ears, Su Qing figured out the origin of the person in front of him. It's actually the 3rd master of Shudu, but he had never heard of the name Hu Junlong in his previous life. He's been guarding this place since his previous life? Without wondering for long, Su Qing shook his head slightly. What's the point of thinking about this? Hurry up and finish this guy off. Going to check out the tire clothes sublimation grand formation is the important thing. Panda, go, finish him off. Su Qing gave the order. At that Hu Junlong's face showed a sneer. Stubborn boy, the path is your own choice. Gravel beer. As Hu Junlong wielded his power, the surrounding ores actually responded to his call and flew up from the ground one by one. Surrounding Panda. I'll go. Lord Hu Junlong's gravel beer. It's been a while since I've seen it. Looks like that kid is going to be crushed into a puddle of blood. So strong. If only I had half the strength of Lord Hu Junlong. The move seemed extremely recognizable and the crowd instantly clamored. Roar! Panda's growl echoed through the mine. The strength of this person in front of him is really good. The strength of the 5th stage of the primary order. If it is in the cave, with the geographical advantage. I am afraid that the 6th stage of the primary order can also touch it. But sadly, he meets Panda. A calamity-class creature who controls the power of gravity is invincible in his realm. Gravity crushed down. Crackle crackle. The gravel that flew in the air instantly fell like rain. And the mine cave was instantly shrouded in sand and dust. Many people were smashed and bloodied. What's going on? What happened? Lord Hu Sinyu's ability. Why did it fail? Because Panda's gravity was only acting on the gravel. The others hadn't realized something was wrong. Hu Junlong, on the other hand, was directly empathetic, as if he was carrying 1,000 pounds on his body. It almost crushed his spine. Well, so you have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. A sentence was squeezed out from between Hu Junlong's teeth, and there was anger in his gaze. I admit I underestimated you, but boy, you're too cocky. Ah! Amidst the roar, Hu Junlong straightened up with difficulty. The power contained in his body erupted violently. Boom boom boom. The earth trembled and the mineral veins shifted. It actually formed a simple formation. The energy stone's light enveloped Hu Junlong's body, instantly making him much more comfortable. Suffer death. Hu Junlong shouted angrily. The earth elemental aura on his body swept like a sandstorm, and the rocks that had just been suppressed actually had a tendency to fly up again. Not bad. Su Qing couldn't help but praise it when he saw it. The person in front of him actually combined the power of formations with his own strength, and in a place like the energy mine, he was definitely considered to be in the first echelon of Blue Star's powerhouses. But that's about it. I have an ability that I haven't used since I got it, and your strength, I recognize. Let's use you as the first whetstone. Su Qing's gaze was fixed. Hold out your left hand. Between his index and middle fingers, he held a token at some point. The token was golden yellow in color, 3 inches long and 3 inches wide, with auspicious clouds inscribed on the edges, like welcoming an ascending immortal. It was the talent that Su Qing had awakened at the 4th stage of the primordial order, the Order of Ascension. He aimed the Ascension Order at Panda in front of him. At once, the Ascension Order emitted a golden radiance, used in a very similar way to the light of death, but with a very different and more holy effect. The effect of the Order of Ascension is that it strengthens the undead under your command by 20%, and doubles the effect when used on a native undead. When the light of the Ascension Order shone on Panda, it was as if he had ascended, his bare body standing upright as if he was being crowned. When he opened his eyes again, some spirituality actually appeared in his eyes. Roar! Once again, he let out a roar. This time, the sound waves spread out almost to the naked eye. Circle after circle, continuous and lingering. The gravel that had just been flying was directly blown away in the midst of the sound waves, and the intense concussion shook it into powder. The humans around them covered their ears as much as they could. They couldn't take it anymore even though they didn't face Panda directly. They had never seen such a strong human before. Even if it was Hu Sinyu, what was strong was only his ability to massively gain other escorts. Like this feeling of crushing everything by single body strength, they had never seen it before. Snort! Hu Junlong, who had been forcibly interrupted from casting the spell, suffered a backlash and a mouthful of blood spurted out, but he immediately raised his head and looked at Panda and Su Qing incredulously. Impossible! Impossible! How could there be such a powerful human? I see. You're not a blue star at all, are you? You're a being that came out of the depths of the vein. Su Qing's gaze was a bit strange. The guy in front of me has quite an imagination. He didn't explain. Panda beside him had been horny for a long time. Its black and white body leapt with force, and it suddenly shot out like a cannonball. There was a cracking sound in the air. Seeing Panda rushing towards him, Hu Junlong's heart panicked and he jumped to the side on the spot, grabbing a miner to block himself. The miner's body was torn apart in an instant, and the blood engulfed Hu Junlong whole. Intestines, a stream of liver fell on him. The expression of the head in his hand was still fixed on incredulity. He totally did not expect Hu Junlong to use him as a shield. Hu Junlong took advantage of this moment and had already brewed up his ability once again. Giant Snake Ground Stinger. A thick thorn in the ground sprang out of the ground and rushed towards Panda in just a moment, looking to pierce Panda. However, after the Ascension Order's enhancement, Panda's speed and reflexes were both strengthened drastically, and in the face of this near-at-hand attack, it directly swung out a slap. This whirling round slap directly shattered the ground thorns, and then went on to slap Hu Junlong in the face. Hu Junlong's face wore horror. With a forceful blow from the huge bear's paw, his head exploded like a watermelon falling to the ground, scattering red and white things all over the place. and his body had drooped feebly, no longer moving. Chapter 36 Undead Junlong. Outside the walls of Shudu, the escorts were carrying torches and were fighting hard at this point. It's not that they don't want to use lights, but if they use searchlights, the light is too bright and will attract other monsters in the area. Hu Xinyu sat in place to recuperate. He had just been using his talent and was already a bit weak at this point. Beside him, several escorts guarded him with swords. These guards were all well built and strong. It was the elite selected among the escorting guards, protecting Hu Xinyu by his side all the time. It's not good. Lord Hu Xinyu. Right at this moment, above the city wall, a figure leapt down and quickly ran to Hu Xinyu. Hu Xinyu opened his eyes and took a long breath, feeling his exhaustion dissipate slightly. What's going on? Did another monster show up? He asked calmly. The escort who delivered the message shook his head and said in panic, "No, it's a problem with the ore vein." Hu Xinyu frowned at once. Problems with the vein? Isn't there Hu Junlong guarding there? He was well aware of Hu Junlong's strength, and even he had to avoid him for a while in the middle of the mine. What the hell happened? A man broke out of the mine. He took out Lord Hu Junlong and is now collecting ore. Hu Junlong was taken out. How is that possible? Who is that person you're talking about? Hu Xinyu was taken aback. Someone actually managed to take out Hu Junlong in the middle of the mine? I don't know. Senior Hu Junlong said that he wasn't a human. He was a being that came out from the depths of the mine. He was controlling a giant panda, and his strength was so strong that Senior Hu Junlong was killed without any resistance at all. Panda? Panda? Hu Xinyu was shaken. Some kind of creature that came out of a mine. To be able to manipulate a panda. Who else could it be if not that guy Su Cheng? Hu Xinyu stood up from the ground. His face was hideous, and he said word by word through his teeth, I want to cut him down with my own hands. There aren't many of these monsters here. You guys just deal with them. I'm going back to meet that guy. Hu Xinyu's voice carried unprecedented anger. This guy Su Cheng, not only did he mix into Shudu with the identity of a murderer, he had actually beheaded Hu Junlong in the middle of the mine vein when he had discovered his identity. It is simply outrageous. The guards beside him sniffed and discouraged. Lord Hu Xinyu, you mustn't. That murderer killed Lord Hu Junlong and is very strong. If you go over there rashly, I'm afraid you'll meet with misfortune. Yes, you are the soul of Shudu. If something happens, what about the people of Shudu? Another guard also dissuaded from the side. Where did Hu Xinyu hear all this? Humph. You guys don't have to persuade me. I've made up my mind and will definitely kill him with my own hands. He has just fought against Hu Junlong and is at a time of weakness. If I don't do it, I will be even more unable to deal with him. After saying that, he directly ran in the direction of Shu capital. On the way, he pulled out his communicator and shook it twice before starting the call. Order the men of the City Protector Army to go forward and gather at the mine vein. I'm going to behead that murderer. The City Protector Army was a special force established within the Shu capital, specializing in dealing with emergencies within the city. The strength is no match for an elite escort. The place where Hu Xinyu was only 2 or 3 kilometers away from the vein, and he soon arrived at his destination. At this moment, a large number of city protectors had already gathered next to the mineral vein. They were fully loaded and ready to go, just waiting for Hu Xinyu to give the order. Seeing this scene, Hu Xinyu's anxious heart settled down a lot. His eyes looked toward the entrance of the mine in the distance. The mine boundary was still there at this point, but it looked much weaker. The shine is nowhere near as bright as it was before. A blurry scene inside the cave could be seen faintly. The large swaths of blood red were shocking. Damn! Hu Xinyu cursed and took out a compass. This was the key left behind when the boundary was set up. Originally it was just for insurance, but I never thought it would really come in handy. Follow me. Hu Xinyu threw the compass out and spun it back in the air. The light of that boundary at the doorway was suddenly like ice meeting fire, and was melted away. Hu Xinyu took the lead and rushed straight into the mine. Seeing this, the others dared not retreat, and they all followed. Walking into the mine, Hu Xinyu's gaze instantly settled on the striking figure at the center. That was exactly where the eye of the tire-clothed sublimation grand formation was sitting. The tire-clothed sublimation grand formation was the strongest means of aiding cultivation during the primordial stage. Its effectiveness was so powerful that it could even allow an awakened person at the 9th stage of the beginner's rank to go straight to the middle rank. But the resources it consumes are also terrifying, and it is rumored to be able to suck a vein dry. This fetal-clothed sublimation grand formation was taught by Admiral Zimeng, and Hu Xinyu had originally prepared to use it to break through to the middle rank, but he hadn't expected that it would actually be turtled up by Su Cheng. Moreover, looking at the situation, the formation had been successfully hooked, and a large amount of energy was converging towards it. Many of the surrounding energy stones had already been transformed into ordinary stones at this point, and no longer had a divine radiance. Even the middle of the mine was much darker. The knot at the doorway weakened because of this. Good good good. Hu Sinyu's face was livid. Seeing that the resources he had prepared to use to break through the middle stage were being hijacked, he only felt anger spreading from his tailbone all the way to his brain, no longer having any sense to speak of. Interrupt him. Hu Sinyu roared sternly. The awakened ones beside him were ordered to step forward in unison. At the same time, Hu Xinu also used his talent to envelop the entirety of the city guard. Knowing that Su Cheng was powerful and able to kill Hu Junlong, Hu Sinyu was still very careful. The city guard approached step by step, but Su Cheng never made a move. He sat in the middle of the formation quietly cultivating as if he hadn't heard their movements. An inexplicable aura spread from him. He was on the verge of advancing. Asterisk 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 ing bastard. Die for me. Seeing this scene, Hu Xinu became even more furious. He would not allow his resources to be used for a murderer. Serpent's nest ground stinger. Just then, a hoarse voice rang out from the darkness. The many city protectors who were advancing only felt something scurry out of the ground, followed by a coldness in the soles of their feet and a violent shudder in their bodies. The sharp ground spikes had then pierced them all. A figure stepped out of the darkness, dressed in miner's garb, with cracks densely strewn across his face, black and gray eyes, and a stooped figure, like a true miner. Old Hu. Hu Sinyu looked at the man and froze. Who is this man in front of me if not Hu Junlong? But hasn't Hu Junlong been killed by Su Qing? How did he end up here? Recalling that his younger brother Hu Yifan had once said that Su Qing had killed off Wu Feng to turn it into his own, Hu Sinyu had a few more moments of clarity in his head. He had originally thought that this ability only worked on demons, but he hadn't realized that it could actually work on humans as well. It's insane. Then let me relieve you. Hu Sinyu took a deep breath and his gaze became firm again. Chapter 37, Missing your teammates? I'll revive them for you. Not for a moment did he mourn for Hu Junlong. The next one to make an appearance was the Guardian of the Mines, the first S-class talented human under Su Qing's command, the undead Hu Junlong. Hu Junlong has been waiting here for a long time. After being killed off by Su Qing previously, Su Qing had hoofed it to revive him with the light of death. Then Su Qing began to cultivate, while Hu Junlong set up traps in the area under his orders. Su Qing had long predicted that Hu Sinyu would bring his men over, and when the undead Hu Junlong struck, it was like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves. One by one, the city protectors fell one after another, and there was even a ground thorn towards Hu Sinyu. Fortunately, Hu Sinyu's reaction was also very swift, and he managed to dodge it with his strength of the 6th stage of the primary order. The humans who entered the mine were all of a sudden missing a big half, and they didn't even see that it was their beloved Hu Junlong who made the move until they died. Damn! Hu Sinyu's forehead was bruised. His path had been very smooth since the day of awakening. Easily, he had already reached the 6th stage of the beginner's order, and had also raided the heavenly abyss, and had even prepared the resources to advance to the middle order afterward. It can be said that there has never been a major setback. It's the first time it's been this bad today. Triple overdraft. Everyone like a dragon. In the midst of his anger, Hu Sinyu used the ability he had gained at the 4th stage of the beginner rank. A great deal of power poured into the rest of the protectorate. The still surviving city protectors were also all enraged. The muscles on his body bulged, and the weapon in his hand became covered in divinity. Looking at the bodies of their companions, they couldn't wait to whip Su Qing into shape. Boom! Hu Junlong didn't care what tactics they used. His mission was to guard these people. Hands spread out, gravel peeking through his fingers. A violent clenched fist followed. The ground of the mine began to shake violently. Boom! 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 The shaking ground spread out like waves, making the crowd a little unsteady on their feet. Sandy Spike. Undead Hu Junlong's hoarse voice did not have a trace of emotion, and it was not at all obvious that he was slaughtering his former comrades. A ground thorn rose up like a sea wave, each one capable of causing injury and disability. Soften the spores. The city guards quickly responded, and one of them raised his hand and waved it. Like gravel like dust spread all over the earth. A closer look at that. Where is the dust? Obviously is a plant spore. Hu Junlong's sweeping attacks became weak all of a sudden, eventually stabbing at the person without causing a single bit of damage. However, Hu Junlong didn't seem to see this scene and continued to urge the gravel to cover the body of the city guard. When Hu Sinyu saw this scene, as if he thought of something, his eyes changed and he shouted, "Don't let the gravel get close." But his reminder was obviously a little late. Erosion storm. Hu Junlong's gray-black eyes seemed to reflect an earthy yellow light in them. The next moment, the originally weak gravel looked like something strange had been attached to it. Though still weak, the protectorate felt like it was a little wet where it was covered in gravel. They lowered their heads to see that the gravel had inadvertently corroded their skin, the blood seeping the gravel and slowly covering their entire bodies. Skin, mucous membranes, flesh, blood, sinews. Little by little, it's worn away, and eventually only the bones remain, like corpses drying and corroding in the middle of the desert. Hu Sinyu's face became extremely ugly. This guy, why does it feel like Hu Junlong even got fiercer after he turned into an undead? Was he this strong before? What Hu Sinyu didn't know was that Su Qing's strength had increased by leaps and bounds in the tire clothes sublimation grand formation, and the undead under his command will also receive a 30% enhancement under the enhancement of one man's attainment. Nowadays, Hu Junlong's strength was close to the threshold of the 6th stage of the primary order. Lord Hu Sinyu, the line is not insulting, we have cleared the monsters outside the city. Just then, the sound of an escort suddenly came from outside the door. The next moment, a large number of escorts fishtailed in. Seeing this, Hu Sinyu's face finally looked better. Finally, reinforcements. There were many more high-level combatants among the escort guard than the city protectors. Hu Junlong, you're very strong, but that's where it ends. With a loud shout, Hu Sinyu dragged his tired body and used his talent once more, determined to take down Hu Junlong and then decapitate Su Qing. After seeing Hu Junlong's performance, Hu Sinyu was even more wary of Su Qing. This person acted recklessly. His disguise was very deep, and his talent was a great threat to the entire human race. Never let him walk out of here like that. The escort quickly launched a charge. This time, with the brothers of the city protectors' army stepping on the pit before, they weren't harmed by Hu Junlong's underhanded tricks again. Under Hu Sinyu's command, he quickly beat Hu Junlong to the point of physical exhaustion. Brothers, hurry up. He doesn't have any strength left. Among the crowd, an escort's eyes glowed red. Leaping high from the air, he stabbed a knife into Hu Junlong's heart. Then the others swarmed up and quickly hacked Hu Junlong into a sieve. Dead beyond repair. It's finally over. Hu Sinyu had a complicated gaze. The casualties of this battle far exceeded his predictions. Even if they went to raid a heavenly abyss, it wouldn't be such a major casualty. His gaze went to Su Qing. After resolving Hu Junlong, he was finally able to make a move on Su Qing. However, when his gaze looked over, he couldn't help but stare slightly. They only saw that Su Qing had ended his cultivation at some point and opened his eyes, quietly looking at them. Seeing Hu Sinyu looking over, he couldn't help but smile politely. Borrow some of the resources here. The remaining should be enough for you to perform another tire clothes sublimation formation. When Hu Sinyu looked over, the energy stones all over the ground had long been sucked dry and turned into pieces. Those living and breathing stone fish had all collapsed to the ground by now, and their animated eyes had turned into ordinary stones. Asterisk 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 ah. Hu Sinyu immediately felt his heart dripping blood. This was the foundation of their Shuddha foothold, and it was actually consumed by Su Qing for the most part just like this. At the same time, he was a bit thankful in his heart that it was good that this vein was large enough that Su Qing had only sucked in half of it. He could still use the rest to break through to the middle level afterward. The escorts also knew at this point that Su Qing was the culprit, and their resentful gazes gathered on Su Qing. Su Qing smiled faintly. I know you miss your dead friends. I'll revive them right here. He opened his hands, and the light of death enveloped the mine on a massive scale. A sense of foreboding rose from the hearts of the crowd, only to see that on the ground, their teammates who had just died in battle actually climbed up one by one. Flesh, blood, and bone reassembled into a single undead with gray-black eyes. In the middle of the gloomy cave, a pair of gray-black eyes were densely packed, as if they were the gaze of death. Even though it was a comrade in arms that they were incredibly familiar with, they still felt shaky. Chapter 38. The culprits have been arrested. How's this for a fight? Hu Sinyu watched as each of his dead companions rose from the ground and became alive again. The knot in his throat rolled and he gulped involuntarily. He had just fought at the city wall, and now he was fighting again. He didn't have much stamina left at this point, even if he could briefly suppress the undead legion with his talent. So what? As long as a companion died, they would become Su Qing's minions and would never be their companions again. They have no chance of winning. Su Qing's talent was finally revealed for the first time at this point. The power of the undead scourge was also finally seen by the world. It doesn't matter how many elites you have under you, as long as you're locked in a tug-of-war with the undead army. Then there was only the gradual swallowing up of the undead legions. After a battle, not only would the number of undead under Su Qing's command not decrease, it might even increase. Go! Hu Sinyu quickly made up his mind. Su Qing's strength had clearly made a huge breakthrough. His strength when he hadn't broken through had already made them suffer. And now I'm afraid it's even more terrifying. And these people he brought with him are by no means opponents. Hu Sinyu quickly walked towards the entrance of the cave. His position was already close to the entrance of the cave, and at this time, he was already close to the exit. At the same time, he dialed the phone and quickly commanded into the phone. Alert the entire city. All come over to this side of the vein. The heretics have invaded. As he hung up the phone and looked up, there was a lurch in his movements, only to see in front of him a huge-sized panda resisting the entrance of the mine. The upright body of the bear looked like a high wall that was impenetrable. The gray-black eyes were like an abyss that hooked the soul away. I didn't say you could go. Su Qing's voice came from behind him. Roar! As if in response to Su Qing, Panda let out a hiss. A great sense of oppression hung over almost everyone. Hu Xinyu only felt as if his body had turned into 1,000 pounds, and moving a step took the strength of his entire body. Sweat raced down both of his cheeks, and he finally couldn't carry it off and slumped to the ground. Damn! What is this? I can't move. Something's holding me down. I feel like I've gotten heavier. Aha! My bones are crushed. All the humans in the mines were pressed to the ground by the gravity field released by Panda, unable to move at all. Even some of the more fragile ones actually had their bones crushed directly. Hu Xinyu tried to brace himself from the ground, but failed several times, his entire body powerless and helpless. What in the world? How could there be such a powerful human? Hu Xinyu was puzzled. He had gotten to where he was now, almost taking up the lion's share of Shudu's resources. What does Su Qing have? How could he be so strong for a little-known person? Where are the resources to provide for him? It doesn't make sense. Hu Xinyu felt extremely unwilling and clenched his teeth. I had already decided not to make a move against you last time, but since City Lord who wanted to take my life, I can only say sorry. Step by step, Su Qing stepped out of the fetal clothes sublimation grand formation and slowly walked over to Hu Xinyu. All of the humans who tried to shout at him along the way collapsed to the ground and could only watch Su Qing walk by. Hu Xinyu looked at Su Qing in front of him, his eyes glazed over. Su Qing, after doing such a thing that harms the heavens and the earth, you're just waiting to be hunted down and killed by all of humanity. Su Qing smiled sparingly. I look forward to that day, and I'm sure we'll witness it together. Hu Xinyu froze, then struggled frantically as if he had thought of something. Panda on the side didn't give him a chance and landed a claw. The sharp bear claws plunged into Hu Xinyu's chest cavity, and Hu Xinyu's wide-eyed eyes had not yet recovered from the shock. A light of death enveloped Su Qing. Those eyes changed from dark to gray-black. The wounds on his body gradually healed, and the blood that flowed out was no longer bright red. Finally, he stood up from the ground, his face completely devoid of anger, and respectfully saluted Su Qing. Master. Su Qing nodded. If Huaxian you didn't make a move on him, he actually didn't want to go this far. But since we've killed them all, there's no point in dwelling on that. With Hu Xinyu's strengthening ability, his Undead Legion strength would see an overall increase. His talent, which was SSS level, was absolutely terrifying in strength. If he hadn't broken through to the 8th stage of the primordial order in strength, he wouldn't have been so easy to suppress. That's right. This time, the tire clothes sublimation grand formation had directly raised Su Qing's cultivation level by 2 stages. After all, this grand formation was a top-tier resource that was enough to allow one to break through from the beginner rank to the middle rank. The Su Qing of his previous life had only heard about it, and it was the first time he had seen it. Glancing at the crowd underneath him, they were all looking at Hu Xinyu with horror on their faces at this moment. Their leader, Hu Xinyu, had actually turned into Su Qing's puppet just like that. It's unheard of. Brother Panther, who had been hiding in the darkness, also walked out quickly, his face filled with awe. Su Qing actually did take out 2 of the 3 greatest experts of Shu-Du just like that by himself. It's horrible. No wonder the beet red fatty in the base was like a game. It turned out that the strength he showed was only 1/10. No, 1/100th of his true strength. Even now he wasn't necessarily using his full strength. Boss, where are we going next? Brother Panther asked as he looked at Su Qing with reverence. Go out of the city, Su Qing said, stepping out of the mine. His purpose had been accomplished, and it was useless to stay in Shudu. There may be other troubles coming to the door after that. Take that so-called Admiral Dream, for example. Su Qing hadn't investigated who that Admiral Dream really was yet, but it was certain that that Admiral Dream should not be in Shudu at this time. Otherwise there's no way he'd still be on the sidelines for something that big. A number of people had gathered at the entrance of the mine, and they were all waiting with bated breath. The mine space was small and they couldn't squeeze in, so they waited here. They had just received Hu Xinyu's warning, and they were all a bit nervous at this point. But it didn't take long for the tension to build before a familiar figure stepped out of the cave entrance. City Lord Hu Xinyu. The visitor was none other than Hu Xinyu. Seeing that Hu Xinyu seemed to be safe and sound, the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Immediately afterward, they saw Su Qing and Brother Bao following behind Hu Xinyu. Lord City Master. They are. These 2 maniacs have been apprehended. Everyone disperse? It's been a hard day's work. Hu Xinyu's voice seemed to come out of a mechanical mouth, cold and somewhat hoarse. But the crowd did not notice this, and when they heard his words, they could not help but open their mouths and curse. Dog day. It is these 2 right. Must punish them well, our Lord City Lord. Well, I will. Hu Xinyu still had that same tone. Now, I'm going to take them all outside the city and have them killed by monsters so that they too can feel what their brothers have suffered. Chapter 39, Fury. Su Ching maneuvered Hu Xinyu all the way to the city gates, and not a single person dared to stop him. Then he just swung open the gates and headed off. By the time Shudu's people realized it, Su Ching had long since run out of sight. Shudu was suddenly thrown into a state of chaos. Their city lord was killed off and became an undead under Su Ching. Their second expert was taken out and turned into Su Ching's minion, who also killed quite a few of their own people. Their third expert, Lu Bo, happened to be out raiding Tian Yuan again with his men. At this time, the strength of their Shudu had broken down and fallen, and there was no longer the previous thriving scene. Everywhere there is a sense of sadness, and even the most ordinary civilians feel the storm coming. Now if another wave of demonic beasts attacked the city, they wouldn't be able to hold out. Inside the city lord's mansion, Hu Yifan tiredly got up from the table. Last night he participated in the battle of the city gate guard and was also tired, then came straight back to bed. Stretching, he opened the door to his room, trying to find something to eat. After a night of intense fighting and no food, he was famished by now. But just after coming out of the city lord's mansion, he sensed that something was wrong. The original city lord's mansion wasn't exactly bustling with activity, but there were many people bragging and farting in their free time. But now they were all drooping, completely devoid of any semblance of vigor, as if they had suffered some major blow. He went to his brother Hu Xinyu's office to try to ask what happened, but he didn't see half a person. What's going on? Late? Hu Yifan frowned. It was work time. At this hour, his brother should be in his office picking his brain. Hu Yifan frowned, feeling a little bad, and casually pulled the guard aside. Did something happen yesterday? Where did my brother go? The guard stammered, half a dozen words escaping his lips. The uneasiness in Hu Yifan's heart grew stronger, and he yelled, "Speak!" Only then was the guard suppressed by his aura and told him what happened last night. What? Su Ching actually killed Big Brother? Hu Yifan's eyes widened with disbelief. No, that's impossible. Su Ching is only a primary rank 4th stage. How can he be a match for Big Brother? My brother is a primary order 6th stage. Is it possible that you lied about the military? Hu Yifan's forehead veins rippled, and he looked at the guard with an open red face, as if he wanted to eat someone. Su Ching has hidden his strength. The guard wanted to say something else, but Hu Yifan didn't listen to him and pushed him away. In fact, in his heart, he had already believed in the words of this guard. Otherwise this guard would never be able to lie to him. And it seemed that today's anomaly in the city lord's mansion had already been predicted, but he just couldn't believe the fact. That is his own brother. From childhood to 20 years of friendship, and the awakening day after the watchful. It's all fresh in my mind. Aha! Hu Yifan fell to his knees in pain, tears wetting the corners of his eyes at some point, and looked at the sky with his head held high. Flames rose in him. Orange-red flames blazed. Su Ching, I, Hu Yifan, hereby swear that if I don't kill you, let me die without a burial place. My soul shall not be transcended after death. In the midst of Hu Yifan's fury, a flash of blood red began to rise, and slowly, as if rendered, the orange-red flame also became bright red. Blood-red flames rose, not solid but as if one could feel the power he contained, the power to set everything on fire. At the same time, Hu Yifan's cultivation had also broken through the critical mass, taking one step further towards the ranks of today's top blue star experts. Imperial capital. In the middle of the darkened room, Admiral Dream hung up the phone. Her form was silent in the darkness for a long time before she finally sighed. It's a shame that Hu Xinyu, but in his previous life, Su Ching was clearly a second-rate expert. How is it that his strength has become so powerful nowadays, and he has actually mastered the power of the Calamity Panda? It's truly terrifying. The previous lives had never been able to enslave Calamity. Each Calamity is a unique monarch that simply cannot be enslaved. I didn't expect that Su Ching would actually enslave a head now. Is it the butterfly effect? Admiral Dream fell into deep thought, her entire body lying on the sofa like an elf, her tantalizingly beautiful legs stretching in the darkness. Or, he also knows about the past life? After a moment's silence, Admiral Dream half smiled. But no matter how powerful he is, he's still a second-rate talent. Calamity can be much better dealt with by him getting hold of it. The priority right now is still arranging for the dragon to advance to the middle rank. Admiral Dream mused. Su Ching's weakness in his previous life could be considered something that was known to everyone. As long as the individual ability was strong enough, they could go straight for the dragon and cut Su Ching down straight away. At that time, his undead army would naturally not be broken. It was because of this weakness that he had never entered the ranks of first-class experts. Raising his pale arm, Admiral Dream picked up the phone and dialed again. The caller picked up but didn't speak. 3 of the Protectorate officers on the Shudu side died at the same time. Send another one over. Right. since Hu Yifan has already mastered the power of rage. He also possesses the qualifications to become a Hu city official. Let him take his brother's place. Speaking of this, Admiral Dream seemed to sigh with some regret. Hu Sinyu's talent was really suitable for large-scale battlefields. Originally he wanted to wait for him to advance to the middle rank first before making other arrangements, but he didn't expect this to actually happen. Lastly, let's place an S-class wanted notice on Su Qing. This person is very dangerous right now. He must be captured or beheaded as soon as possible. Despite the said contempt, Admiral Dream still gave Su Qing enough respect. After all, it was a calamity-level panda, and with such power, anything could happen. She had to nip those risks in the bud. With that said, Admiral Dream hung up. From the beginning to the end of the call there was no half-hearted response coming from the other end of the line. Without stopping, Admiral Dream dialed another number. This time a calm, middle-aged male voice came from the other end of the line. Admiral Dream, any more plans? Admiral Dream's language was a bit serious. You need to break through the middle rank as soon as possible. I feel as if something has changed in this world. Okay, got it. Also, go to Sea City as soon as possible after breaking through the middle rank. That chance, must not let others get it. No problem. I'm already preparing. The male voice on the other end of the line was as subdued as ever. Okay, you practice hard. Hanging up the phone, Admiral Dream lay back down on the bed. Inside the darkened room, curls of green smoke lingered. The red dot of incense loomed amidst the black smoke, and Admiral Dream closed those thought-provoking eyes, listening to the sound of rain pattering outside the window. I slowly fell into dreamland. Chapter 40 Cultivation Upgrade. Returning to the Heavenly Abyss. Su Cheng brought Brother Panther all the way back to Tianfu Academy. His original plan had been to go directly to Sea City. However, the undead under his command had basically all died cleanly during the siege, leaving only some demonic beasts brought out from the zoo. Going back on this trip he was going to look for some more Tetsa ghosts in the Heavenly Abyss to finish off and transform into undead. Otherwise, without a soldier in hand, it always feels a bit empty. Moreover, now that his strength had increased drastically, he also wanted to explore slightly deeper into the Heavenly Abyss. It would be best if you could break through the middle order as a human in one fell swoop. Nowadays, Panda's strength had reached the 8th stage of the primordial stage. Combined with his Ascension Order and Hu Sinyu's addition, it's also possible to deal with some mid-rank special electric ghosts. The cultivation that a middle-ranked special electric ghost could provide him with was definitely very generous. This was a gap that spanned a large realm. This trip to Shudu was very rewarding for Su Qing. His talent also awakened once more when he was promoted from the 6th stage of the primary order. Graveyard of the Dead creates a graveyard of the dead within his body, which allows him to absorb the undead under his command. 0 out of 100. This talent was one that Su Qing possessed in his last life. Being able to store a group of undead inside his body at all times was a huge boost for him. It was like when he had entered Shudu before. He hadn't brought in a single undead except for Panda, who was able to possess him, but now with the Mound of the Dead, other undead can be carried around like Panda. In addition to this, Su Qing had also awakened another ability. Undead Incarnation, one chance to transform yourself into an undead after your death. This ability was boosted once and also very good luck. Undead Monarch, upon your death, you will become an undead monarch with the supreme power to rule over the undead and the souls. This ability made Su Qing feel speechless for a while. It sounded as if it was strong, but he didn't have death on his mind just yet. After becoming undead the nature of being human will gradually disappear, appearing to even lose the memories they once had and lose their sanity. Although this was his own talent, Su Qing still didn't dare to bet on it. Used as a life-saving skill, after Su Qing's strength was raised to the 8th stage of the primary order, the undead that were still alive under his command had basically reached the 6th stage of the primary order as well. It could be said that nowadays, although he had lost a lot of undead under his command, the strength of the undead was quite a bit stronger than before. The strongest monsters encountered along the way were no match for a random undead under Su Qing's command. After only half a day, the two of them, who had rushed all the way, arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly Mansion Academy. Su Qing arranged Brother Bao at the gatekeeper's office and stepped into the depths of the Heavenly Mansion Academy himself. A small number of undead Tetrarch ghosts had gathered in the depths of the Heaven's Mansion Academy. Su Qing couldn't help but froze a bit when he saw the scene. He remembers he should have put a lot of undead Tetras here. So why only these? Soon, he realized something was wrong. At the other entrance to the school, a large number of corpses of Tetras have gathered. It was like he thought of something, and it dawned on him instantly. Turns out there was a break-in. Su Qing thought about it. It seemed that when he entered Shudu, he heard that Lu Bo and the others had come to attack this place. It looks like it should be real. Without hesitation, Su Qing took a step into the deeper depths. There were bodies everywhere along the way, human ones in addition to the Tetsuki ghosts. Most of these humans had been run over by the undead tetrarchs, and there were no intact forms left. They were all broken limbs and arms. Su Qing looked indifferent. Did not expect these people actually so headstrong, actually broke into so deep. After walking a bit more, he suddenly realized that there was something different ahead of him. The air around them seemed to become cold, and the cold wind kept whistling. There's also some more melted water on the ground. Su Qing squinted his eyes and saw a path of frost. A large number of undead Tetsa ghosts were frozen in frost, with no trace of half a struggle visible at all. Awesome, Su Qing sighed. If he remembered correctly, Lubo seemed to be at the 5th stage of the primary order cultivation, while this frost road, he was afraid that it had already reached the level of the 7th stage of the primary order. However, being able to burst out with such a strong force, Lubo was bound to receive quite a bit of damage as well. Follow the frost road all the way. Su Qing had finally reached the depths of the Heavenly Palace Academy. Near the Heavenly Abyss, the tall figure of the undead Tekken Ghost Commander stood quietly. The huge body of more than 10 meters looked extremely oppressive. Beside him lay the bodies of countless humans. None alive. Actually broke in here? I don't know whether to say you're lucky or unlucky. Su Qing let out a light laugh. Suddenly sensing something, looked to a short distance away. There was a human being there who was completely frozen in the cold. At this time, the cold ice already had a tendency to be about to melt. Commander Lu Bo, I didn't expect us to meet again. Su Qing didn't expect that there would actually be an unexpected pleasure. Previously, when he was within the Shu capital, he was more or less scrupulous, all but directly beheading Hu Xinyu and the others, not asking for some information from their mouths. Now in his territory, Lu Bo, as a senior, knew absolutely nothing less than Hu Xinyu and Hu Junlong. Su Qing had to pry out of his mouth who exactly was Admiral Dream. However, after feeling how fast the ice was melting, Su Qing estimated that there was still one more day to go before it completely melted. He wasn't in a hurry, and continued walking towards the entrance of the Heavenly Abyss. The entrance to the Heavenly Abyss. The already open entrance to the Heavenly Abyss seemed even bigger. The deep hole almost covered the small half of the cafeteria's territory. A constant stream of Tetsugami rush out of it, but they are quickly killed. Su Qing had long ago set up enough guards in this place so that these guys couldn't run out. In the deeper depths, those 100-meter-tall Tetsu electric ghosts seemed to be a bit anxious at this point, their huge bodies swinging and emitting chilling roars. There was a longing in their gazes towards Tian Yuan. If they weren't restricted, they would definitely be the first monsters to rush out of the Heavenly Abyss. Su Qing withdrew his gaze. He was no match for this kind of 100-meter giant for the time being. Might wait for mid to high level later to have a fight. The purpose of this trip was not for them. Light of Death. Su Qing shot out a light of death, enveloping the large number of special electric ghost corpses on the ground. In the next moment, all those special electric ghosts stood up in a unified movement. The emotionless movements like a machine gave an extremely strong sense of oppression. Su Qing directly sat on the ground and closed his eyes. Panda's form descended from him and guarded him. Instead, he connects to the spirits of these undead televangelists, then maneuvered the undead tetrarch ghost towards the depths of the Heavenly Abyss. He was going to use these undead tetrapod ghosts to scout the way for him first, to see if there really were that many terrifying existences in this Heavenly Abyss. If it was appropriate, he would take Panda down for a spin, hunt down some special electric ghosts and raise your cultivation a bit more. Chapter 41, In the midst of comfort, there is only perdition. Hundreds of undead special electric ghosts jumped into the Heavenly Abyss like dumplings, consciousness connected, and Su Qing felt that the surrounding area was filled with strange and rocky cave walls. One by one, the tetras rushed up from the sky's abyss to meet the undead tetras. However, the current Su Qing was much more powerful, and these special electric ghosts didn't realize that the ones being manipulated by him were undead. The journey was unimpeded, and the difference in strength between the surrounding teoderms was very wide. Some were still stuck at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the primary order, but some had already reached the 5th or 6th stage of the primary order in terms of strength. It was like they were restricted by some rule, and most of them were at the 2nd or 3rd stage of the beginner's order climbing upwards. The tendency to look like there's some rare treasure out there. Those at the beginning stage 4 and upwards climbed much slower, as if something was suppressing them. It didn't take long for Su Qing to feel that he had arrived on top of a platform. Sensing the surroundings, this place is not supposed to be a true abyss of heaven, just a larger resting place on a cave wall. Most of the strength of the special electric ghosts in this area were stuck above the 4th stage of the primary order, and there were even some special electric ghosts that were evolving. Su Qing sensed carefully, and even sensed a miracle stone. It made him shudder. Is this Tian Yuan that prolific? How long has it been since the last time a miracle stone was produced? Just under a month. And now there's a miracle stone here? He didn't do anything rash, and had the undead Teletubby ghosts spread out to explore the platform completely. This place was entirely a platform covering several square kilometers, and the strongest strength of all the special electric ghosts reached the 6th stage of the primordial order. Putting it outside, there are enough special electric ghosts on top of this platform for Shuda to drink a pot of water. However, there wasn't much of a threat to Su Qing. He was not careless, and continued to let some of the undead Tercel ghosts go deeper, and dispatched some more undead Tercel ghosts to guard the area. In the process of going deeper, Su Qing felt that he was able to perceive less and less, like something was clouding his perception. Soon, he came across another platform. The undead Tetsa ghosts on top of this platform were even more terrifying, with their strength reaching almost all the way up to the 7th stage of the primordial order. Su Qing again tried to manipulate the undead tetrapod ghost to poke around this platform. However, his body shook as he scoped out a monster that was over 30 meters in size. Middle order special electric ghost. The moment he had discovered the Tetterdine ghost, the Tetterdine ghost had discovered his presence as well. Roar! 30's huge body slammed forward, causing Su Qing to feel the platform tremble. The special electric ghost slapped down, and Su Qing directly lost consciousness. The strength of the undead special electric ghosts he was manipulating was too weak, and there was absolutely no room for resistance. It was a good thing that his other undead Tetsukai ghosts were farther away, which prevented them from being detected. Surely there's a middle-ranked special electric ghost? As his consciousness returned to his body, Su Qing slowly opened his eyes. He had quickly scoped out the second platform. The average strength was above the 7th stage of the primary order, and there were even a few middle-ranked special electric ghosts. That's exactly what he was looking for. However, although that platform didn't have any more powerful existences for the time being, Su Qing didn't know if more powerful existences could come up. It would have been more or less risky to go over there. After hesitating for a moment, Su Qing raised his head, saw Panda on the sidelines. There was a sudden flash of light laughter. In my previous life, I had low strength and a weak body, but I also dared to snatch food from the tiger's mouth and fight for a ray of life. Now I have countless undead under my command, and I even have a calamity like Panda to guard me, but I actually still cower. It's true, a comfortable environment will make people lazy. At this rate, sooner or later, he would be surpassed by those awakened who were nowhere near as good as him now, but who dared to break through, just like the ones he surpassed in his previous life. After saying that, he leaped and jumped directly into the heavenly abyss. The sky abyss was gray and cloudy, completely different from what the manipulation of the undead Tet ghost felt. Visibility was minimal and an inexplicable force could be felt corrupting his mind. Su Qing's face did not change as he silently calculated the distance in his mind. He tapped twice on the cave wall as he neared the first platform. The movement slowed down and slowly landed on the platform. Ho ho ho! The special electric ghosts immediately realized something was wrong and hissed as they gathered around. Su Qing's body shook, and the clothes on his body split open. Panda's majestic form emerged from him. At this point Panda's body grew slightly larger by a hair, almost to over 7 meters, close to 8. The black and white hair has a hidden electric current flashing, and the sharp claws stretch out, and you can actually see the flow of thunder inside the sharp claws. The thunder that seemed like liquid emitted a heaven-destroying aura. Roar! Panda had excitement in his eyes. He was bored in Shudu. Against those weaklings, there was no need for him to do anything. And now, these monsters should be able to give it a little bit of pleasure. Although the strength of the special electric ghosts on this level wasn't weak, it was still somewhat insufficient for today's Panda. Combined with the gravity suppression, it was difficult for these special electric ghosts to even make a move. I have to say, the gravity skill is a godsend for clearing out stragglers, especially when faced with a fatter creature such as a Tetsu ghost. Soon, Su Qing led Panda to the most densely populated area of the special electric ghosts. This is exactly where the miracle stone is hidden. Panda cleared the center of a couple of primordial 6-stage tetras and got the miracle stone into his hands. This stuff is just more of the same for him, and he definitely needs to collect more of it. After taking away the miracle stone, Su Qing didn't stay on this floor for much longer. A straight-up death ray converted the Tet ghost that Panda had just killed into an undead, and then it was off to the depths in a great hurry. The undead on the second level were much stronger. The average strength of a beginner's 7th stage made the effect of Panda's gravity suppression much smaller. He didn't hesitate and directly sent out his army of undead. The undead Teletubby ghosts matched Panda and fought for a while. The undead Tekken ghosts of the 6th stage of the beginner's order could fight the Tekken ghosts of the 7th stage of the beginner's order even when Panda suppressed them with gravity. After the death of the primary stage 6 undead special electric ghost, Su Qing then used the light of death, reviving the primary stage 7 special electric ghost that he had just killed. In this cycle, his team will grow stronger and more competent. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of the middle-ranked special electric ghost. The 30-odd meter tall middle-ranked special electric ghost rushed over with a heavy stride. Su Cheng didn't panic and made the soaring order shine on Panda. Panda was at once like a godsend. Cast up the power of thunder. If anything, gravity is a godsend for crushing stragglers. Then thunder force is a boost to Panda's ceiling, allowing him to fight steadily across the ranks. Amidst the sound of thunderous roars, this middle-rank special electric ghost also unsurprisingly collapsed. The body fell to the ground with a muffled thud on the earth. Immediately after that, other middle-rank special electric ghosts began to arrive. Su Cheng told Panda to hurry and follow him to evacuate. Come down to Raider again when you're rested. Chapter 42, Your Loyalty. In the middle of the heavenly abyss, the idea of time became faint. Su Cheng's cultivation steadily increased in this environment. Ho ho ho! Heavenly Palace College Cafeteria. The roar came from the heavenly abyss. The Undead Tetrarch Ghost Commander readied himself for battle. His mission is to take out all the special power ghosts that come out of the sky abyss. Suddenly, a black furry palm reached out of the abyss and climbed over the edge. The next moment, Panda came out of the heavenly abyss in slow motion. Behind him there were two more Tetsa ghosts that followed him, and Panda casually flung them away. The electric current in the sharp claws was like an outward leak, a flash of blue in the gray night. Those two Teodan ghosts were instantly torn into several halves, and the places where their sharp claws touched had been scorched by the lightning. Su Cheng sat on Panda's body, bare-chested. His body seemed fitter than ever. There were also more wounds on his body, all of which he had received while fighting off the Tetsa ghosts these days. The strength of the special electric ghosts on the second floor should not be underestimated, and it was Su Cheng who had used all his strength. There was a time when he was surrounded by 3 middle-rank special electric ghosts at the same time, and Panda stopped 2 of them, so Su Cheng had to go down personally, bringing a bunch of undead to face the middle-rank special electric ghosts. But after all, he had only inherited a portion of Panda's strength, and he ended up with some injuries. It was good that it ended well, and they ended up turning all 3 of the mid-rank Tetsa ghosts into undead. Nowadays, Su Cheng's cultivation level had steadily arrived at the 9th stage of the primordial order, 1 step short of being promoted to the middle rank. But this step was extremely difficult to take, and trying to cross over by killing the special electric ghost might take a while of grinding. He simply came out of the heavenly abyss, counting the time. It was time for him to head to Sea City. The bottleneck at the middle level can be broken with magic stones on the way. The magic stones he had accumulated on him nowadays were no small amount. Hundreds of magic stones were collected by him, ready to be used. Aside from these gains, his greatest gain was the undead under his command. The other undead's increased strength was another matter, but he had resurrected quite a few middle-ranked undead Tetsa ghosts. Now they were all placed by Su Cheng in the Mound of the Dead, and could be accessed at any time. Another harvest is Lu Bo. These listen to Lu Bo has long been freed from freezing, but Su Cheng took the time to come up to control. Su Cheng had arranged for a middle-ranked special electric ghost to watch over him, so even if he had heavenly abilities, he would never be able to escape. What time is it? The first thing Su Cheng did when he came up was to look at the time. Has half a month passed already? How time flies. Su Cheng took a middle-ranked undead tetrapod ghost out of the undead mound and ordered it to guard this place. Then he walked out of the Heavenly Palace Academy. The entrance to the Heavenly Palace Academy. Bao has been waiting here for half a month. These days there was no worry about food or clothing. It was just that I felt bored, and usually there was only cultivation. Su Cheng even rewarded him with a magic crystal once when he came out of the heavenly abyss. Nowadays, his strength had already managed to reach the level of the 5th stage of the primary stage, almost to the 6th stage. Hey, what do you keep wiggling around for? There's no use rushing, so why don't you sit down and get some rest? Brother Panther opened his eyes from his cultivation and looked at the silhouette that kept wandering in front of him and said, this person was none other than Lu Bo, who had been imprisoned by Su Cheng. After Lu Bo lifted from the freeze that day, he was dumped here by Su Cheng to eat and live with Brother Bao. Didn't do anything to him except not let him leave. Lu Bo glanced at Brother Panther and said with a long sigh, how can I not be anxious when all of my men died tragically? Shu Du's side is definitely looking for us as well. If we don't go back, I'm afraid something will happen. He was actually afraid that Shuda would send someone to find him again. This place is too dangerous. I'm afraid that sending more people will just send them to their deaths, adding to the casualties. Brother Panther sniffed with a strange expression. I'm afraid Shudu can't even protect himself, and he's still in the mood for him? Brother Panther opened his mouth and tried to say something, but his afterimage saw what seemed like a large group of creatures approaching within the Heavenly Mansion Academy. Waves of hordes, like the tide lapping at the shore, were continuous. The one walking in front was none other than Su Cheng, who was riding on Panda. Boss Su Cheng. Brother Panther hurriedly sat up from the ground, made 3 steps and quickly walked to Su Cheng and greeted him excitedly. Although this place was not bad for cultivation, it was too boring for him. He's not one to sink his teeth into. Su Cheng nodded, his eyes skimming over him to look at Lu Bo in the back. Captain Lu Bo, is the strength still at the 5th stage of the preliminary rank after so long? He remembered that when he met Lu Bo, he was already at the 5th stage, but he didn't realize that he hadn't made any progress in the past 10 days. Lu Bo didn't say anything. His cultivation was damaged from using the secret method that day, and with some slacking off lately, his strength really hadn't progressed much. But even if there was progress, in front of this person in front of him, I'm afraid that he had only gone from an ant to a bigger ant. Lu Bo never thought that a random guy he met on the road that day actually had such a terrifying strength. He had once thought that Su Chang was only at the 4th stage of the primary order, but now it seemed that the weakest undead under his command were more than at the 4th stage of the primary order. This man, he's just strong for no reason at all. He still clearly remembered that day when he had just woken up from the ice seal, and saw the scene of Su Ching enslaving a middle-rank special electric ghost that had climbed out of the heavenly abyss. The 30-odd meter middle-rank special electric ghost made him feel a sense of suffocation just by standing there. Even if he used the secret technique again, he was by no means a match for that Teoderma ghost. It's a fool's errand to even try to hurt it. Su Ching didn't ask too many questions when he saw this, and a gentle smile appeared on his face. I had an urgent matter to deal with on the end of your awakening, and I didn't sit down and talk to you formally in time, but now I have a bit of time. What do you want to talk about? Lu Bo's face was wary, not slacking off in the slightest. The things that a character like Su Ching wanted to talk about were never simple. Maybe it's just some secret you know. Don't be so nervous. Su Ching clapped his hands, and instantly some undead brought tables, chairs, and benches. Su Ching pulled his chair back and sat down, like an elegant gentleman. Let's sit down and talk. Lu Bo's heart grew more and more uneasy. The more he did so, the more he felt that Su Ching's intentions were not small. Otherwise, there was no reason for him, a monster that could drive a mid-stage monster, to be polite to himself, a minion who was only at the 5th stage of the 1st stage today. Pulling the chair out, Lu Bo also sat on it. Now that he was in Su Ching's territory, he had to follow his orders. As the two sat down, a circle of undead Tetsugami surrounded the area. The fat bodies of the special electric ghosts covered the area like a high wall. The Black Phoenix circled the sky for a while and finally landed above them. At the moment, there was no place on the blue planet that was safer than this place. And Su Ching also finally got straight to the point after staring at Lu Bo for a long time. Captain Lu Bo, I would like to ask if your loyalty to the escort is to the escort itself, or to Shudu? Chapter 43, don't pay any attention. Loyalty. Lu Bo stood frozen in place for a moment. I didn't expect Su Ching to ask such a question. Loyalty? He began to remember what he had experienced so far this month. In fact, he wasn't an escort at all before his awakening. But the day of his awakening someone came straight to his door and enlisted him in the army on the condition that he protect his family. I don't know why, but after he joined the army, the top of the army made a big effort to cultivate him. His strength was also like bamboo, rising section by section at a speed he couldn't even believe himself. It didn't take long for him to become one of the leading figures in Shudu. Then later, it was him who led the escort to raid the Heavenly Palace Academy. Counting on it, he didn't really have much emotion for the escort. Brothers who were close to him died not long ago. He has done his best to return the favor of his superiors in the meantime. He had organized a successful Heaven's Abyss raid, and expelled quite a few demonic beasts, and even once found a spirit grass that was as good as a mythical spirit grass that he also turned in. For an escort, he should have no ties. As for Shudu, there doesn't seem to be one either. After all, he had only been living in Shudu for just a month, and most of that month had been spent fighting outside. I am loyal to the family. After a long silence, Lu Bo finally made a reply. The reason he joined the escort service in the first place was so that his parents could have a safe environment. Appreciation flashed in Su Ching's eyes as he sniffed. This answer is both unexpected and reasonable. But for him, as long as he wasn't a loyalist to the escort. Then for the next question, I hope Captain Lu Bo can answer truthfully. Su Ching smiled and asked, among the Shu capital, how many awakened people of your strength are there? Only 3. This question was not a secret. And Lu Bo answered without any hesitation. I see that you came over to raid the Heavenly Abyss seemingly very skillful. How many Heavenly Abyss have Shuda raided? The question, somewhat cryptic, is really irrelevant. 4. I've raided 1. City Lord Hu Sin Yu raided 2. There's another one that I don't know who made the raid, but in the end it was all counted against us. Shu Du. And there's also a Heavenly Abyss that we found, but the strength of the monsters in it was too terrifying to be raided. Su Ching had a thoughtful look on his face. Do you have any tricks for finding so many Heavenly Abyss in such a short time? Su Ching could be 100% certain that there was definitely that Admiral Dream's handiwork behind this, and began to knock on the door from the sidelines. But Lu Bo was clearly not the kind of idiot that Hu Yifan was, and this time, he stopped talking. He didn't say anything, but Su Qing wouldn't just let him go. It's Admiral Dream, isn't it? Su Qing's flat voice rang in Lu Bo's ears. Like a thunderbolt. It caused Lu Bo's pupils to plummet. How did he know about Admiral Dream? Lu Bo's heart set off shocking waves. This name? Obviously only a few top brass know it right. Looks like I guessed right. The corner of Su Qing's mouth hooked up slightly. You don't have to think about hiding it. I know much more than you think. To my questions? You'd better answer truthfully, or you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Su Qing's voice seemed like a demonic hell, cutting through Lu Bo's ears and causing his thoughts to go haywire. Where is Admiral Dream now? Seeing that the time was ripe, Su Qing suddenly raised his volume. The roaring voice made Lu Bo's brain shake, and he subconsciously said, "In the imperial capital." After saying that, he paused, his face becoming extremely ugly. Su Qing smiled. So it's in the imperial capital? Sitting up from his seat, the smile on Su Qing's face all but disappeared as he turned around indifferently and left. He had asked for the information he needed. Any more information should not be asked on Lu Bo. Behind him, the undead special electric ghost swarmed up and directly crushed Lu Bo. Having gotten the information he wanted, Su Qing would not let Lu Bo go again. He knew too many secrets about himself, and the only way to feel comfortable was to turn him into an undead himself. When he stepped out from amongst the circle of undead, Brother Panther quickly ran over. Seeing Lu Bo's end, he had long been accustomed to it. He had long predicted Lu Bo's end. Boss Su Qing, someone from the base side called us over. It seems like something has happened. Su Qing frowned. The strength of the base is quite good, and Fatty Red was also mixed up in his previous life. So how did he suddenly run into trouble? Did it say what came up? No, but it seems to be urgent. Asking you to come over as soon as possible. Boss. Snort. Su Qing couldn't help but snicker at his words. The base's relationship with him was one of affiliation, and Fatty Red would never dare to speak to himself in that tone. It seems highly likely that they were threatened. Who could it be? Those guys from Shudu? Or even someone sent by Admiral Dream? Admiral Dream knew of his presence and would surely respond, and it looked like it should be his handiwork. With Su Qing's current strength, he was naturally unafraid of all plots and tricks, but he wouldn't rush over there either. The price of arrogance, often fatal. History does not know how many heroes because of arrogance gutter. Su Qing had long since developed a cautious nature in his previous life, and he naturally wouldn't get involved in this kind of adventure where he couldn't see the slightest gain. His body crossed over Brother Panther and said indifferently, "No need to pay attention. Let's set off as planned and head to Sea City." Ha! Panther froze. There was a slight struggle on his face. Anyhow, he had once followed Red Fatty around and was still a little worried. Standing in place with a tangled expression on his face, he finally clenched his teeth and followed. Although his current strength wasn't weak, I'm afraid he wasn't a match for Fatty Red. The whole base was in trouble, and it wouldn't help if he went over there himself. For Fatty Red, he could only say that there was nothing he could do. When he later becomes a great success of his divine power, and has 10% of the strength of Su Qing's boss, it is not too late to come back to avenge the Red Fat boss. Su Qing once again mounted Panda. Since Panda had grown to almost 8 meters, its back had widened considerably. Even if Su Qing's entire body lay on it, there was no problem, and Panda walked very steadily, perfect for rushing. After confirming the location of Sea City to Panda, Su Qing took out the magic crystals and casually threw a piece to Brother Panther. Your strength is about to break through, right? Concentrate on cultivation these days, or else you'll easily die violently on the battlefield afterward. Brother Panther winced as he received the magic crystal. He's at the 5th stage of the primary order. He's considered an expert in Shudu, and he'll still die violently? Boss Su Qing is up to something mean again. Su Qing didn't care what he thought. He himself took out a magic stone and casually threw it in his mouth, swallowing it in a few gulps as if he was chewing candy beans. Sit on Panda's back and start practicing. He also had to raise his strength to the middle rank as soon as possible. Chapter 44, The Maiden and the Dragon. Red Fat Base. There are ruins and fires everywhere. The reddish fat man collapsed on the ground. Not a single piece of flesh on his body. One foot crushed his head underneath it. The man's face was fair and handsome, but he was a large bald man, wearing a battlesuit that looked like Superman's, flapping in the wind. Everyone in the base was trembling and shivering as they looked at the center at this point. The battle between the two just now had completely destroyed this base. Behind the handsome middle-aged man, there followed a young girl who looked to be 13 or 14 years old, and underneath her naive face, her eyes were flashing with a bizarre red aura. Dragon! How much longer do we have to wait here? The young girl looked at the fat red man on the ground with boredom, seeming to appreciate his miserable state. The man called Dragon looked at the time and frowned. That Su Qing's trail can't be traced at all. The only thing we can be sure of is that he once stayed here and took this fatty under his wing. If that's the case and we send him a message, he should be here soon. The young girl cocked her head in confusion. Hey fatty, you tell your boss to come here quickly. The young girl walked up to the fat red man and kicked him twice towards his waist. Fatty Red's body jerked in pain, his resentful gaze looking from the soles of his feet to the young girl, the blazing fire in his eyes almost burning everything out. With great effort, he opened his mouth. You little. The young girl's face sank into a sardonic grin. The corners of his mouth opened to an exaggerated extent, revealing a mouthful of horrifying teeth like those of a shark. Very well, I'd like to see how resistant you really are. After saying that, rough tentacles like the branches of an old tree stretched up behind her, and a single skewer went in, pinning Fatty Red to the ground. The already weak Red Fatty directly fainted this time. Humph. No fun. The young girl withdrew her tentacles. Since that guy doesn't fall for it, let's just leave. Anyway, it's just a brat with a little bit of luck. With the strength of the 7th or 8th stage of the beginner's rank, any one of us can deal with him. I don't know what Admiral Dream cares about so much. Do not question Admiral Dream's judgment. Ryuya stood up, and despite the words, he had a look of full disinterest on his face. He had already sprinted to the middle stage with the help of the tire clothes sublimation grand formation now. Who in the entire Blue Star would dare to make a move against him? Who can be his match? Even if the entire Great Joe Empire's resources were to feed him, they would only be able to feed him as a middle rank. He didn't know what virtue or ability Su Qing, the lone wolf, had to be able to make Admiral Dream specifically allow to deal with him. Let's go. Let's go to Sea City. I'd like to see what treasures are taking Admiral Dream so long to recite. The silhouettes of the two men walked farther and farther into the rubble, leaving only a mess behind. Atop a tall building in the distance, a falcon with a basalt black body blinked its gray-black eyes and fluttered its wings to disappear into the sky as well. Fresh. In the middle of the empty city, a clear cry came from the sky. Wu Feng's agile figure swept across the sky and landed on Su Qing's arm. Su Qing opened his eyes and listened to Wu Feng's description. When he had heard about the incident at the base earlier, he had quietly asked Wu Feng to go over and scout it out. Although I don't want to go for support, it's a necessary job to probe for information. A short while later, Su Qing raised his hand, and Wu Feng instantly flew out, acting like a radar in the air, helping Su Qing to scout the surrounding situation. Fatty Red is dead, Su Qing said faintly. Not far away from him, Panther, who was sitting on a special electric ghost, shuddered at the words. Although he had expected it, he still felt a shiver run through his body when he heard Su Qing put this news out so bluntly. After all, that was his old boss. A relationship of several years is not meant to be broken. What is? The person who moved? After a long time, Brother Panther stabilized his mind and opened his mouth to ask. Anyways, he had to figure out the identity of his enemy so he could have a goal to avenge Fatty Red later. I don't know. I guess it's the escort. A bit of strength. Panther took a deep breath. Su Qing even felt a bit strong. So the opponent's strength was definitely beyond imagination. Now, I'm afraid he's not even qualified to serve food. Su Qing looked like he could tell what he was thinking and said indifferently. You don't need to think about revenge. They're here for me. I'll take care of them. No. Brother Panther's face showed a rare resoluteness. It's your business if you lay hands on him. It's my business if I take revenge. Maybe you can easily take care of him with your hand, Boss Su Qing. But if there is a chance, I will also find a way to take care of him myself. Su Qing nodded his head and didn't try to persuade him any further. The two were walking down the street with a bunch of undead. A complete open scene of doom. It's a good thing there's not much in the neighborhood, or you'd be scared to death. One day later, outside the city, the deer grass is barren. Boom! A tremor spread across the land. The air around them seemed to tremble in unison. Su Qing, who was rushing along, slowly opened his eyes, feeling the strong energy fluctuations coming from all around. That kind of energy tidal wave that seemed like a landslide and tsunami could be clearly felt by anyone with cultivation. Panther's eyes snapped open as well. A sense of oppression rose from him, his majestic aura mirroring the tides of energy surging around him. The first 6 paragraphs. After a day's worth of cultivation, with the help of the magic crystals and this tidal wave of energy, he finally managed to break through. Feeling the thick energy around him, he looked at Su Qing and asked, Boss Su Qing, what is this thing? Su Qing also frowned and squinted, feeling something carefully. Is there a treasure out in this neighborhood? Panther asked. No, it's something waking up. I can feel a breath of life. It's not exactly a breath of life. Su Qing denied Brother Panther's speculation. In his perception, he could feel the soul power contained in the tidal wave of energy. A soul force that was completely lifeless and similar to the undead. The force was slowly getting stronger and seemed to be awakening, and it also made Su Qing feel very familiar. Seems to have come across it somewhere. It didn't take long for it to suddenly dawn on him. turning his head to the undead behind him. In the midst of a group of strange undead monsters, there were a few human figures that stood out so conspicuously, and most conspicuous of all, undoubtedly, was a skinny little boy with a sleeping little girl on his back. The little girl, although she was an undead, closed her eyes as if she was already completely dead. The pale little face was serene and quiet, as if it were a legendary sleeping beauty. Around her, a surge of power surged. The power within her body had been surging stronger since Su Qing had found her, and now the force seemed to have found a kindred spirit and began to change marvelously. Chapter 45 God's Witch Town. Sea of Undead. The little girl was named Shuang by Su Qing, and the little boy was his older brother, named Mai. It wasn't long after the awakening day that Su Qing found them. That's when Imabari had been in a coma. Su Qing could always feel the power in Jin Shuang's body getting stronger, and sometimes even the power in his brother's body got a few points stronger. Now that this change had occurred, Su Qing was also very interested. Looks like it had to be scouted out, Su Qing muttered. Then he began to carefully probe the source of the energy fluctuation. This kind of probing can only determine the general direction, like following the ripples in the water to find the direction from which the movement came. The more he probed, the more Su Qing felt alarmed. The concentration of this power was too terrifying. Even in his previous life he hadn't seen many awakened people with such intensity. This was not something that could be made up for by cultivation enhancement. Cultivation enhancement could only raise the quantity, whereas this power was a qualitative leap. Come on, go check it out. Su Qing patted Panda to show it the way. It's actually pretty smooth with the road to Sea City. Just follow the road. God Witch Town. Energy kept pouring out of the town, drawing a large number of nearby residents to it, but all of them were stopped by a couple of sturdy, spiritual guys. A redhead drove a motorcycle and blocked the road into the town, saying with a fierce look on his face, "This is our Tiger Head Gang's territory. Whoever dares to make a move, all of them can't go in." The other yellow hairs and green hairs chimed in. "That's right, we've already notified the gang. Whoever dares to go in will be killed without pardon. What are you still staying here for? Do you scum still want to touch base with our Tiger Head Gang?" That comment really bluffed a lot of people. They all came to take their chances when they sensed movement nearby, but they didn't want to put their lives on the line. The Tiger Head Gang is kind of famous in the neighborhood. It's far away from the base city, so it's basically gang territory, and the Tiger Head Gang is the biggest gang in the neighborhood. No one dares to touch it. Seeing that there were fewer and fewer people around, those who were preparing to seize the resources became more and more anxious. "Everyone, the energy fluctuation here is so huge. Maybe it's some kind of absolute treasure. As long as you get it, you can turn the tide. Even suppressing the Tiger Head Gang is not impossible. Are you guys really willing to leave like this? Why don't we all go together and occupy this place first? With so many of us, the Tiger Head Gang won't be able to do anything about us." At these words, the others jumped to their feet. The redhead on the motorcycle had a slightly ugly face. It was this very situation that he feared. Although he had already reached the fourth stage of the primordial order, he was still powerless against so many people. "Everyone get on. The absolute secret treasure is right in front of us. If your hands are quick, you won't get it," someone in the crowd yelled out. In the next moment, all sorts of colorful talons showered towards the intersection of Divine Witch Town. The red hair in the center couldn't care less about his face and hurriedly lunged towards one side to avoid these attacks before seeing a large group of people taking advantage of this opening to rush towards Divine Witch Town. "Humph." Just then, a muffled grunt rang out from the air. The people who were charging only felt a lurch in their bodies, and in the next moment, they all flew out backwards, blood unconsciously flowing out of their mouths. A silhouette stepped into the air from afar, like a supreme expert in a martial arts novel. Hallmaster North. Red Hair rejoiced at the sight. The person who came was the North Hallmaster of the Tiger Head Gang. Each Hallmaster's strength was at the 5th stage of the primary order, and the North Hallmaster was the best among them. If you don't see that the North Hallmaster just made a single move, he knocked most of the people in this place to the ground. The North Hallmaster swept a circle around him and sneered, "To actually lay hands on my Tiger Head Gang's people, what a nerve! Red Hair, arrest all of these people and bring them back to be properly entertained." "Yes." Red Hair took out his chains and went forward to capture all the people who had just come forward. No one dared to resist. The Northern Hallmaster didn't stop and directly headed towards Divine Witch Town. The middle of God Witch Town was filled with rural earthen houses and large areas of cultivated land, seemingly no different from before the awakening. It was completely different from those other villages and towns that had long been messed up by demonic beasts. The North Hallmaster didn't take a few steps before he saw a group of people coming from the middle of the town and about to leave. "Stop! What do you guys do?" The North Hallmaster called out to the crowd. Seeing this, a group of villagers hurriedly said, "This lord, we are villagers in the town. We won't disturb your investigation. We will leave now." Humph, how can I let you guys go? Who knows if you guys took that treasure away? The North Hall Master's voice was unforgiving, and the presence of villagers here was already very suspicious. Although he could feel the energy coming from the fluctuations not in the few people in front of him, it was always good to be on the safe side. A violent-tempered villager couldn't hold back at once and pointed at the North Hall Master as he walked out from the crowd. This is supposed to be our ING town. I come and go as I please. Who are you to tell me what to do? A cold aura flashed in the eyes of the Northern Hall Master as he flicked out a finger. The air shook and the villagers' heads exploded directly. Blood red spills over the earth. Aha! Murder! A scream rang out among the villagers. The North Hall Master frowned. In a chaotic world, killing is the norm. But why do these people seem to have never seen it before? Moreover, he could sense that these people in front of him didn't seem to have any cultivation. The energy fluctuations in their bodies could not be felt at all, as if they had not awakened. On the day of awakening, it is only right that all should be illuminated by the light of awakening. How did this happen? He opened his mouth, wanting to put the matter to rest. But just then, Redhead rushed over from outside in a hurry. Lord North Hall Master, there are so many monsters coming from outside. What's the point of panicking? At least you're a high-level cadre. Don't disgrace our Tiger Head gang. The North Hall Master chided. Our Tiger Head gang brothers will be here soon. What's your hurry? Redhair's face was full of panic. No, the Tiger Head gang brothers have arrived. But they are completely no match for those monsters. You should come out and take a look. What? The North Hall Master felt a bit surprised. Their Tiger Head gang's lowest cultivation level nowadays was at the third stage of the primary cultivation level, and there were at least 7 or 8 small leaders like Red Hair among the people he had brought with him. The monsters in this neighborhood had long since been purged by them, so how could the Tiger Head clan be defeated? You watch these guys? I'll go take a look. Hallmaster North pointed at the villagers behind him, before walking out of the village with quick steps. Just as he stepped out of the village, he was transfixed in place. Head-on he sensed a dense aura of death that filled the air as if it was going to turn the entire space into hell. Monster after monster came towards the front like waves, the monsters behind stepping on the heads of the monsters in front. There were hardly any monsters that were under 10 meters in size, and they surrounded the entire town. The Tiger Head gang members he brought with him were beaten by one of the headless monsters. The monster was able to crush several of his companions to death with a single kick, and it didn't matter if it was a regular team member or a squad leader. They all ended up in the same situation, and there were at least 1,000 such monsters on the scene. Chapter 46, The Witch. Rip. The mouth of the town of God's Witch. The tide of corpses churned and yellow sand rolled. Su Qing rode Panda into the town. Behind him were the bodies of the tiger heads. The North Hall Master was slapped by number 1 and hung on a tree, the branch piercing through his body, dead beyond repair. His eyelids opened, bloodshot and full of wonder. It didn't take long to walk, but Su Qing brought Jean Shuang to the town. Redhead was waiting anxiously at that moment, walking around the village in a circle. The villagers were ordered by him to crouch on the ground and no one dared to move. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where the hell did such a horrible monster come from? Can Hall Master North handle it? The redhead's fists were clenched and he was shaking with nervousness. In fact, he knew in his heart that the odds were that it was over. Patter, patter, patter. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from far away. The redhead looked in the direction of the town's entrance, half afraid to blink. The fact that someone came over at this time basically meant that the battle had already been decided. The figure got closer and closer, and the redhead got a good look at the visitor. It's none other than Su Qing. Who are you? The redhead questioned cautiously. How can someone you don't know barge in at this hour? Could it be some other awakened person who came in through the water? Thinking of this, Redhead's face turned fierce. Kid, if you want to come in and pick up the pieces while there's a fight outside, you're still a bit young. The redhead surged forward and swung his fist towards Su Qing's face. His talent was the most basic physique increase, which wasn't strong, but it was also very lethal when augmented by his cultivation. Su Qing didn't make a move, as if he hadn't reacted to the redhead's attack. The red hair's eyes flashed with viciousness, bound to kill Su Qing in a single move. All the nagging, uncertainty, and fear in his heart just now turned into anger, and was vented in this punch. Whoosh! The sound of breaking air rang out. The airborne redhead flew violently backwards as if it had been run over by a locomotive. The internal organs in his body seemed to be twisted and broken at this moment, churning into a ball, and the intense pain caused him to open his mouth, half unable to send out a wail. The one who made the move was Imechi, who had been following Su Qing. He had been following Su Qing not long after Awakening Day. Strength had been following the rise, and now it had reached the cultivation level of the 7th stage of the primordial order, and the Ima Wang behind him was still reinforcing the quality of his talent all the time. His talent was accelerating speed, and under a violent impact, Even awakened ones in the same realm were somewhat overwhelmed. Not to mention the red hair who was only at the 4th stage of the beginning. The villagers present were originally a bit scared at the sight of this scene. However, when they saw the person who made the move, they widened their eyes in surprise. Little one? It's you? You're carrying behind your back is this term's goddess. Emichi naturally wouldn't respond to them and silently returned behind Su Qing. But the villagers didn't care and ran over excitedly. You guys are finally back. You brat. You escaped with the goddess and caused a big trouble, you know? Quick, come back with us. The sacrifice can still be made in time. You dead kid. You almost got our village killed. The villagers, with your words and my words, their faces full of excitement, went up to the front and were about to pull Emichi's hand, wanting to put Ima Swan down. Emichi took 2 steps back and did not make a move, his gaze looking towards Su Qing. Su Qing came to be interested in the claims coming out of these people's mouths. Goddess? Imabari is a goddess? And what is this saying? Could her present lethargy be the cause of the goddess? But didn't she die because she awakened a talent that was too powerful for her body to handle? Awakening is supposed to be completely randomized. Did the light of awakening even give her a little kick in the pants? Leaping down from Panda, Su Qing blocked in front of the villagers. What do you mean by the goddess? The villagers were in an uproar, completely ignoring Su Qing, and were still moving forward, trying to catch Emichi. Su Qing frowned. Emichi, whoever leans forward again will do it. Emichi, who had finally gotten the order, struck out in an instant. A kick was sent out, directly piercing through the chest of the villager at the front, with blood floating around. These villagers are considered honest. One fell back a few steps, and an old man trembled as he pointed at Emichi. You bastard boy. That's your second uncle. You just killed him like that? Great treason. Great treason. Su Qing spoke again and asked, what is this goddess you speak of? Only then did the villagers turn their eyes to Su Qing. They had just heard that Emichi had moved on Su Qing's orders. At this moment, there were a few more points of awe in the gaze that looked at Su Qing. This is our village's secret. After a moment of hesitation, a villager stepped forward and said. Su Qing smiled and nodded. In the next moment, Emichi's figure rushed out once again. Smash this person directly into powder. Now the villagers were stunned. Who cares what secrets are not secrets? All brains set out. It turns out that the reason this place is called Divine Witch Town is because there was once a witch here, which has a strong power, sheltering the town of God Witch. Even when the Qing guards entered, the customs could not help this place a little. The sorceress is wildly promiscuous and has had sex with most of the men in the village. A daughter was later born, and this was the first goddess. The sorceress left behind a coffin, and the power of the sorceress will shelter the village for a year after her death. And within that year, the goddess will receive the sorceress's inheritance and change into a contemporary sorceress if she stays among the coffins for a month. And her personality will change, becoming watery, before she has sex with the men of the village and gives birth to the goddess. Imashwang, is this term's goddess? Unlike the other goddesses, the last witch gave birth to a son, Imechi, while she was still a goddess. Having seen her mother change from a goddess to a witch at a young age, she was unwilling to let her sister continue the legacy as well. So he fled with Imashwang a year ago and is only back now. Su listened and pondered for a moment. Are you saying that the power of the witches protected you on the day of awakening and that's why you didn't awaken? That's right. Our village has always been peaceful and not infested by monsters. But today 1 year has come and gone and the witch no longer shelters us. Which is why we want the goddess to carry out the inheritance soon. Su Qing frowned tightly. There were actually people who were able to isolate the light of awakening by their own power, and who were extremely powerful before they awakened. Who the hell is this witch? He had never come into contact with this kind of existence in his previous life. Being able to resist the light of awakening, could it be that her power was on the same energy level as the light of awakening? Taking a deep breath, Su Qing calmed down. Even if he was well read and his heart was like still water, he couldn't help but feel some waves at this time. He may have discovered a shocking secret. Take me to take a look, Su Qing said to the villagers. Ha! The villager was a little hesitant. I said, show me the coffin the witch left behind. Su Qing's icy voice caused the villagers to shiver and hurriedly said, all right, I'll take you there. Chapter 47 Tianfu Academy Tian Yuan? How unfamiliar. Divine Witch Town. Back Mountain. A grand and magnificent mausoleum stood in a vast and endless wilderness. The mausoleum is tens of meters high, built of huge stones and sturdy building materials, and is incredibly solemn and dignified. Its exterior is beautifully designed, with every detail showing the mastery of the craftsman. The walls of the mausoleum are beautifully carved with motifs and writings that record the glorious deeds of successive generations of witches. And at the top of the mausoleum, there is a huge stone ball that seems to symbolize the sun and light, adding a mysterious aura to the whole mausoleum. Su Qing looked at the ragged buildings not far away and then at this mausoleum. It's hard to imagine that this is a product of the place it came from. He let Takemichi and Ima with him and stepped inside the mausoleum. After walking through a dark pathway, it opened up and was surrounded by a variety of precious artifacts and offerings. In the center of the hall, a huge coffin was placed, which was empty yet emanating power. The same power as Iman Shuang. That power is now awakening and calling. Imabari, who was on Imabari's back, seemed to sense something as well. It actually floated up automatically, her body suspended in the air. The power kept flowing. The skirt on her body was windless, and her tranquil white little face frowned slightly, like a little princess who had a nightmare. Her body kept floating towards the coffin, as if she wanted to return to her mother's embrace. Su Qing reached out and stopped him. He frowned. In the current situation, it was clear that Imabari was going to receive the inheritance from the witch. This was good for him. After all, Imashwang was an undead under his command, always under his control. But the problem lies in the fact that the witch's power is so bizarre that even the light of awakening is resistant to it. He was afraid that when the witch awakened and directly got rid of his control, it would be bad if he released a monster. Hesitating for a moment, Su Qing felt the force in his hands grow. If he didn't bring Shuang out of the mausoleum, then he wouldn't be able to stop Shuang from entering the coffin anytime soon. With a twinkle in his eyes, Su Qing slowly loosened his hand. Imashwang doesn't serve any purpose by following him, and from the villagers' descriptions, aside from becoming a bit more flirtatious, seems to be generally in the good camp. Then let her try to inherit the power. It would be best if he could still maintain control over Emma Wang after the inheritance. Even if he couldn't keep it, then his move would be considered good karma. Jin Shuang's body was unhindered and quickly flew towards the coffin, like a swallow returning to its nest. Just a moment after entering the coffin, the huge aura that was emanating all the time contracted violently and disappeared again. Su Qing could feel that all the power had gathered in Jin Shuang's body, and the power in Jin Shuang's body at this moment made him feel a little terrified. He closed his eyes and tried to communicate with Imabari's spirit in his mind. He could feel an extremely tiny link building between the two, which could be broken at any moment. More than that, the person on the other end of the link was actually approaching his own body quickly. Su Qing opened his eyes violently. In front of him, Emma Wang floated in the air, and his eyes, which had been tightly closed, had opened. The gray-black eyes had a regal violet color in them. The original pitying, icy pity face seemed to have become noble and elegant in an instant. Like an empress, a powerful sense of oppression emanated from her, so thick that it almost crushed Su Qing. Panda also came out of Su Qing at some point and growled lowly towards Shuang, sensing a great threat. However, the cultivation level on her body was still at the 7th stage of the primary order, but the sense of oppression she gave off was even more powerful than the middle order, or the high order. That's not a quantitative difference, it's a qualitative crush. Not to mention the 7th stage of the beginner's rank. Even the 1st stage of the beginner's rank she could still have this kind of aura. Su Qing's face was serious, ready to strike at any time. At the same time, he was communicating with Imabari's spirit non-stop. However, he only saw Jin Shuang waving his hand slightly, and an invisible energy fluctuation spread out. Su Qing only felt the tension dissipate at once, and the tense atmosphere instantly eased. Shuang's body floated as lightly as a falling leaf to Su Qing's proximity, coming forward to give him a gentle kiss on his forehead before waving his hand, and Imai's body floated along with it. Shuang instantly flew into the coffin. The lid of the coffin was closed, and there was no more movement. Imeichi, on the other hand, guarded the coffin as if nothing had happened. The sudden change caused Su Qing to be a bit stunned. What's going on? This witch had to come over and kiss herself before she fell asleep. Is this what the villagers said would become lewd after the inheritance? But now this inheritance hasn't started yet either. Right, doesn't it take a month? What he couldn't figure out, Su Qing no longer thought about. Straight out of the mausoleum, the inheritance would take a month, and it was impossible for him to wait slowly for such a long period of time. We can only go to Sea City first and seize the chance before coming back. But there's a problem with that. There is a limit to the range of his undead. Nowadays, the cultivation level of the 9th stage of the primordial order was probably more than 7 kilometers in a circle. It's a range that could almost encompass a small half of the city. But he went to see city limits for sure over. His talent, Deadly Boundaries, was instead able to turn an area into a sphere of undead activity, unaffected by his position. But what about the heavenly abyss that was now shrouded by the Death Boundary in the Heavenly Mansion Academy? And he relied solely on the undead in the Death Boundary to bring the Heavenly Abyss under control. If the Death Boundary was removed, the Heavenly Abyss would quickly return to its pristine state. After pondering for a moment, Su Qing made a decision. With a wave of his raised hand, a gray-black boundary spread out from him, directly enveloping the vicinity. The air was suddenly a bit more dead, as if an undead could pop up at any moment. Su Qing finally decided to shroud this place with the Death Boundary. His sixth sense told him that if he disconnected from Imabari this time, some unnameable consequences would happen. As for Tianfu Academy's Tian Yuan, let's just give up for now. It was a small heavenly abyss anyway, and the monsters weren't of high quality. Except for the slightly higher miracle stone burst rate, there didn't seem to be anything outstanding about it. When the Sea City thing was done, he was perfectly capable of finding a more valuable Sky Abyss Raider. An existence like Jin Shuang was, in Su Qing's opinion, worth much more than Tianfu Academy's Tian Yuan. Tianfu Academy in the distance. The undead teeming ghosts that had been left by Su Qing to guard this place sensed the disappearance of the boundary, and the gloomy air slowly became clear. The souls in them also began to slowly dissipate and return to nothingness. One by one, the undead tetrapods fell, and many of the tetrapods that had been pieces of corpses reformed into fragments. For a moment, the scene was extremely spectacular. The original sturdy defense line formed by the undead special electric ghosts slowly disappeared at that moment. The special electric ghosts that rushed out in a steady stream from within the heavenly abyss were also no longer uncontrolled, and quickly occupied the place. Chapter 48, The Awakening of the Strongest Human. Above the plains, the dragon followed the young girl step by step on the road, and although his pace was slow, he was able to walk out dozens of meters with each stride. The speed is much faster than driving. Dragon, with all that commotion, there should be some powerful treasures coming out, right? Admiral Dream said there's a chance in City C. Could this be the place? The young girl was all smiles and held her head up, seemingly innocent. The dragon shook his head. I don't know. The energy level of this energy is stronger than me, but it shouldn't be the chance that Admiral Dream was talking about. After all, the chance that Admiral Dream was talking about has already been identified in a specific location. I think maybe Admiral Dream got lost in his sleep and got the location wrong. The young girl had no respect in her tone, and even looked at Admiral Dream a little bit. Long Juanmei's face became serious. You joined the organization later, you don't know. Admiral Dream is not something that we can speculate on, especially in such a big matter. She has never made a mistake. The young girl spat out her tongue, unimpressed in her mind. After coming out of the base, the two of them walked slowly all the way. Anyway, Admiral Dream had already said that they needed a middle-ranked cultivation in order to participate in the chance scramble. They also weren't in any hurry at all, and didn't think that anyone would be able to ascend to the middle rank faster than a dragon. As a result, their progress was much slower than Su Qing's, and they had only arrived now. The two of them went over a mountain and finally saw the Divine Witch Town. But the next moment, the young girl froze in place. At a glance, he looked at the undead Tetsa ghosts that were densely packed like ants. Each of the undead special electric ghosts had been transformed by Su Qing within the heavenly abyss, with a cultivation level of primordial stage 6 or above. The strength of the young girl, however, was only at the 8th stage of the primary order, comparable to the strength of the small leader inside the undead Tetsuya ghost. What is this? The mask-like docility on the young girl's face disappeared, and what replaced it was a shock that couldn't be hidden. The dragon's face became serious as well. So many monsters of the same type. These should be magical beasts. Wraiths? Is there a heavenly abyss nearby? Why do these magical beasts feel as if someone organized them to besiege that town? It's not in line with the nature of magical beasts, is it? The dragon shook his head. I don't know why. He had seen a lot in the past month or so since his awakening under the guidance of Admiral Dream, killed in the heavenly abyss, explored the nest of demonic beasts, and participated in the capture of treasure. However, he had never seen such a spectacular scene. That one head of magical beasts that was enough to act as the top pillar of a base city gathered together was completely capable of crushing anyone, even him. Although there was no movement, the oncoming majestic aura almost drowned him. After his awakening, he had never felt such a powerful sense of oppression. Go! The dragon turned around and headed in the direction of Sea City. Hey, aren't you going to try to break in? That energy is right inside. There are so many monsters guarding it, so it might be some kind of absolute treasure. The young girl was surprised. She had been following the dragon for some time, but knew that any chance the dragon had to try to fight for it. How is it that now the great opportunity of heaven is before us? But they flinch. Can't fight it. The dragon's answer was plain and unassuming. That makes sense. Why are you running so fast? Let's just go a little slower. I'm going to get my hands on that chance quickly. The presence of these monsters caused another hint of urgency to rise in the dragon's heart. Running into such monsters casually on the side of the road. It seemed that the overall strength of monsters was indeed stronger than humans. As the strongest human, he had to become stronger as soon as possible. When the death boundary arrangement was complete, Su Qing withdrew his hand. Looking outside the mausoleum, he looked at the mausoleum and beckoned for two more undead Tetsa ghosts to be summoned. The two middle-ranked special electric ghosts that were on standby in the middle of his dead mound then appeared in place. Bang! the terrifying body of more than 30 meters landed on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Two deep dents appeared in the dirt floor, and the two undead Tetsudo ghosts were built like evil spirits, their heads covered with teeth the size of a man. It looks disgusting and horrible. Asterisk 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 asterisk, what kind of monster is this? What are you doing this, Lord? We didn't do anything to you. Monster! You are a monster. We are the inhabitants who are blessed by the witch. You, if you dare to make a move against us, then be prepared to pay the price. The waiting residents around them all had their mouths wide open and looked horrified when they saw this, thinking that Su Qing was going to kill them to silence them. They were all ordinary people who hadn't awakened, and any random beginning stage 1 stage special electric ghost would be able to wipe them out in a group. Not to mention the middle rank special electric ghost, with a body of more than 30 meters. It was dozens of times larger than the largest land animal they knew, the elephant. The oppression is too much. Su Cheng looked around and said indifferently, the inheritance has begun. Su Cheng naturally wouldn't take action against the residents. According to these villagers, they were all objects sheltered by the witch, and Su Cheng didn't want to drive them to extinction. Nowadays, he and Im Shuang still had a few good karma. If it was because of this reason that led to a war of words, then it would be a bit of a loss. The villagers were overjoyed at the news. Lord Goddess has accepted the inheritance? That's great. The witch can protect us again. This world is so horrible now. If there were no witches, our village would eat date pills. I'll have them protect this neighborhood. And you can also live nearby and wait for the witch to awaken. Su Qing looked at the villagers and pointed his finger at the undead Tetsu ghosts behind him. The villagers wanted to refuse. After all, the monster was too scary. However, after looking at Su Qing's already decided expression, they still did not object. Just now the previous car was Amici shot to death. The picture is still fresh in our minds. Who do not dare to touch Su Chung bad luck. Moreover, they really don't have much ability to defend themselves now. If there is another South Hallmaster or East Hallmaster, wouldn't they be fish and meat on the table, to be slaughtered? It was good to have something to protect them, although it looked a bit scary, but after all, it was sent by Su Qing, so it shouldn't be able to trick them. After doing so, Su Qing stepped out of Divine Witch Town. Outside of Divine Witch Town, a large number of undead had gathered, and they had been guarding this place, waiting for Su Qing's next order. With a wave of his hand, Su Qing split 100 or so heads out, told them to stay here, and turned his head to leave. Divine Witch Town, in an instant, went from a peaceful and harmonious town to a place where death spreads and monsters run rampant. It was a good thing that these undead special electric ghosts had been instructed by Su Qing not to make a move against the villagers. The villagers quickly adapted after the initial panic. Some villagers observed clearly the trajectory of the undead special electric ghost and used it directly as a means of transportation. Hang straw, firewood, and dung directly on the undead Tet ghost to help with the hard labor. There are even villagers who use them as oxen and horses and tie a plow to them and start plowing. For a while, the two got along quite harmoniously. Chapter 49 Intelligence Agent Fanning Entertainment. Finally, Sea City. A slender, broad-shouldered, narrow-backed teenager sitting perched on the head of a huge black and white beast leapt up. It was already summer, and the warm summer breeze blew the broken hair on his forehead, revealing his plain but cold face. The visitor was none other than Su Qing. Almost 2 months have passed since the day of awakening. During this period of time Su Qing's figure and face had grown wildly, and now it had matured somewhat and was no longer as tender as it had been originally. Behind him were hundreds of undead hordes. You guys go and look for any unusual places nearby. Su Qing waved his hand. These undead armies then disappeared into the city like mud into the sea. Although he knew in his previous life that there were chances in the city of sea, he had yet to know exactly where it was located. It was certainly much better to send the undead out to spread out and look for them nowadays. The situation on the Sea City side was a bit different from the Tianfu Academy side. There are almost no base cities near this area, and not many resources, and it is completely herded by the escorts. As a result, all sorts of mixed crowds gathered. The natives died and left, and those who stayed were the ones with a bit of skill. Su Cheng put Panda into his body, and with brother Bao in tow, he entered Sea City. Night fell in the middle of Sea City, and the city was illuminated by bright lights. Neon lights flash with colorful light, as dazzling as the stars in the night sky, and they are combined together in various shapes and colors to form a beautiful picture. Vehicles on the street also drive slowly under the dazzling lights. As if in a dreamlike world, neon lights are lit up as usual, bringing infinite vitality and energy to the night. The prosperity of this city was comparable to that of before the awakening. Su Qing strolled through the streets, feeling the vitality of the city. It's a completely different experience than Shudu. Suddenly, Brother Panther's eyes narrowed as if he sensed something. Something was staring at them. Brother Bao quickly came to Su Qing's side wanting to say something. However, when he looked at Su Qing's bland and unperturbed face, He swallowed back the words that came out of his mouth. What he could have discovered, Su Qing must have discovered long ago, so they honestly continued to follow Su Qing. The road the two traveled became more and more remote. The street became very dirty because no one cleaned it. All kinds of garbage, posters posted everywhere, and even people urinating and defecating, the air filled with an unpleasant smell. Ow! Just then, a somewhat abstract wolf howl came from behind them, followed by a growing chorus of voices. Brother Panther looked back and realized that where were the wolves? They were clearly a pack of wild dogs. The wild dogs all have green eyes, reveal sharp fangs, and salivate constantly from the corners of their mouths, looking like they are suffering from mad dog disease. Brother Panther coldly smiled. Finally out. Followed us since entering the city. What do these want? Because there was no one to unify the management of Sea City. The demonic beasts within the city had not been expelled cleanly, and there was always the possibility of encountering a demonic beast sneak attack at any time. Brother Panther said he looked at Su Cheng and saw Su Cheng nodding at him before moving forward, clenched his fists and said, "It happens that your grandfather I have improved in strength. Take you out of the fire properly." He surged forward, aiming his aura at these wild dogs to radiate. The wild dogs were not the least bit afraid and bit right on up. The strength of these wild dogs was probably at the third stage of the primary order, and the strongest one already had the strength of the fourth stage of the primary order. But nowadays, Brother Panther had followed Su Qing's cultivation for a long time, and at this time, he had already come to the level of the sixth stage of the primary order. It was one punch at a time against these wild dogs, and soon they were all down. Ah! Yes! Brother Panther felt the suffocation in his heart dissipate a lot. After venting for a while, he suddenly thought of Su Qing, which caused him to turn back violently. "Run your ass back here, boss." Su Qing just overplayed his hand. Su Qing shook his head and looked toward an alley not far away. "Your Excellency is still not coming out?" Brother Panther was shocked. There was actually someone else? He didn't feel the breath at all. In the gloom, a slender figure stepped out. "You're the SS level wanted criminal Su Qing, right? Just the two of you also want to come to Sea City to get a piece of the action? It's too stupid yet." The woman was plump and revealingly dressed, with a dress that opened almost to her waist. She covered her face with a black veil, making it impossible to see her real face, but that made it all the more evocative. "Are you a native of Sea City?" Su Qing didn't let the woman's words evoke half an emotion. On the contrary, the woman was somewhat broken by Su Qing's cry of aboriginality. "You despicable wanted criminal. What qualifications do you have to spread your wildness in our Sea City? With your junior 6th stage minion? Although the initial stage 6 strength is not weak, you guys are not yet ranked in Sea City. Just you wait. You two will soon receive the price you deserve." After saying that, the woman's figure swept backwards, flying out hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. The speed is so fast that even the best sports cars have to look away. "Want to leave?" "Shoo!" Su Qing put his finger in front of his mouth and whistled. Above the sky, a black figure quickly flew in. Fresh! With a hoarse cry, the Wufeng directly grabbed the woman and returned back to Su Qing. Su Qing's face remained flat. "What did you just say?" The shock flashed across the woman's face, instantly turning into a smirk. "I said it's not a fierce dragon that can't pass through the river. Your Excellency's strength is the only one I've seen in my life. I'm afraid no one is your opponent. I'm afraid the winner of this battle is none other than you." What a joke! Her speed was top-notch in the whole of Sea City. As long as she wanted to go, no one could stop her yet. This guy actually sent a random bird to arrest her? How powerful is that? Looking at the woman's instantly changing face, Su Qing let out a light laugh. "What's your name?" "Fan Shadow Entertainment," the woman answered honestly. "Who told you to test us?" I'm an intelligence peddler in Sea City. I usually collect some intelligence. Before my men saw that you came to Sea City, I've long heard of your great name and came to take a look. I've long admired my great name. SS wanted. Dream Admiral. Humph. Su Qing snorted coldly and quickly analyzed the matter. In his heart, the killing intent of the Dream Admiral was also a few points thicker. After this time, he must first go to the Imperial capital and kill the Dream Admiral. Otherwise his heart would be difficult to rest. "You're in the intelligence business, and you seem to know a lot about Sea City." Su Qing looked at Fanning Entertainment and said, "Tell me about the situation within Mouth Corner City. What do you mean by getting a piece of the pie? And which battle is it?" When it comes to specialized content, Fan Shadow Entertainment subconsciously wants to raise money. However, after looking at Su Qing's cold face and the sharp claws of Wu Feng on his shoulders, he finally gave up on this intention. She didn't have the slightest doubt that the moment she raised the price increase, she would be directly killed by Su Qing. With a bitter smile, Fanning Entertainment narrated the situation in Sea City. Chapter 50, Brother Panther. A mysterious cave was discovered at the beginning of City C. The cave opens once every half month. and every time someone enters it, they reap a great harvest. In order to divide up this cave, the various forces in Sea City then organized a battle for it, and only the 8 winners could enter it. But the news leaked out to whoever it was, and now there are a lot of outsiders in town. Fan Shadow Entertainment told all he knew. Su Qing listened carefully and spoke slowly. What was it like inside that cave after entering? I don't know. I am also just a solo traveler, Fan Shadow Entertainment said with some embarrassment. Is that so? Su Qing didn't continue to make things difficult for her either. From within this message, he roughly deduced the truth about the cave. It's supposed to be a secret place. The secret realm was different from the Heavenly Abyss. The Heavenly Abyss is a portal to another world. The secret realm, on the other hand, was a backyard garden that had opened up within this world, containing a large amount of resources for people to seize. The place he was looking for was also a secret place. The possibility of 2 secret realms appearing in City C was slim to none. The existence of one secret realm would take possession of the surrounding spatial power, making it difficult to accommodate the existence of other secret realms. Then this secret realm should be his goal. As for why the people from City C hadn't gotten the chance to enter it, Su Qing guessed that this secret realm should be the legendary double secret realm. Among the secret realms, there were also secret realms, and they had to be entered with a middle-ranked cultivation. This is something that powerful man in his previous life did not reveal in his autobiography. However, Su Qing felt that his guess should be pretty much the same. Stroking his chin, Su Qing asked, "At what approximate strength are the participants in the battle?" Basically, they are all primary stage 6, 7 stage experts, and even Mondoichi, who was rumored to have won the last battle, has already broken through the primary stage 8 stage. Fanning Entertainment said with an envious expression in his eyes. Her strength was already a very powerful force in the eyes of an ordinary person, but it was still completely inadequate in front of these powerhouses. Glancing at the thoughtful Su Qing, she hurriedly added, "Of course, these people are nothing more than the light of a glowing fire competing with the white moon in front of you, and they can easily be crushed." Her comment wasn't entirely flattering. Su Qing's strength was indeed the only thing she had seen in her life, a fierce dragon that had crossed the river. "I still have things to do and can't participate in this scramble. Little Panther, you go and participate." Su Qing turned his head to look at Brother Panther. Brother Panther looked around to make sure that there was no one else to call Panther, and his face immediately showed an unbelievable expression. Su Qing, boss, me? At the sight of the Fanning Entertainment was also stunned. This guy, is it possible that he wants to send his men out to die? This little Panther was just a guy who had just reached the 6th stage of the preliminary stage, and might not be his own opponent. So how could he deal with those powerhouses? Su Qing snapped his fingers. Space shook and broke open an opening. A 6-meter-tall giant panda walked out of it. It was the very same number 1 that Su Qing had placed in the grave of the dead. "Just have him follow you. We're outsiders. Just follow their rules." Number 1's strength is at the 7th stage of the primary order. However, he is a S-level demonic beast, and he can easily deal with humans at the 8th stage of the primary order, and it can also resist strong people at the 9th stage of the primary order. Since Fanning Entertainment said that the strongest that would participate in the battle would be at the 8th stage of the primary order, then there shouldn't be any problems. Brother Panther's eyes widened as he sniffed. Su Qing actually bestowed the giant panda on him. He had seen Panda's performance along the way. His strength was absolutely unquestionably powerful, and in his heart he was an invincible existence. Although the panda in front of him wasn't panda, as panda's kind, it was definitely extremely strong as well. Brother Panther's face showed anticipation, and he immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, boss Su Qing. I promise to complete the mission." Seeing this scene, Fan Shadow Entertainment sked. To be able to casually summon such a powerful creature, could it be that this man in front of me had already reached the 9th stage? It should not be possible. The strongest person in the City of C is only possible to cross into the 8th stage. The man in front of you should be the best of the 8th stage. Fan Shadow Entertainment, you take Little Leopard to the scramble. While Fanning Entertainment was speculating about Su Qing's strength, he was called back to his thoughts by Su Qing's voice. "Oh, good. Don't worry, my lord. I promise to complete the mission." Su Qing nodded and waved his hand for them to leave. Instead, he was preparing to cultivate to break through the middle stage. This time, the opening of the secret realm was close. If he couldn't break through, he would have to wait for another half a month. Su was not willing to wait. It was better to break through as soon as possible. Finding a random place, Su Qing sat down on the ground and began to cultivate. Brother Bao followed Fanning Entertainment down the street, his face filled with excitement. The fact that Su Qing had given him number 1 to seize the winner's authority not only proved the strength of Su Qing's power, more than that, it represented Su Qing's trust in him. After following Su Qing for so long, This was the first time he had seen Su Qing hand over the undead under his command to someone else. The thought made him walk much lighter. Fanning Entertainment walked in front of him with his eyeballs lifting, turned his head with a smile and inadvertently asked, "Little brother, you seem to be very afraid of your boss. What's his name again?" "Su Qing, right?" As she spoke, Fanning Entertainment opened her body sideways and adjusted the angle, revealing her white thighs, which knew that when he heard her question. Brother Panther's face instantly turned cold. "Is Boss Su Qing's name also yours?" "Also, what little brother? Call Brother Panther." The expression on Fanning Entertainment's face froze. "It's just the two of them here. So what's the point of pretending?" She clearly felt that this guy in front of her was a bit nervous in front of that Su Qing. Not to say coerced, but definitely not a normal up and down relationship. She pulled a stiff smile. "Yes, Brother Panther, can you tell me about Boss Su Qing? Say a few words, just lead your way and don't pry into anything you shouldn't." After saying that, Brother Panther reached out and traced his hand across number one's fur, feeling the rough fur sliding across his fingertips as if he were looking at a stunning woman, his face full of infatuation. He had originally been in the business of trickery before defecting to Su Qing, and had tricked many people into entering Fatty Red's base, so his trickery could be considered very skillful. Where will Fan Shadow Entertainment get the word out? The smile on Fan Shadow Entertainment's face disappeared. He has been looking at the guy in front of him honestly before wanting to pry from him here Su Qing's news. Where do I know that this person is completely not in accordance with the set of cards? What the hell is wrong with him? Standing here by himself, a big, beautiful woman, not looking at him, running to lust after a giant panda? Seriously, Fanning Entertainment now wanted to turn around and run away, directly escaping, never wanting to face this guy in front of him again. But after a look at number one's majestic frame, she gave up on that plan, intending to think long and hard about it, mostly because I'm afraid of being killed. Chapter 51, Number 1. Up. The location of the scramble is in the lobby of the Yida Mall in City C. A lot of people had already gathered at this place when the two Bao brothers came. Each person found a store to sit in, a little prep space of sorts. No sooner had the two walked in than someone came forward. "Fan Shadow Entertainment? You also dare to come to the battle?" A yellow-haired, blue-eyed foreigner spoke fluently in the language of the Great Zhou Empire. His gaze greedily swept over Fanning Entertainment, finally resting on Brother Bao and number one beside him. "So you found reinforcements, but the strength of the concubine you found is too weak. Isn't it too weak? A beast sentinel awakening at the 6th stage of the beginner's stage. Isn't it coming to send death? Why don't you follow me and I'll take you into the secret realm?" Snort. Fan Shadow Entertainment snorted and said disdainfully, "Yarek, you're on the wrong medication. Can you qualify on your own? And bring me?" With that she pointed at Brother Panther and said, "We've got today's quota covered." Hearing these big words, many people turned their eyes over, wanted to see what kind of person makes a big deal out of it, but then he pulled his eyes back when he saw Brother Panther. The strength of the 6th stage of the beginner's order was really good. However, the lowest strength in this place is also the 6th stage of the primary order, and such strength can't go more than 10 rounds in the middle of the battle. Being taunted, Jarek was not annoyed, and laughed loudly. "You do have the guts to round up the quota. I'm afraid Mondoichi wouldn't dare to say that. I look forward to your performance." After that, he retreated into a store. Fan Shadow Entertainment bristled. This Jarek was good, and she wanted to provoke him into a fight with Panther to try the water on that giant panda. I didn't realize that her provocation had taken no effect at all. Still too low in cultivation. This kind of molestation is said as if it were pampering. If Brother Panther was at the 8th stage of the primary order, once these words were spoken, absolutely everyone would have to pay attention. Play less mind games next time. Brother Panther's cold voice rang in Fanning Entertainment's ears. Otherwise I can't guarantee that number one's claws won't give you a head start. Fanning Entertainment shivered, feeling a chill spreading from the bottom of his heart. What is Brother Panther talking about? Where did I play mind games? Fanning Entertainment pretended to be innocent. Poof. Brother Panther snorted coldly and didn't say any more. That is, he's here. If Su Qing was here and Fanning Entertainment dared to play with his heart, he would have been split in half long ago. The mall is open in the middle. Panther leapt up to the 2nd floor and found an empty store to sit in. Number one jumped up after him, causing the whole building to shake. Fan Shadow Entertainment followed suit. The two hadn't been seated for long when another clamor came from outside the door. "Lord Mondo, you're here, and I have a special place here for you." What a strong fluctuation. Elder Mondo is definitely crossing over into the 8th stage of the beginner's stage here, right? This time the secret realm must have Mondo a big person a quota. Wait until the secret realm trip out. Is sure to be the strength of the big rise again. Maybe all the middle stage. First Lord Mondo, if I am lucky enough to get a spot. You will have to bring me along when I enter the secret realm. Surrounded by the crowd, a man over 2 meters tall, dressed in a suit and waxed and oiled, walked through the doorway. Most of the men gathered around and complimented them. Even Jarek, who had just been awesome and cajoling, ran up to fawn and curry favor. This shows the extraordinary strength of the man. Mandoichi was followed by a couple of his minions, also in suits that didn't look like awakened gangs, but like gold medal salesmen meeting. He hoisted a cigar in his mouth and cursed as he puffed smoke. Damn! A bunch of monsters with heads full of teeth suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the city today. Went to take care of it. Was supposed to be here early. This statement immediately resonated with the crowd. I also encountered them on the road. I don't know where the monsters came from, and none of them are low in strength. It can't be that a Tian Yuan has appeared in the city, can it? It's possible, but these monsters are so strong, and one of my brothers has already been planted. I'm afraid that the strength of this heavenly abyss cannot be underestimated. The eyelids of Brother Panther, who was sitting next to number 1 and was meditating with his eyes closed, lifted. Head full of teeth monster. This said, is not Su Qing boss of the undead special electric ghost, right? Remaining motionless, he continued to listen to the words of the crowd. As soon as Mondo entered the mall, the pace was non-stop and he walked straight to the center. That spot was supposed to be reserved for the crowd to fight tomorrow. Guys, we've got a lot of new friends at this scramble. I don't know where everyone got the information from, but since we're here, we all have to abide by the rules of our C-City, and all results will be according to the outcome of the scramble. Also, our Zuan gang's strength has risen so much this time that occupying 5 or 6 slots would be a breeze, but with a total of just 8 slots. This is a bit unorthodox, so we'll voluntarily give up competing for them, but directly internalize 2 slots. What do you all think? When this statement came out, the crowd that had just been buzzing with excitement all of a sudden stopped squeaking. They were thinking that Mandoichi was strong and had no problem getting a spot, but the crowd was a little reluctant to let him internalize another spot. Everyone came over to compete for places on merit, and the rules were set early on. How could they be willing to give up a spot directly? And what are they fighting for when Mondo I internalizes one today and Shinji 2 internalizes another tomorrow? Why don't you just go home and sleep it off? Seeing the silence of the crowd, Mondo's smiling face went cold. What? You guys aren't happy? Who is not happy to come forward? Mandoichi, will practice with him. Saying that, Mandoichi's cultivation of the 8th stage of the primary rank violently erupted from his body. A powerful aura permeated the entire mall, as if anyone who stood out would be greeted with his stormy blows. When the people in the arena saw this, they dared not speak even more. One big righteousness from Mondo. Jarek even voiced a shameless approval. The others, seeing this, knew that it would be difficult to reverse things, and they all complimented it. It seemed that the matter was so settled. I have an opinion. Just then, a voice rang out abruptly in the hall. The crowd followed the sound, only to see Brother Panther, who had been sitting in a platter and resting on the 2nd floor, stand up. At his side, number 1 also straightened up and let out a low growl. Fan Shadow Entertainment, on the other hand, fell completely flaxen. What's this guy gonna do? Get in his face? Is it too late for her to draw a line in the sand with him? Brother Panther's pace was slow, contemplating what would happen if Su Qing came to participate in this scramble. He felt like he might be able to take out all of these guys, one by one. Then of course he followed Su Qing's thoughts. Anyway, with number 1 around, he was fearless today. Whether you're Jarek, or Mondo 1, I have an undead spirit bestowed by boss Su Qing, so I'm afraid of nothing. Brother Panther stepped up to the 2nd floor railing and looked down at Mondo 1 on the 1st floor. His face was full of disdain and sarcasm. He raised his hand and tilted it 45 degrees upward. Number 1. Up. Chapter 52, Escorts Enforcing the Law. Get out of the way. The wind whistles through the mall at night. Everyone looked at Brother Bao, who dared to jump out at this time to find trouble with an incredulous face. Jarek looked at Panther with the eyes of a dead man, and then at Mondo 1, whose face had clouded over to the side. He thought to himself that this wasn't exactly a good opportunity to show off in front of Mandoichi. He immediately stood out, raised his head, single finger pointing at the 2nd floor of the leopard. Brother said, "You a foreign kid evening fanning entertainment really take themselves seriously, right? No need for Boss Meng to take action. I'll take care of you now." When the surrounding people saw this, they cursed, "Dogs, what a liquor." Then there was no hesitation in joining the bandwagon. Let me do it for S sake. You foreign dogs have no right to intervene in the affairs of C-City. Dare to provoke Boss Meng. I think you're tired of living. Don't all of you grab it from me. The beginner stage 6 kid really dares to jump. I'll pull out his guts today to see how big he is. The crowd was furious, as if Brother Panther had done something hurtful. Looking at the crowd coming toward him, Brother Panther didn't say anything, but just looked at number 1 with a little bit of hair in his heart. Why hasn't number 1 done anything after he gave the order? In the next moment, he saw number one's stomach bulging up like a blow-up balloon. The open bloody mouth could clearly see the internal skeleton blood vessels, and a flash of red light was brewing up at this moment. Roar! One let out an earth-shattering roar. Amidst the roar, the flames coalesced into a solid ray of eruption. The first to bear the brunt of this was Jarek, who was at the front of the line. Jarek obviously didn't expect this turn of events, and in his haste, only had time to use his abilities to condense into a shield. But this hastily condensed shield naturally couldn't block one's long-prepared strike. The transparent shield shattered in a direct and devastating manner. The line of fire directly pierced through half of Jarek's head, and the roasted and exploded pulp flowed out from the other half of his head. The expression on half his face was still stuck in shock. That wasn't all, however, as number one maneuvered the cohesive line of fire across the room, and most of the people behind him couldn't dodge and followed directly in Jarek's footsteps. A line of fire came down, and those who had just rushed forward were already dead or wounded. Everyone in the room was stunned, including Brother Bao, who commanded number one to launch the attack. He knew that number one was powerful. After all, Su Chang was a big man who had single-handedly killed his way through Shudu. But that's too fierce, isn't it? He wouldn't have been surprised if it was Panda. But this was a normal panda. There were 5 more such pandas under Su Ching. It's simply horrible as hell. Looking at the wretched crowd, Brother Panther couldn't help but straighten his back. He was now Su Ching's little brother. Didn't the more powerful Su Ching was mean the more powerful he was? Panther smoothed his hair back, and with number one there, he felt like he was already standing on top of the sky. I said, I have an opinion. Do you guys have a problem with that? Nobody said a word. It's like no one just stepped up once Mondo said he wanted 2 spots. In the face of power, they subconsciously choose to avoid and curry favor, and those who dare to resist are ultimately in the minority. Mondo, a gaze hard to see, stared at Brother Panther and just out of the number one. Did not expect such a variable? This panda's strength he also a little unable to feel. In that case, this brother is overstated. I also just put forward an opinion. There is no need to sword fight. Since you do not agree, then we all still follow the rules, Manhwa smilingly said. Brother Panther clasped his hands to his chest and looked around proudly. If only there was a time when he could have that kind of strength on his own. At that time, he should then be able to avenge the red fat boss. Just then, a clear female voice suddenly came from outside the mall door. A man and a woman both pushed open the door to the room and walked in. It's all because you had to go to the west side of the city to look for that middle-ranked discharge monster, or else we would have arrived long ago. The young girl's gaze was clear, like a young girl complaining about her father who didn't buy her candy because of work. The dragon said lightly, those monsters are very similar to the ones that attack Shudu, so I have to go and take a look, and I'll settle the fight soon. The two were in a lazy form, completely oblivious to the crowd on the scene. When the young girl's eyes caught sight of number one, she let out a startled cry. A giant panda. Isn't that panda's summoned beast from the intelligence? The dragon's gaze sized up number one for a moment and looked towards Bakugu and let out a light laugh. Without any breath of life, it is indeed an undead. Did you actually change your face in order to avoid being wanted by the guards? But your trademark pandas exposed you in one go then. Panther was confused by what he heard. What were these two people in front of him for? Why were they saying something he couldn't understand? He has never changed his name. He has never changed his name. He has never changed his name. Moreover, the sense of oppression that the two people in front of him gave him was extremely huge. Even that little girl gave him a sense of oppression not unlike Mondoichi's. That tall man, he was even more unable to feel his strength at all. There were two explanations for this. One being that the men were so weak that they were completely ordinary. The other was that his strength had reached unprecedented heights, and the gap was so great that one could not even feel it. The young girl did not pay attention to the puzzled Brother Panther. Her eyes looked towards the dragon and said, being blown so much by Admiral Dream, the result is that the strength is not very good. This giant panda is only the strength of the 7th stage of the primary order A, not to mention you. That is, I can also easily solve him. Right. Why don't you just leave this fight to me? You're too big to deal with him anyway. Dragon. The dragon nodded slightly in agreement. He also felt that this guy who had been specifically mentioned by Admiral Dream was a bit weak. It should have been Admiral Dream's prediction that went wrong. After all, it is true that such unimportant deeds of Admiral Dream's often come up short. He had just solved a middle-ranked monster, and he really couldn't be interested in the 7th-ranked panda in front of him, so he just gave it to the young girl to practice. Seeing the dragon nodding, the young girl's face instantly showed delight. She had just watched the dragon's hands tackle the middle-ranked special electric ghosts, and she was also craving for more or less a handful of them if she wasn't too weak. At this point there is finally an opportunity to make a move. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing 2 cute dimples. One hand crossed his waist, the ponytail on the back heel of his head fluttering in the wind. He stretched out his finger and pointed all the people around him as if pointing them out. Finally settling on Brother Panther. Listen up everyone here. We are the escort guard. This man is a prisoner wanted by our escort. And now, the escort is enforcing the law. So please all of you leave this place. Chapter 53, Number 1 versus Maiden. Are you kidding me? This is our territory. Who are you escorts? Are you guys trying to hijack the secret realm? The abacus is in my face. Little girl, you talk really funny. Do you really think that the escort guard is the boss? In C City, it's not your turn for the escort guard to be the boss. The crowd cursed angrily, and there was no way they could leave this place. The young girl's face revealed distress. This is troublesome. There are actually so many disobedient people. Then I can only kill you all. As the words fell, tentacles like old trees spread out from the ground around them. Each one as thick as a bull's mouth, tough and powerful with extremely strong penetration. A few of the strongest members of Sea City were instantly penetrated by the tentacles, and their blood flowed into the branches along the gaps, instantly turning into dry corpses. The young girl's face had at some point put on a crazy smile, and the branch behind her bore a scarlet fruit. The flesh inside the demonic fruit was getting redder and redder, almost oozing out through the skin. The young girl plucked the fruit, split her mouth wide open, and crunched the fruit with shark-like teeth. Bursts of juice like blood flowed down the young girl's throat. Very quality fruit. The young girl pursed her lips in some intoxication, her face full of lingering love. The other surviving members of the crowd were shocked at the sight, killing so many experts in an instant. The strength this woman displayed was no better than Number 1. The young girl didn't give chase. Her target hadn't been anyone else in the first place. Instead, it's Brother Panther. When the young girl's bloodshot eyes looked at Panther, he couldn't help but feel his heart tighten as a powerful pressure swept over him. He knew that if the young girl had just made a move on him, he would have been one of the dead. It was a good thing the young girl's gaze only glanced at him before turning to Number 1, saying that she instantly struck out, countless tentacles weaving a tsunami-like wave of tentacles sweeping in. One was not afraid, and a mouthful of flame was spewed out, about to burn all of these branch-like tentacles. Think I'm a wood attribute ability? The young girl's eyes were filled with mockery. I'm really sorry then. I'm a SSS level pure energy controller. The flames of Field 1 actually directly disappeared the moment they came into contact with the tentacles. The tentacles were like a vortex sucking all the flames into it. Flame patterns actually sprang up on the old tree's branch-like tentacles, and the magma-like patterns slowly covered the entire tentacle, and the air became much hotter all of a sudden. Snap! The flaming tentacles whipped out, and the powerful tentacles whipped on Number 1's body, directly drawing out a deep mark. If a normal creature was hit like that, it would almost lose its fighting ability. But fortunately, Number 1 was already undead, and the impact wasn't too great, only exposing the bones in his chest. A rib-like steel tendon looks gruesome. Number 1 grabbed the tentacle and tore it with force, even directly tore the tentacle into two halves. Bright red liquid flowed out of the tentacles and spilled onto Number 1. It enjoyed the feeling of the moment, letting the liquid roll in and out of its chest viscera. The smile on the young girl's face grew even wider at the sight of this. A crazy smile that sent chills down the spines of everyone present. Ha 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 ha. Funny, really funny. Taking a whip from me and actually being able to counterattack. I'd like to see how far you can go. Chapter 54, Ultraman? The young girl's laughter fell. The tentacles she manipulated then lashed over like a wild storm. A fierce light flashed in Number 1's eyes. As a great general under Su Cheng, he didn't have many chances to get his hands dirty, and most of the time it was Panda who came over and took care of his opponents in 3 or 2 moves. It usually dealt with some small monsters that could be solved casually. The tyrannical genes in the body did not come into play at all, and at this time, facing the young girl, it was finally able to explode its full strength. Roar! Number 1 raised his head and faced the flying tentacles straight on. It actually didn't blink or dodge and rushed straight forward. The tentacles were as dense as rain, hitting Number 1 with a splintering sound. Number 1's body shook violently, a bone-searing wound not affecting his bravery in the slightest. Even as the wounds grew, the power in him grew stronger. It is its gift, berserking. Panda also had this talent, but had never used it as of yet, because every time he used it, he would pay some price, and Su Cheng was avoiding using this talent. Unlike Panda, each of 1 through 6 possesses berserking, but cannot use it freely. Rather, in the midst of a battle, the increase gets stronger as more injuries are inflicted on the body. If you put it in gaming terms, the less blood you have, the more attacks you have. A glow of flame spread over the one wound on one's body, and rolling lava flowed out of it, covering him like armor. Tear it up! With a firm grip, fire spread between the seams of his claws, and he violently dismantled several tentacles directly in front of him. Scorching lava from the tentacles spilled down and landed on Number 1's armor, which was unharmed. Number 1's pace continued forward, closing in on the young girl one step at a time. Funny, too funny. Ha 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 ha. The young girl was still laughing maniacally as the broken tentacles hit the ground and disappeared. But new ones soon sprang up. Tentacles with open teeth and claws seemed to drag from hell, engulfing number one. Brother Panther's face changed when he saw this scene. This guy, so strong, obviously looks like a harmless young girl. Moving hands is also too upside down. Actually have the trend of the number one will be suppressed. Fanning Entertainment was also in a bit of a dilemma at this point. She wasn't Panther and wasn't that optimistic, seeing as how this panda was clearly going to lose. What's she gonna do? Want to run? Now that everyone knows that he's in league with Brother Panther, I'm afraid he can't escape even if he wants to. Are we just going to wait here to die? She moved closer to Brother Panther and asked in a low voice. It's not looking good. Do you have any solutions? Brother Panther glanced at her, his eyes yawning at number one. Trust would be nice. Oh, slowly surfaced on Fanshadow Entertainment's head. How is she supposed to trust that? Two guys across from each other, and the weaker one went out and pinned Panda. The other one strikes and how do they respond? Was she going to have to deal with the man named Dragon? Roar! 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 Just then, there was a change on the field as well. The young woman's eyes narrowed and curved into a crescent moon. Nice game class talent. Makes me suck. In front of her, a scarlet fruit appeared at some point. Picking the fruit off, number one on the other side stumbled as if he had been pushed. The next moment, countless vines came forward and wrapped around its body, wrapping it like a dumpling. Number one's life was like a candle in the wind, slowly swaying as if he might die at any moment. Taking a bite out of the fruit, the young girl's aura strengthened a few more points and said in a victorious tone, "In 3 minutes at most, your panda will turn into a pile of rotten meat. Su Ching, are you ready to die?" Brother Panther's eyes burned into the encased number one, as if it was he himself who was now caught in the tentacles. "Come on out, number one. This is the first time Boss Su Ching has given me such an important mission. I definitely can't just mess it up." A sarcastic smile appeared on Fanshadow Entertainment's face, and his feet quietly backed up, ready to bolt. "Whether we can run or not, let's try first. We can't wait here to die." Just then, it was as if number one on the field had heard Panther's inner cry. An unprecedented flame rose, actually directly burning all those tentacles. In the midst of the flames, a giant beast slowly revealed its form, black and white, covered in dark red armor, a head full of ferocity, stepping out amidst the flames, like a violent flame monarch. How is that possible? Fanshadow Entertainment let out a gasp. It really made Panther's bet right. Just believe and you will overcome the strongest enemy. Is this panda an Ultraman? Ho, ho, ho. One let out a low whimper, spewing flames like substance. Standing there, it looks like a flaming landscape painting. What is this secret art? The young girl frowned. She felt threatened. Life return. The young girl stretched out her right hand and spread her 5 fingers wide. Bursts of life force surged out, causing her tentacles to faintly emit a layer of unseen and untouchable life aura. Boom, boom, boom. Number one didn't give the young girl time to cast her ability, opening her bloody mouth and spewing out several fireballs. Each one was as tall as a man, carrying flames that seemed to burn everything, and slamming over with the speed of a meteorite. The power of life return hadn't fully spread to the tentacles yet, but the young girl didn't dare to underestimate it in the face of the attack. Directly urging his tentacles to form a line of defense, blocking in front of himself, the fireball smashed down, and the breath of life contained in the tentacles burned away as if it had met its nemesis, destroying it. How did it suddenly become so strong? The young girl had no choice but to use her bottom card once again. Soul Return. A figure as transparent as a ghost flew into the tentacles and fused, finally blocking the blow. The tentacles fused the power of life and soul, and each one of them looked like they possessed a soul, turning into real beings, and the organizational power of attack and defense went up a notch. Number one gained momentum and his robust bare body came next to the young girl in the blink of an eye, his sharp claws falling hard. It had just had enough of this young girl's interference. At this moment, when it found the opportunity, it just wanted to slap the young girl to death. The young girl finally changed color, lowered her head, and rolled in a woeful roll, finally dodging the move. But with the kind of power that number one possessed nowadays, she couldn't stop number one's sudden advance at all. At this rate, unless she used her bottom card, she was afraid that it would be difficult to deal with number one, and there was even a risk of falling. Damn, this giant panda is obviously dying. Why is it suddenly like a chicken blood? Secret arts aren't that bad, are they? Dragon, help me. Torn in her eyes for a moment, the young girl finally decided to ask for help. This giant panda was worthy of being a monster specially accounted for by Admiral Dream, and it really lived up to its name. However, halfway through his words, he saw no response from the dragon, and instead, Number 1 organized another attack to launch a round of sudden advance. Dragon! What are you doing? The young girl turned her head to find that the dragon that had been behind him had disappeared. Chapter 55, Breaking Through the Middle Rank. Dragon attacks. Sky above. I don't know when a curved moon was high in the sky. Su Qing stood at the top of the tall building, letting the moonlight shower over his entire body. The power of tie-in that filled the air made him linger. For over a month after the day of awakening, the moon had been obscured. Now I don't know what changes have occurred, but it has actually reared its head. Su Qing clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his body. The unprecedented surge of power soothed Su Qing's body. His strength. He had successfully broken through the middle rank. Just now, number 1's strength suddenly became stronger, and it wasn't because of any power of faith. Rather, his increased strength carries number 1 along with the breakthrough. In midair, a silhouette flew over quickly. Su Qing turned his head to look, found out it was the same escort that killed Fatty Red. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. This guy, his strength has also reached the middle rank. Even reaching the middle rank was a bit faster than him. I didn't expect that guy in the mall is actually just a henchman. And your strength actually came to the middle rank. There was some marvel in the dragon's gaze as he looked at Su Qing. He didn't expect that someone from Blue Star had actually crossed over into the realm of the Middle Order along with him. One must know that his strength was piled up by lifting the strength of the Great Zhou Empire, and Su Qing could be just a single awakened. According to immortal cultivation, he himself was the heir to the Holy Land, while Su Qing was nothing more than a casual cultivator. And now, this loose cultivator's realm cultivation had actually reached the same level as his own. One could only say that it was no wonder Admiral Dream valued him so highly. Even Long felt that Admiral Dream had not paid enough attention to Su Qing. However, being bumped into by him, Su Qing's downfall was confirmed. The dragon possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, and anyone in front of his talent was illusory. He'll put everyone down strong. The dragon stood out of thin air, its body emanating a shocking fluctuation. Count yourself unlucky to have met me. As the words fell, the dragon struck out with a blow. A mountain of strength spread from his fist, and the air hissed with an unbearable weight. One word and you're going to make a move? Su Qing raised his hand. Panda's figure broke through his body and blocked in front of Su Qing. Panda slapped his hand, and the wind whistled. Invisible fluctuations collided and spread between the two, and the shockwaves blew up dust, sand and gravel, causing Su Qing to take 2 steps back. In the first round of the duel, Su Qing felt the great sense of oppression that the dragon brought to him. Regarding this person, Dragon, Su Qing had heard of him in his last life, but by that time, Dragon was already a top Blue Star combatant, and the two hadn't crossed paths much, just heard stories about him. It is rumored that the dragon's awakened talent is immortal cultivation. At the very beginning, he had awakened the top cultivation technique. Relying on this gong method, he quickly strengthened himself. Then later, as his cultivation grew, he awakened arts, alchemy, formations, and other abilities that only appear in Shirkai novels. Even an awakened at the same level would be hard to be his opponent. Now it seems to live up to its name. The dragon looked at Panda, and his eyes showed gravity. This giant panda was not at all in the same league as the one fighting the young girl in the mall. It made him feel intensely threatened. That's threatening enough to be life-threatening. Interesting. The dragon narrowed his eyes slightly, the uniform on his body fluttering down, revealing a green-colored Taoist robe. The Taoist robes were windless and hunted. He's going to start getting real.